A wave of disappearances swept across the world, and part of humanity found itself in a new, unknown world full of monsters and beasts. Frightened and confused, they died one by one trying to escape. To survive, they had to fight, grow stronger, and stand up to the monsters. Among the survivors was a certain Kang Hansu, who was confident and had no intention of running away. He knew absolutely everything about this world and was sure that this time he would make it. And do you know why? Because he is a regressor. He has already been through all of this before, and now he intends to become even stronger than last time. You're probably wondering what kind of world this is and how it all began. Well, one day, an evil god became so bored that he created a new world and called it the Abyss. He brought all kinds of creatures and monsters from every existing world there, before finally sending humans in. To escape, humans had to defeat the final boss, a dragon. But in the end, no one was able to do so. Kang Hansu was the strongest and was part of the last squad that tried to defeat the dragon. His special power was that, unlike the others who had thousands of skills, he had only 7, but he could upgrade them endlessly. That's how he became the strongest. However, even so, he and his squad were unable to defeat the dragon. Realizing they had lost, the mage of their squad used a last resort, a crystal of space and time, sending our hero back to the past. Will Kang Hansu be able to change everything this time? Let's find out. Here Hansu is thinking that after 5 years the door of the abyss will open, and he has at least 5 years now to become strong. He also realizes all his skills and strengths are gone. He remembers that a little appeared at this time, and then a little monster who is addressing itself as a fairy says that he is an assistant fairy and is here to tell them something. He is asking them to listen to him carefully. While Hansu is thinking that these bastard fairies ask people to beat each other, the assistant fairy then welcomes everyone to the other world and says that he will give a surprise opportunity to everyone. But without listening, people start yelling at him that the other world doesn't exist, and also that he should stop saying such nonsense. But in a different tone, he asks them to listen to him. Assistant Fairy is asking people if they ever dreamt of a world where law, order, morals, and ethics don't exist. He says that even the physical limitations will also disappear in the other world. In this world, people will be able to easily grow their powers like heroes in the movies. He asks them, "Isn't it good that the world they always dreamt of will come true only with the clicking of a finger?" Then he clicks his finger, and a man dies in front of everyone. People become very afraid and start running away from him. They are running around and are yelling for help. The assistant fairy says that he doesn't like loud sounds and then asks people if they want to survive. They must listen to all his orders. The crowd becomes quiet as they have no other option. He then shows them a rune that they can obtain by killing living things. He says that there are 7 kinds of runes that will appear randomly, and these runes will help people to increase their strength. He then asks if anyone wants to take it. As people are still looking at it, someone raises his hand. He is Hansu. He wants to take that rune. Then the assistant fairy comes towards him and asks him to show his hands. The monster then tells him that the runes actually twist the law. Scientifically, his muscles had a limited weight of 117.1 kilo, but with time it will increase up to 122.3 kilo. And moreover, he was enthusiastically telling Hansu about it. But on seeing his cold reaction, he starts thinking that there must be something wrong. But he just tells him that runes have different effects on different people and flies away. He tells him that these runes have abilities they can't even imagine. He then tells you that no matter what ability rune is given to you, it will never be a bad one. He advises them to order more runes if they want to survive. People then start fighting to get the runes as much as they can. As people were about to take that rune, he said that, judging from the reaction of the guy before, he didn't think that they needed the rune. He then tells them if they touch their right ear, they can see how many runes they have. "Monster, tell that human they mostly require 10 runes." Hansu is thinking that after this rune his power has increased to 1, and if he gets more runes, he can also increase the mana and magic powers too. "Monster, tell them the only necessary thing to do for acquiring a rune is to kill a living thing. It doesn't matter what they hunt. What matters is to kill a living creature." He then gives weapons to all the people and advises them to forget about their pasts and live their new lives, and then say he will give them a tutorial about it, and as they turn they see a bunch of monsters coming towards them. The monsters are not staring at the humans while people are thinking about what is going to happen with them. Then a girl starts talking. She advises them not to act impulsively, and also tells them to calmly move backwards. Now people start moving backwards while Hansu is looking at them. But they realize something is off about it, and then suddenly they all get stuck between a magical barrier. The whole crowd is begging to let them out, but suddenly the walls of the barrier start coming closer. On the other hand, monsters are coming towards them too. Then a man sees a door in that barrier and passes through it. A number 49 appears on that door. They realize that only 50 people can pass through it. Now people are running towards that door as they all want to survive. But Hansu, he is silently standing there and saying how pathetic they are, as he knows that 100 need to get in together to fight against the monsters. He remembers that 40 people died when he was here before, and out of the people who couldn't pass the door, only 10 survived. He thinks this time it is a different story, as he knows everything about what is happening and what he needs to do. So he moves forward to clear the area so he can go to the next stage. Then a monster tries to kill a man, but Hansu comes forward and saves him by killing that monster. He is now killing the monsters one by one and says it's uncomfortable for him, as this body of his is actually from 10 years ago. Then he sees his strength level, and his dexterity have increased by 0.1. It doesn't only increase the speed, but also the reaction speed too, which means the person with high dexterity can do the same action much faster than the other people. He then starts killing other monsters too. The monsters, they are acting strange on looking at the blood. He knows that monsters are afraid of blood. He just keeps on fighting with the monsters. Finish them. While people are wondering that a young boy is killing all the monsters alone. Here people see a bunch of monsters coming towards them, but now they also start fighting with them. Hansu thinks that he wasn't supposed to rush things, but he doesn't have time to drag out such trivial matters. He remembers that there were many travelers, including in this place too. T are actually unmeasurable if they count them from the whole world. They say that in the first year, which is the first 3 months, they will remain in the protected area. And after these months, they will be thrown out of this protected area into the real world of monsters, where they have to fight to save their lives. While taking the rune, Hansu says that whatever it is, this is their chance to become stronger. He is now thanking Keldian that he made the right choice of sending him to this period. The fight is over now, a lot of monsters, and even people died in this fight. Hansu is now standing with his back towards the people while they are still shocked that he killed all the monsters alone. The assistant fairy is telling that they fought pretty well, and as a lot of humans got killed too, the number of participants has decreased quite a bit. He says that they now know how to live here, so he is going to remove the wall. They only need to keep on fighting so they can survive. The fairy monster then flies away while people are yelling at him. Here, Hansu is looking at his strength level and thinks it is pretty good. He also received a blade, which is a symbol of courtship, and it proves to be quite useful for him. He then starts moving forward so he can find a better way to become even stronger. He is now thinking about Ares, Keldian, and Kangtae. He then remembers a guy talking about hidden dungeons. Hansu asks him what those are. He tells him that they are hidden within the tutorial area. Hansu asks him if the dungeon was the difficult part, but the man says that no one has found the answer to it till now. Both are now drinking while sitting down and talking about their experiences. The man then says that if only he could go back, he could definitely clear the dungeon, and then he would be able to beat Hansu too. He tells him that the difficulty is harder than it seems, and also a man gets a big reward if he succeeds in it. The man asks Hansu if he is curious about what is going to happen in the end, but he says that he has already decided his goal. He then stands up, saying he has a lot of things to take care of to achieve his goal. The first stage of the tutorial is where 100 people join and act together to hunt. They do this hunt once a week for 3 months, and once the second stage completes, the safe zone will be released. For this, they first need to pass all the stages. There are 2 pieces hidden in the first stage, and to reach the hidden dungeon, these 2 pieces are important. Hansu is now thinking about finding these 2 pieces. Hansu is thinking of where the pieces could be, but the crowd from behind starts calling him to come with them. The whole crowd starts arguing about whether to go or not, as they are all afraid and don't know what to do. While Hansu is still thinking about those pieces, he then hears a voice calling his name from behind. As he turns his head, 2 boys are coming towards him while calling his name. He starts wondering how they know him, and even asks them how they know him. One of the boys says that he has gone mad. They all came here together, so then Hansu remembers that they are his college mates and are traveling together. In the past, as they all died, he has forgotten about them. One man from the crowd is forcing a girl to come with him, but then she runs towards Hansu and whispers to save her. That villain and his members are now thinking of fighting with Hansu as he is alone and quite tired too. They are teaching him again and again, so he becomes furious and is also ready to fight with them. He then moves closer to the villain to start his fight, but a man who is probably their boss appears and asks them not to fight. Then he advises Hansu that they should act together. While our boy is looking into his eyes and thinking that he is also one of them who will destroy the world, he remembers Eris saying that he should kill the cockroaches that will take part in destroying the world. He remembers each word of Eris and is working in the same way. So he says that Eris is actually saving a lot of eyes. Hansu then says that he doesn't have time to fight with all those people and moves away. The villain's boss says to them that they should leave this boy on his own. Their first priority is to keep this place in order, because they are going to face monsters again. The boss says to his man, Sung-hoo, that they must take advantage of the rule. On the other hand, Hansu, with the other members, is moving forward. Here, Hansu's friend asks him why he is acting so strange and why he denied remembering them. But our protagonist simply says that he is having memory loss. Other people are asking about their destination now. After a while, they are in front of the subway station where the hidden piece is hidden. It is Gangnam Station. They all are standing in front of Gangnam Station. The girls ask what they are doing here in this station. Hansu thinks that if it wasn't for what Aries said to him, he would have been going alone everywhere. As he has no other option, he says that he got a hunch that the hidden piece is maybe somewhere here. He says that he might have gotten some powers after losing his memory. They all are shocked, but he says that they have already seen a fairy, which means getting powers is also possible. A girl in the crowd starts asking her boyfriend if they don't know if he is reliable and if they should go with him or not. But our protagonist says that he gives importance to individual preference, and if they want to go, they can. It's up to them. While one of Hansu's friends is saying that he hates him because of the way he always acts. As they are now entering the station, one of Hansu's friends asks if this is safe for them, but Hansu assures them that they are just going to meet some residents living here. His classmates wonder who actually lives in this shabby place, asking if Hansu knows someone who lives here. But suddenly Hansu asks them to stop and pulls out his blade weapon. He then sticks the blade into something right in front of his friend, and due to this, Hansu's fellow also falls backward. Then our protagonist tells them these are green worms, which come out when they sense vibrations on the ground. They are sent by the dungeon to this station. As they hate the sun, they don't come out of dark places. He tells them their bite can easily tear the skin of living things, so he suggests they stay away from these creatures. He is now showing them how to deal with these worms as he passes his weapon through the body of the creature, and it dies. Now all the other people are doing the same. As 4 people came with Hansu, and for now, 4 members are doing pretty well, so our protagonist thinks they are actually useful for him. But the 5th one, Hansu looks at him, is just standing there. Hansu says that if he can't kill these creatures, he should just walk on the unbroken marble slabs, and wherever he sees a crack, just start stabbing there with his blade. While the 2 girls are killing these creatures confidently, but that 5th member is still afraid, but also encouraging himself that he can do it. As he is lost thinking about it, a monster attacks him. But suddenly Hansu appears in front of him and kills that monster. The boy is thanking him for saving his life, but Hansu is thinking of not taking the boy with him because he is very weak and will become nothing but a burden for him. Here, his classmate starts asking the reason how he knows everything that is going to happen next. But our protagonist simply smiles and says, these are his superpowers. He then asks them to keep on hunting the creatures. Now Hansu is picking the runes while other members are just staring at him. He then asks them why they aren't taking the runes. So one of the girls says they want to give all the runes to him so he can become more powerful, like they do in games, and in the future, he can protect them easily. But our boy says if they want to continue their journey with him, they must follow at least the basic rules. The people who lived in the abyss for a long time made a lot of such basic rules just for the sake of coexistence. He is also thinking that how, in life-threatening crises, people make relationships with others just to save themselves, which then fall apart soon, also to protect themselves, and also that they are going to realize how bad this world actually is. He tells them they must rely on their own abilities to stay alive. If someone is useless, others just dump him, which is a very basic rule. They all are now starting to take the runes while Hansu is thinking that in the future, they all are going to fight like dogs just to get these runes. Then one of them sees a strange rune with purple light radiating from it. That rune is the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. Hansu's bully classmate is holding it in his hand and thinking that if he succeeds in taking it, he might gain superpowers. He then asks Hansu if he can take it because he found it, and according to Hansu's rules, whoever finds the rune will take it. So our protagonist agrees with him. This rune gives defense skills and regeneration powers. Runes and their abilities are defined by their ranks. As for the smart ones with plenty of magic too, they have like 100 such runes. He is now thinking about Erez and other members. As he remembers, Keldian himself has around like 1,000 runes. As for Hansu, he is different. His rune limit is only 7, as he is different from others. He is restricted to taking only 7 runes, and when Erez found it, she was disappointed by the fact that if they knew it earlier, they would have helped him learn stronger skills. But our protagonist, he has greater strength than others. Due to strength, his limited skills kept on evolving all the time. He remembers that his ability, Essence of Dororo Lizard, which only added fast regeneration later on, became so strong that it was enough to rival Kang Tae's immortal arts. Due to this ability of his, Erez gave him the name of 7 Stars, and that ability is also the reason for him standing side by side with them. Also, they sent him back because they believe in him, so he must not disappoint them. Now he just needs to think about learning the most powerful 7 skills, and is thinking he might become stronger even before leaving the tutorial zone. While on the other side, Jin gets a physical resistance state due to the Akrul troll tribe's essence. Jin is thinking that if this keeps on, he is going to catch up with Hansu sooner or later. As they are moving forward, Jin puts his arm on Hansu's shoulder, and while looking back, he says that the stronger one should walk in front because it's going to be very dangerous. But then our protagonist tosses his hand aside. Now they are going further down the station while the girl is asking him why they are going this far away. He tells them that they are going to take a subway, and they all are now asking how there is even a subway here. But he remembers the boy he met before coming here told him that on the 3rd floor of the station, as he passes through the portal on the stairs and somehow boards that train, then he can easily get his hands on that hidden piece. But the only problem is that it is very difficult to get that train, but Hansu is determined to find that hidden piece. Now they are standing in front of the portal, while the girl is saying that they don't know what is inside, and also if it is safe to go there. But Hansu says that whoever wants to leave, they can. It's up to them. But as soon as Jin says that he will go inside, the girls become furious and get ready to go inside, while the couple says they will wait outside and are going to hunt the worms. But then someone says he will also go inside. It's that frightened boy. So Jin laughs at him, saying he was very afraid a few minutes earlier, and now he is acting all brave. But the boy replies that it's not his concern to think about him. Now both of them are arguing with each other, but Hansu asks them to stop their nonsense and starts moving forward. Mihi and the other boy also start following him, but Jin is still standing there, who seems very angry because our protagonist and the other boy insulted him in front of Mihi. Then they pass through the portal, and now they are standing in front of the convenience store. Now they all are in the convenience store, where Jin is thinking about taking some weapons while Hansu is thinking about that man's words. He told him that the convenience store in the subway is more like a supermarket and has everything they need. Now our protagonist is putting a pot on the stove. Mihi asks him what he is doing. He tells her that he is going to cook worm's blood with goblin skin, as their skin is extremely potent and will make a very good poison. As he is making that poison, Jin comes after smelling it and asks him to give a bite as he wants to taste it. But Hansu says this is poison. Jin starts yelling that he must tell everyone before making it. They also start wondering how he knows how to make it. But Hansu's answer is still the same, that he knows everything because of his powers. After hearing this answer, Jin becomes very furious and says that he is just dodging the questions and not telling them the actual reason. But he remembers Keldian telling him that getting the items isn't everything, but he must also reinforce them. Also, Keldian was the one who taught him how to make poison with the right ratio of items and boiling time. Then the poison becomes ready, and he is now pouring it on his blade. Mihi is asking if they can use this too. He agrees but demands half of their stamina from them as per usage. Jin gets very angry and says that it's unfair. Here Hansu says that he can give it for free to them, but that's not a great idea, as he thinks one-sided relationships fall apart more easily. Mihi says that she will give him the runes later, but first he shall give her this poison. So Hansu gives it to her and asks her to be careful. Now they all are applying this poison on their weapons while our protagonist is preparing for some other things too, and asks them to get prepared too. Then, as they all are ready to go outside, Hansu stops and starts looking at them. They are asking why he is even looking at them, but the reason he is staring at them like this is because all of them are holding 3 bags of food and other necessities. He asks them to leave it for others too. He is now showing them how to bury the things. Here Mihi is thinking that Hansu is a very good fighter. She says that she also wants to get some superpowers and also must survive to live the rest of her life. Now she is going side by side with Hansu, while Jin is getting jealous because of them. He then comes forward and asks our protagonist if they can also possess the superpowers like him, and he replies that probably they can get it. On hearing this, 3 of them become very happy, while he remembers Keldian told him that a few people develop special powers which they didn't have in reality, and he also advised him to get rid of those which are not useful, while Jin is telling him how he has become so rude. But as for now, Hansu doesn't have anything to say. He just stays silent because after fighting species of the abyss for 5 years, all his hope turned into despair, and then everything became dull. As he is saying this, Jin is wondering why he is acting like he is alone and what this fight is something he is talking about. He says if it wasn't for his superpowers, he would never obey him like this. He is now thinking that after surpassing Hansu's abilities, he will date Mihi and will get rid of Sang and Hansu. As Jin is thinking about it, he asks them to stop as he realizes there is something on the floor. He then touches it and realizes that this is some kind of slime, but judging from its texture, it doesn't belong to worms, and now even to zombies. So he thinks it might belong to land mermaids. He is sure that they are traces of land mermaids. He tells them they are not very fast, but if they get in touch with their venom, they will surely become paralyzed. He then says that he has a plan but needs their help. He is now taking the bottles out of his bag and going to use them as firebombs. While Jin is teasing him, saying that he must be happy in this world as he can do anything he wants, Hansu starts staring at him as if he wants to kill him. But then he starts drawing the plan on the floor in order to make them understand it better. He says one person will throw the firebomb while the other 3 will attack them. And the one who is going to be first will receive the runes. Here, Jin says that Hansu is pretty bad at drawing, and also that he will go first because he is very competent. Here, Hansu asks who wants to throw the bomb. Both Sang and Mi-hee are now raising their hands. He asks them to decide between them. And here Sang says it's not good to argue with Mi-hee, but he also wants to throw the firebomb. So our protagonists suggest that they should take turns then. Then they again start walking to become successful in their plan. Here Sang is thinking that he came with them because he didn't want to be alone. But are the other members really okay? As he looks at Mi-hee, he realizes she is also very frightened. But suddenly, Hansu asks them to stay alert as land mermaids are near. Our protagonist asks Mi-hee to throw the bomb. She gathers all her courage, lights the bottle, and throws it in the direction of the noise. Now Hansu moves forward and attacks the land mermaids between the fire. He is now killing them and getting all the runes. While Jin is getting jealous and can't afford that Hansu is taking all the runes, he then also starts killing the land mermaids, which becomes very easy because of the poison Hansu made. Now the place is full of fire. Mi-hee is throwing the firebomb while the other 3 are killing the mermaids and taking the runes. Here Jin is about to take some runes, but then a mermaid spits the paralyzing venom on his leg, and he falls onto his back. The mermaids are now coming towards him. He is now yelling at Mi-hee to help him, but she has no firebombs left with her. She then asks Sang to help, but he becomes confused and throws the bomb without lighting it up. Here Jin is thinking that he is going to die, but then Hansu succeeds in killing that mermaid too. He then suggests Sang calm down and just follow the plan they made, then there would be no problem. Our protagonist then asks them to take the runes according to the division. Jin, he is now looking at Sang's runes and is thinking if he gets those runes too, he will become very powerful. He then starts fighting with Sang and is asking him to give him all the runes. Jin is choking Sang by holding his neck. Jin is furious at Sang because he wasn't able to throw the firebomb properly, and Jin was on the verge of death. Sang is begging him to stop, and Mi-hee is also telling him to stop, otherwise he could die. He then pushes Sang on the floor and says to him that he should always follow others, like his father. As he is about to take his runes too, Hansu comes forward and says that he can't take what doesn't belong to him. But Jin says that giving runes to such a silly person is like throwing them in the bin. He suggests they should distribute them among themselves, but he disagrees, saying that distribution must be fair between all the members. Hansu then suggests Sang should take care of his shares himself. As Sang and Jin are now taking their runes, Mi-hee comes forward and asks if he is okay being with them or if they are a burden on him. But he says that he can't complain to them about something they don't know how to do. She asks him if he is going to be with them until the end, because she thinks that he acts like he will leave them any moment. While walking in the front, he says that it's up to them to follow him. As they are doing pretty well at this moment, they shouldn't think about it. He realizes that mostly strength and stamina were dropped, which is not actually bad because both are very important to them right now. He then looks at his stats, which have increased quite a bit. Here, that assistant fairy appears, which is now celebrating because the sum of Hansu's strength and stamina has increased up to 50. He congratulates him on being the first traveler. He is now sitting on the head of Hansu and says that they prioritize their active members, and as he is the first one, he is going to give him a small gift. He then sees Mi-hee and says that he knows she is wondering what the gift could be, and he will tell her too. He then starts talking with Mi-hee and tells her she doesn't need to be afraid because they don't kill everyone, and if they start liking someone, they would never kill them, and she can be one of them too. But then he says that he is just joking. The assistant fairy then flies towards our boy and says that the little gift is to get 3 runes of their choice, which could be any. The fairy is now suggesting him to get a healing rune as it can even heal the hole in his stomach. The other 3 members are thinking that he should take this rune, and if things go wrong, he will use it to help them. But Hansu demands a rune that is immune to magic. The fairy then gives him 3 magic runes, and Hansu says that getting magic runes is very difficult unless someone is as lucky as Kangtae, who randomly got these runes. He says that increasing your stamina only results in fast recovery, while physical and magic resistance is more like a fundamental defense for immunity, as he knows that he can only make up for physical defense, but for magic defense, he needs some protection. He is now seeing his stats, where his strength is 25.3, stamina is 24.5, dexterity is 14.1, sense is 15.2, and magical immunity is 13. He thinks that these abilities would be enough to save him from sudden death. As the assistant fairy has done his work, he says that he is going now. And then the assistant fairy suggests him to do well in the future and, while blowing a kiss towards him, calls him handsome Appa. All of them become shocked as they realize that all this time, the assistant fairy was not a male, but a female. Now the assistant fairy is gone, and he is now asking them to move forward. While they are still standing there and just digesting what just happened, he asks them what's wrong with them, but they just deny it, saying nothing is wrong. Then all of them again start collecting the runes, while our protagonist is doing something with the body of the land mermaid. Mihi is looking at him carefully and is thinking that he might be making the poison like before, but she realizes his speed is the same as before. So she asks him that he has got so many runes, then why is his speed still so slow? Here, our protagonist realizes that she is quite clever. He then shows her his wrist, where he is collecting all his runes. He tells them they can put their hands like this while thinking about collecting the runes, and then they can easily collect them. She asks him how he even knows about it, but he again says that it is because of his superpowers. As she says that she wants to try it too, Hansu suggests her not to do it because these runes fall out of their bodies once someone dies and become meaningless, and also that they slow down the hunt. Here Sang asks him why he is collecting them then. Hansu says that he can just trade them. He says that although it's difficult for now, once rules are established, they can easily use them as a substitute to get money in the future. He tells them they can't do it, so they should just pick them up one by one. Here, Jin becomes furious and says that they can also do it. He thinks that they will come to their senses on their own after learning a few lessons. He then starts saying that he doesn't care if they follow him or collect the runes, but at this moment, he wants them to listen to him patiently. He then asks them to hand over all the runes to him. Jin becomes very furious and says that why he is acting like a robber, and moreover, he has his own blade, then why is he asking for theirs? But Hansu says that their blades are very rough, so there is no use for them, and moreover, he needs a few blades. Jin asks furiously that if he takes their weapon, how will they fight? Jin says that he wants them to stand behind him with a thumb in their mouth, but Sang is about to say that he can give his, but Jin asks him to stay quiet. So our protagonist asks him if he can fight the guy down there. Jin says that he can, and he is not afraid of him. Hansu thinks he needs to do something about it, so he gives them two options. The first is that Hansu will go out of their team, and they will go on their own. And second is that they just stay silent and watch Hansu fight alone. Both Mihi and Sang say that they will stay outside because they think it's going to be very dangerous, while Jin is saying that they should help each other, as it is going to be very dangerous. He thinks that Hansu is going to leave them behind. He says that he doesn't care about loser Sang, but if Mihi is outside, he is not going to leave her because they are friends. While listening to him, Hansu is thinking that he should be glad that Keldian didn't come here, and also that he must be wandering around the indigo or purple zone right now. He is missing them. And with tears in his eyes, he says that they must not stop here and need to get everything done as soon as possible. But then, as they are arguing about it, he says that it's fine. They all should go together downstairs. Jin laughs and says that this is the right thing to do. Jin thinks that there must be something down there, the way he was urging to go alone, and he must make use of this opportunity. After a while, Mihi, Jin, and Sang are running upstairs, and they are very frightened. Mihi says that she was right about there being something dangerous downstairs. So Jin says that how would he know that the monster is from a different dimension? They are talking about a gigantic snake which they saw downstairs. Jin says that Hansu is not in his right mind as he is fighting alone with the monster. On the other hand, our protagonist is fighting with the snake, and due to his abilities and magic resistance, he is easily bearing all the magic of that snake. The cobra snake produces powerful shockwaves with magic in it, and no ordinary sword can cut the scales of its body. He knows that this is not an ordinary opponent, but he knows its weakness, which is that its body parts without scales are very weak. So, he sticks a blade into the weak part of its body, and due to the pain, the monster becomes very furious, and using its energy, it throws our protagonist far behind. So Hansu realizes that he is now reacting to the pain. He then gets up and is thinking that only 5 blades are left, so he must use them carefully. Our protagonist jumps to attack him and is saying that let's do this slowly until the effect starts. While Mihi is waiting for Hansu, standing in front of those stairs, she is thinking that even if they are quite far away, the voice is still echoing up there. Mihi is worried about Hansu, while Jin is asking her to go back to the convenience store to get some daggers. But then she says that she needs to see Hansu and starts running towards the stairs. While Jin is getting angry by the fact that they all ignore him no matter what he says, now both boys are also running behind her, and on reaching, they see that the monster snake is holding Hansu's arm in its venomous mouth. Then someone yells, "Hansu!" It is Mihi, she is yelling his name. But all of a sudden, Hansu puts the blade from his hand into the mouth of the monster snake. The snake is now in severe pain, while Hansu is saying that luckily he used blades quite cleverly. He is telling them that the snake chewed his arm pretty badly, but it is going to heal soon because of his abilities. They also tell him that in later stages, races exhibit enhanced resistance and health abilities due to their evolved characteristics. The poisons are actually ineffective, while the early poisons are very effective, and he knows that he wouldn't have been here without the paralyzing poison. While looking at the dead monster snake, he is thinking that this is easier now. Here, Mihi is asking him if he is alright, but he asks what they are doing here. She says that they came because of him, but now she thinks that she got worried without any reason. She then asks if his arm is alright, but he says that this is just a minor scratch, which is already healing now. While looking at the dead monster, Jin is thinking that he can't believe Hansu fought with this monster all alone, and thus he also starts thinking that there is a huge difference between them. He then picks the rune, which is scaled snake shockwaves, as the monster was very strong, so its rune is also amazing. Jin says that he is getting jealous. Here, Hansu is thinking that to activate this rune, he must have a magic rune, and he tells them that his limit is only 7, so he will not take it. Here, Sang says that he is willing to take this rune, but Jin starts arguing with him, saying that he is so cowardly, he will not be able to use it. He then asks our protagonist to give it to him. Both are now arguing about getting the rune, while Mihi is asking them to stop. But Hansu says that he will not give this to anyone, but he will sell it. And if they want to buy it now, he will give them a discount of 5%. Jin asks if it can be paid in installments, so our boy says that if someone guarantees it for him. Here, Hansu asks Mihi if she has decided something, so she says that both of them don't trust each other, and then who is left? He remembers how she got more runes than others, and he also thinks that she has great survival instincts. Then she gives him an agility rune, along with 3 sense runes and 7 each of stamina and strength runes. But then Hansu says that since it's 5%, he is going to take only 6 of the strength runes. She is quite happy seeing that he is very thorough. He then says that they must not think he is being mean, but he is showing them that if they rely on free things here, they will surely die. Now he asks them to move forward while he is thinking that if a scaled snake is here, then a Zooterium must be nearby too. He is standing in front of crystals and is breaking one of them, while Mihi and Sang are talking that he is going to use his powers again. Now both are asking our protagonist about the crystal. They are wondering what he is going to make now. He then takes the pot out of the bag again, and Jin asks if he is going to make a poison again. He says that scales off this snake are very strong, but not enough to protect them. Therefore, he needs to create something new. The 11th of 134 weapons that can be made with the materials of monsters. The needle has a limited area, which makes it difficult to cause secondary damage, but if they can pinpoint their weaknesses easily, they are confident that they can hit the same weakness. Then the needle is the best choice. He then crafts a weapon which is quite blunt but still useful. Here, Jin says that he wants to buy this weapon in return for all his runes because he thinks that Hansu made this weapon with a lot of effort, and that's why he thinks it might be very useful. But Hansu says that he might have given it to them, but he used all the material with which he can make the same weapon. Jin is angry that he used all the material for himself. But now they are going towards their final destination, as the lights are on and the subway is also there. Moreover, Hansu is also quiet now. It seems like there is no more fight. He then enters the train and asks them to get out, as only one person can ride it. But Sang says that this isn't possible because the train is very spacious. Here, Jin gets very angry that they fought with him all the time, and now he is leaving them. He says that there is no rule in this world, and so no rules say that he can't board it first. Moreover, he points his weapon at them and says that they can just get out of the train, or maybe they can settle with him here. It's up to them. While smiling, he is asking them to choose any of the 2 options. The 3 of them are standing outside the train, and Jin is saying that they can attack him together, and if they succeed in killing him, they will take all his weapons and runes. But if they don't, they will just apologize to him because he is sure that Hansu will not kill them. As he is about to take his weapon out, he then sees Hansu staring at him from inside the train, but gets very scared. Jin stops and thinks that if he made a little move, he might have gotten killed by Hansu because he is very strong. Then our protagonist says that he will see them later, and the train door is closed now. Here, Mihi says that they shouldn't have provoked him like that because they pretty much owe their lives to him. She then suggests they keep moving forward, but Jin says that this is the reason he is better than them. He says there is nothing wrong in fighting for strength because this is the reason they all are here. He then says that he is going to become very strong. On the other side, our protagonist is in the train. He is now gathering all the information about the train and about his journey. He is telling them that the subway will stop at 20 stations during the journey, and on each station, he is going to find different artifacts, and after passing the station, he can't go back to it. He is thinking that such a kind of structure causes mental conflicts. He says that even if he succeeds in reaching the end, it is not guaranteed that everything at them will happen according to him. He is at the 12th station and has collected the Laroon's circlet, Katal's nails, Ograng's steel gloves, and overall he has collected 8 items. Maybe the weapons are of good quality because they get them with hidden pieces. The Laroon's circlet, after combining with the sense stat, helps find the weakness of monsters in the first half. As he already knows the weaknesses of them, he thinks it's useless for him. And he has weapons too, so he wishes that he could find something like a mobility boost so he can move freely on the battlefield. But on the next station, he finds Maniac's Cloud Snack. These are cigarettes. If someone starts smoking them, their rune stats will increase. If someone finishes it and inhales the smoke, the stats will increase by 20% and will last for 10 minutes. He thinks they are quite useful in the tutorial zone. Now he is thinking about his past, where Eris is asking him not to smoke, and also saying that he looks much older with them. She says that if he keeps on smoking, he will lose his handsome face. But Hansu assures himself that he is not going to be the same again. He then gets out of the subway and sees that 3 of them are gone. He still has 4 days before the hidden piece appears, so he has 2 options for 2 days. First is to keep hunting weapons and runes, and second is completing his missions. He says that he doesn't know about the future, but he still needs to get his hands on missions with better prizes. Among the missions he is left with, the one with the promising reward and quick time completion is Stone of a Sage with Clumsy Mage as a follower. This not only boosts the stats 10 times, but even heals big wounds too. He knows that this artifact is because not only in the tutorial zone, but they are also very rare in the red zone too. He remembers in the past, Anvi Aaron completed this mission. She was a member of the Death Squad and was dragged into the abyss while working in prison. He remembers that her most trusted people betrayed her, and due to the rage, her powers awakened. While in the abyss, she almost killed everyone there. After that, she attempted suicide, and after that, this mission appeared. But Hansu thinks that this will not suit him, as he is here to save as many people as he can. So he is thinking of another less hectic mission, which is Selfish Rich Man's Food Bag. He is now thinking of doing this mission because he must ensure that he has much stamina. He is now back at the convenience store, but Jin and others have already taken all the food, and even the stuff Hansu has dug before on the floor. So he says that the mood is going to rise soon, and yet they pulled a stunt on him. Then he sees until when they are going to be this brave. But outside the Gangnam station, a few men are taking all the stuff, while Mihi and other members are silently looking at them and are planning to do something. They are thinking that how could they steal all the stuff in such a short time, but Mihi says that they can't fight against them, although they have abilities too. But in front of those men's stats, their stats are nothing. Sang says that before doing anything, let's wait for Hansu. While the couple is wondering that they have never seen him talk this much. Mihi is saying that she can't even believe that they found the convenience store in such a short time. While all the goons are taking the stuff, one of them turns back and waves at them. They all get shocked seeing this. But Jin says there is no need to respond to this and is now asking them to let's move on, so they can find supplies in some other place. Then Jin is standing in front of a few men and saying if they need food, they can find it in the subway. He also offers to show them the way. Jin is actually thinking that Hansu will have to fight with all these guys, which is not going to be easy, so he thinks that he will ask for his help. But one of them says that they can't believe him. But Jin punches his face and says that he is stronger than them, and they must follow his orders. He is asking them to think about it as this is an opportunity for them. Now they all are sitting in a room, while Mihi sees Hansu walking outside and feels very relieved. She then calls for him, and as soon as he reaches near her, she starts saying that some goons have taken all their belongings. But in a very calm tone, our protagonist says that he has seen it on the way here, and is asking them about the food they have now. They have very little food, so Jin advises him to steal the food back again from those people. As Jin is saying that he can help him fight with those people, but our boy says that let's eat first. But Jin says that they risked their lives for this, and they can't give him this easily. He says that if Hansu gives him something good, then he will think about it. Mihi is saying that they brought it for everyone, but Jin says he can't give him anything free. He says Hansu didn't lift a finger when they were struggling to find it. Jin thinks that if everyone comes on his side, he can easily win against Hansu. Our protagonist says that he doesn't have anything to offer, but Jin is insisting that he must have something with him. Why doesn't he show it to everyone? While the couple also gets curious about it, so Jin tells them he went to a mysterious place alone. Jin keeps on insisting to give him something, so our boy takes a chocolate bar out of his pocket and gives it to him. Hansu then starts going alone as he thinks that he doesn't need them anyway, while Jin is shouting at him, asking where he is going. Here, Hansu is thinking about Eris, and is saying that he tried what she said, and then he remembers Kang Tae's words saying, "You're really getting on my nerves and I will destroy you." But Hansu thinks these lines are too cringe and he can't say it to anyone. Now he opens the door saying, "Take care and stay strong" to them. Then the other girls start advising them that they shouldn't fight about such trivial things, and then ask Mihi to go with her and ask Hansu to come back. But Jin says that let him go. He is just acting like this to get free food, and when we give it to him, he will come back crawling. But then Mihi runs towards Hansu, saying that she is going with him while holding his jacket from behind. But Hansu says that he can't take her with him. As she is about to leave his jacket, he says that he also told her if she wants to come with him, she can. But Jin says that he can't let her go because he gave a few of his own runes to her. He says that he doesn't care about Sang, but he must not let go of Mihi. Here, Sang says that it doesn't matter because he is also going with Hansu and Mihi. But Jin is again blackmailing him about how Sang's father works under Jin's father. But Sang becomes furious and says that they don't even know if they are alive or dead. So how is he going to tell all these things to his father? Sang says that he doesn't have any reason to listen to him anymore, and will not listen to him like he used to before. While the three of them are walking, Jin is yelling from behind, "There is nothing left in other places, and I have all the food, so I know they will come back to me." As they are walking, Hansu sees a jacket hanging in a shop, so he starts wearing it while saying that they must do something, and they need to make a plan for it while Mihi and Sang are looking at him wearing the jacket. Sang is thinking that he doesn't have any powers, so if Hansu gets into some trouble, he will become useless. And Hansu also knows what he is thinking. But here our protagonist tells them that it's almost midnight. Both of them get afraid and start asking what is going to happen and what's wrong with the moon. Then suddenly an eye opens on the moon. Mihi becomes very shocked and is yelling that the moon just opened its eyes. They are wondering what is actually happening, but then Sang realizes the food in his hand is turning into sand. Even the food in Mihi's bag is turned into sand. They can see people glowing from a distance. Mihi says it means they easily find each other, so they want them to fight with each other. They ask Hansu if he knows about it before. While smiling, he says that he didn't know about it, but they don't believe him. People from the distance are now fighting with each other because they think that someone ate all their food, which is turned into sand. He tells them that's why he said to them not to take all the food, because as soon as the moon's eye is here, it turns all the food the individuals have into sand. Now Hansu is going somewhere, while Mihi and Sang are asking him where he is going. Hansu says he needs to do something that is necessary. On the other side, all the food Jin and the other members had also turned into sand, and they are shocked seeing what is happening to them. The girl suggests finding some food now, while Jin is getting angry at the protagonist because he realizes that Hansu knew this too because of his superpowers. Meanwhile, the men to whom Jin told about the food supplies are looking for him now and are very furious. Jin suggests the other members scatter, and then they will fight with them separately. But the other girl suggests he go to Hansu. Jin becomes very furious and starts saying that he left them in danger, and now she wants them to go and beg Hansu for help. The couple is now trying to manipulate Jin by saying that if those villains couldn't find them, they will go after Hansu and other members. They are a danger, and Jin should help them. Jin also starts thinking that a temporary alliance is fine, and as he is very strong, he should go and help Hansu. Now they come out of the back door, but suddenly something sticky grabs Jin's legs, and he falls on the ground. Other members are thinking of helping him or not, but suddenly the villain and his men appear from the back and are now asking them to run away. Otherwise, he will take them too. Jin is still asking for their help, but they are now running for their own lives. The head of the group is now telling about the sticky thing around Jin's legs, which is Orun's flypaper. He then asks him about other members of his group, but Jin remains silent. So the man strikes his foot on the floor, and suddenly the floor under his foot breaks into little pieces. Jin becomes very scared and is now saying that he will tell them everything about the other members of the group. Now the man whose nose got broken by Jin comes forward and is smiling at him, saying that he wants his revenge now. But Jin says that if they are going to work together, then they should do everything in moderation. So that man asks his men to start beating him in moderation, and now all of them start hitting Jin with their legs. While the couple is running to find Hansu and other members, Jin says that he will kill them once he gets out of here. The couple is now standing in front of Hansu, Mihi, and Sang, who are calmly eating their food. They start walking towards them like nothing happened and are saying that let's eat together. But our protagonist gets his weapon out, and after pointing it at them, he is asking them to go and not to come here again. But they see nothing as their fault. It was Jin who did all this. But Hansu starts smiling and says that his powers told him things are not going to remain good for them. They ask him that his powers tell him such things too. He starts telling them how his powers told him that both are going to be very dangerous for him if they stay with him. Meanwhile, that villain and his members are now standing behind that couple. Here, Mihi is getting very scared. They are now telling about the selfish rich man's food bag, and the requirements of it are pretty simple. Cook and eat as much as possible while the moon's eye is out. This condition is simple, but the other condition is to not share the food with anyone. The man who eats alone and doesn't share with anyone gets the food. The people who made the missions have a very twisted sense of humor. Everyone needs to stay calm under all situations. Meanwhile, Jin is also standing with those men and is severely injured. The girl asks him if he is alright, but he gets furious and says why she is asking him now, as they were the ones who left him behind. But she says that she just went to get some help, but Jin starts yelling at her, But then the head of that group taps his shoulder and says that he needs to calm down. The man says to Hansu that he has quite good skills and also asks him from where he got this meat. But Hansu says that meat is everywhere and he doesn't need to explain it. But one of the men says that some people ate it before but are still suffering from dehydration due to its toxicity. But our protagonist tells them they need to boil this meat in goblin's blood and it will become edible. Jin is telling them he has superpowers, and due to this, he got his hands on quite good things in the station. Then the men suggest they should fight with him, as they are large in number. But the man orders Jin to go to his friend and eat with him, as they are friends. Jin is thinking why this man is giving him orders, and also that Hansu is not going to create a scene in front of all these men. As Jin is walking forward, but Eris is yelling at him to not cross the line. As soon as Jin puts his one leg beyond the line, Hansu cuts that leg with his weapon, and Jin falls on the floor. He is now yelling at Hansu that how he cuts his leg just for the sake of a piece of meat. He is now telling other men that they must kill him because a boy who cuts his leg for a piece of meat will do anything for runes. Now the boss is ordering his men to kill Hansu because after some time he will get more powerful and they will not be able to survive against him. But for now, they have weapons, so they can fight against him while our protagonist is glaring at them. He remembers that Eris used to tell him that he shouldn't make enemies, while Keldian told him that if enemies are standing in front of him, he should crush them. Now Hansu is taking the runes out of his while that villain is ordering his men to attack him. So Hansu says that as they have already started it, then he will practice his mission first on them. He then starts attacking them. As Hansu has already absorbed all the runes, he is more powerful now. But after fighting with all the other men, now Hansu is moving towards him and says that he is going to kill him. But the villain is saying to Hansu that he will not be okay after killing someone. And moreover, this is different from killing the monsters because what he is doing is murder. But Hansu is running towards him with his weapon, and within a few seconds, he cuts his body into 2 parts. Now that villain is lying dead on the floor while all the other men are suffering in pain. Here Hansu is asking that couple if they want to run for their lives or want to end up like others, but that couple is now running far away from them. Hansu is now back at his place and is eating his meat like before, while Mihi and Sang are staring at him and digesting what just happened. The moon's eyes are now closing, and our protagonist and other members are moving forward now. Hansu is thinking that he ate a lot of food and feels like throwing up. But then he looks at that magical food bag, which can carry 5 times more food. And this bag protects the food from the midnight moon. This bag can carry food worth 2 weeks. Now Mihi is asking if he really killed them. But Hansu looks at her and mockingly says that she is such a scary woman. But Mihi starts yelling and says that she is just worried about him. But she is thinking that she doesn't need to worry about him because he is getting stronger day by day. Considering the thoughts of Mihi, she is now adjusting herself to the situation, and that's the normal way of looking at things. Our protagonist is thinking that he can do this, but his goal is not becoming stronger. His goal is to reduce fights and save as many humans as he can, because this is the reason he returned to the past. For this, it's important to lay rules, and the first rule is never to kill people for the sake of runes. But he can use the runes of the people he killed, but he still isn't able to make up for their shares. It's quite hard to establish such rules. That's why only a powerful figure can establish them. So he thinks he shouldn't be seen as going around murdering people. It is necessary to kill people who may take part in the coming future to destroy the world. Sang is saying that he is going to stop here, so Hansu says that he can do whatever he wants, while Mihi is asking him not to leave like this. But Sang, with his back towards them, is going far away from them. Here Hansu asks her if she is afraid of him, and she says yes, she is kind of afraid. But she can't leave like this because after that, even if she wants to come back, he will never accept her. So she's just going to stay with him until her end. He is now walking downstairs and is telling her, then okay, let's go. While Jin is stuck still there, cursing Hansu and saying that he is going to kill him. His wounds are healing now, and he is crawling somewhere while saying he is not going to forgive them, especially Mihi. But Jin sees a pair of feet in front of him, and when he looks up, it is Sang. He is standing in front of him now, so Jin thinks he can use this opportunity and starts asking him to help him stand up. And then he will help him become stronger in the future. But Sang is now picking a blade, so Jin starts saying that he is doing good if he is going to kill all these men to get the runes. But Sang is coming towards Jin. He is very scared now, seeing Sang approaching him. Sang is now grabbing Jin by his collar and saying that he has been telling him about his place. Now he needs to know his place too. He then kills Jin and is encouraging him while crying that he is not this weak, and he shouldn't cry over such a thing. He is now killing all the remaining people while thinking that why Hansu left him. It is because he didn't use his own strength and was relying on Hansu all this time. Only if he used his energy, things wouldn't turn out like this. He is thinking that there was the same for him even in the real world. where he used to shrink himself because of others. But now he is going to become strong, and soon he will prove himself to Hansu. Some monster birds are coming to attack Mihi while she is trying to frighten them so they can go back. But they are coming towards her again and again. So Hansu moves forward and kills those birds with his weapon. So she says that she again ends up getting our protagonist's help. But Hansu says that handling things alone and not depending on anyone are different things. And if her powers are having a loophole, she must seek help from her teammates. Then he gives her a share of runes. He then suggests she check all the pros and cons of her skills. Now Mihi is looking at her stats and thinking it's been 2 days since they arrived here, and today is the 3rd day. She thinks buying the skills of speed boost in magic and stamina was a good idea because she wouldn't be able to keep up without them. Also, she sighs that she is trying her best not to depend on Hansu. While our boy is looking at his stats, which have decreased up to 42, he thinks that the best method is to keep all the stats at the same value, and he didn't have to go through much trouble because he just exchanged it with Mihi, as she had low stamina and strength. Then they hear the assistant fairy. She is announcing to come to the arrival point and is asking them not to be late, otherwise they have to beat punishment. Now both are walking towards the arrival point while Mihi is looking at Hansu. So he says that if she wants to say anything, she can just tell him. So hesitantly she asks if he has a girlfriend. She then says that she shouldn't ask it as it is very personal, but she wants to ask another question too. Hansu is thinking that she is actually quite self-conscious but still very free. And also if Kangtae were here, he was going to be very happy hearing this, and would think that he is very famous. But he is thinking about Ares and also that he can't lose her again, but he just says that he doesn't remember anything. Now both have arrived at the point. Mihei is thinking that there are a lot of familiar faces here, but something is off about it. Now the assistant fairy is saying that she has 2 pieces of good news for them. The first is whoever will survive in this place for the next 72 hours can leave this place. She then asks the crowd to clap, but everyone is blankly looking at her. But then she again asks them furiously, so everyone starts clapping. She then says, "Let me show you the main start of the event." She then shows them a huge palace, which is a magical altar, and tells them that this is the main venue of the event. She then tells them a carnivorous beast is present inside it, which they have starved for a day, and now he is very hungry and is dying to get out of here. She tells me that the altar is very fragile and the beast can come out. In no time then, they have to fight with that monster or die out of its hands. But she then tells another news, which is that they can put this monster to sleep so it can't collapse the altar and not come out of it. She then asks if anyone knows the method of how to do it, but everyone says that they don't know. She starts telling them that they just need to feed him 5 people a day. People are thinking since it's 5 days, they need to feed that monster thrice, and the survivors are around about 60. So they need to feed a quarter of the people here so that monster. Then she shows footage of other people who tried to fight with that monster and died. So they all become afraid and are thinking that they should choose the option of 5 people. But then one of the men raises his hand and says, "How can they choose people?" But she says it's up to them whether to use force or draw lots. It's their choice because what she wants is 5 alive people daily for 3 days. Then she says that they have 1 hour to choose it, and then they will be safe for the next 24 hours. After that, the next day, they will have to choose 5 more people. Then she starts the timer of 1 hour, while people are yelling that they are going to die now. Here Mihi asks Hansu about what he thinks is the right choice. But Hansu says that results are already decided, so he doesn't know anything. Now the man is saying that they need to be fair, and they should draw lots to choose people. But then Sang comes forward and says that they don't need to be fair. Then the man asks Sang to give them another method, and while walking forward, he says that they have a very simple method. And while saying it, he breaks the pole with his hand, and says that they should sacrifice those people who are of no help. All of them are now looking at him as he broke the pole so easily and sang, thinking that all he has is one power, but now people are focusing on him. He is saying that 100 people already went missing before them, and to fight what is ahead, they must need to be strong, and they can't do it alone. So they must join hands. And for this, they don't need weak people. He then asks Hansu if he is right, and also asks him if he sees a difference in him. Sang asks our protagonist to join hands, as he doesn't have any intentions of being his enemy. But Hansu says that this method is quite good, and if he listens to his suggestions, they might not need to sacrifice anyone, and everyone will make it out alive. All the people are shocked on hearing that such a method really exists. But then one man says to our protagonist that he must not be thinking about fighting with that beast as they all watch the clip of how he killed all of them. And even if they all try to fight, they can't because the beast's powers increase upon feeding on people. But then Hansu says to that man, no one is asking him to fight. So the man asks in shock whether he is going to fight with that beast alone. Here Hansu says that yes, he is going to fight with him alone. But all the people are now talking about how he is going to fight with the monster alone. But the other man comes out yelling that he is not in his right mind about fighting with that beast alone, and they only have 1 hour. Otherwise, all of them are dead. Here, Sang is thinking that he still hasn't caught up with him, while Hansu says that he can fight with him, but it's difficult right now, so Sang thinks that he might need a few people, so he says that he can help him fight the monster. But Hansu says all of them are interrupting him, so they ask curiously what he wants them to do. So he says that if he can raise his strength and stamina by 30 each, he can easily fight with the monster. But then he says, let him make another suggestion, which is if all of them give him their runes, then he will take the responsibility of killing the monster. If he then combines strength and stamina, which become 100, and agility and senses, which become 50, and also after using the cloud snack, it is possible, as he knows it because of his years of combat skills. And after this, he can acquire the hidden piece too. He is thinking that even Eris, Keldian, and Kangtae weren't able to win it. It was Berserk Monarch Clementine who figured it out. Even though it is for a hidden piece, he needs to become stronger quickly, and he doesn't care who gives him the runes. He then says that if he reaches that level, he can enter the altar and kill that monster, and also that they don't have much time left. While that man says the weaklings don't possess this many runes, he then starts asking people for runes. But a boy steps forward and is saying to that man they will sacrifice him first, as he is the weakest. He then asks him if he even has runes or not. But that man is asking to respect him as he is older, but the boy is about to get the weapon and is saying that either he give all his runes to someone like him or sacrifice himself to the beast. He then says that all people here will vote on it, and let's see what happens. But that man then asks Hansu to take away the runes of that man. As the man is saying to Hansu that he can take the runes of the stronger ones here, another boy starts hitting him and is asking him if he is in his right mind. But the aged man is saying that he has a family and he needs to make it out of here alive. But people are suggesting sacrificing him so that monster can stay quiet for a little while longer. Now all people are fighting with him while our protagonist is thinking that he must need to stop this fight first. He then asks all the people to listen to him and says that he has other options too, if they want to listen to them. He then starts saying option 3 and then makes it 5, which is for the weaker individuals here. So people are frightened now, thinking that he is going to give the sacrifice of weaker people. And then someone yells that if he is really thinking of giving the sacrifice of people just because they are weak. The time is even less than 30 minutes now, and Hansu has already entered the altar while Mihi is standing in front of it. Here Sang comes and says that she should have just gone with him. But Mihi asks him if he really doesn't know anything about Hansu. She also wants to go with him, but he will never agree with it, and she can't keep following him. While Sang is thinking that if he really meant to be left behind, he asks her if she is going to wait for him. While turning her back towards the altar and walking ahead, she says that if she does, Hansu is going to scold her, and there will be no difference between her and other people. She remembers Hansu saying to the weak people before entering the altar that they are left behind because of their weakness, and they shouldn't be just taking rest while all others are running around to get runes. He then says that if they want to survive, they all must take 2 runes for themselves. Also, that Hansu, before going to the altar, made an offer with Mihi and said that she could pay him back by hunting for the next 72 hours. And he also tells her that she can do it, as she is very strong. She then says to Sang that Hansu always keeps his promises. So she is sure that he will keep this promise too, and now she needs to keep on moving forward so she can catch up with him. But Sang says that she can go with them if she wants to, but politely say that she is not interested in it. Now she is walking in the front while Sang is thinking that she has gotten quite brave and strong. He also says that his strengths are still not good and he needs to do something. Now few people are calling for Sang, and one of them introduces himself as Park Suyol. He is now asking if Sang is the leader of those people who came here with him. But he says that they are just friends, but they do follow him a lot. So Park says that this is what a leader does, and he is pretty awesome. While Sang and Park are talking about it, all the others are looking at them. Park then says that he realizes Sang knows Hansu pretty well, and he wants to talk about him with Sang, so he also agrees with it. While our protagonist is at the altar, he is thinking that Goblin's poison will not work, and he should use paralyzing poison instead. He then eats the flying cat beads as they recover the stamina while fighting. Now he is coming downstairs where that beast is, and is thinking that to fight with this monster, he needs to use a lot of cloud snacks. He then takes the cloud snack out of his pockets and puts it in his mouth. He is now going to create a new rune with different runes. As when the rune surpasses the stat of 100, it becomes a different rune and changes the colors from white to red, and then orange, and then yellow. The stat between 99.9% colorful runes and 0.01% colorless runes is very small, but as the gap increases, it becomes pretty significant. As for this monster that comes out at the tutorial phase, a normal rune would do. Hansu also knows that the more difficult and impossible some challenge looks, the more amazing the award would be. One on the other side saying, Park and a few other people are now crossing the magical barrier, while Sang said, "Let's go and help Hansu quickly." He is saying that carnivorous beasts have two specific race skills. The first one is fear. They paralyze their prey with fear and then feed on them. This increases their stamina by carnivory. And Hansu is glad that they don't know about the swamp yet, which is sucking the blood out of organisms. And if they do this, it will be very difficult for him to compete with the monster. His weapon is just going to make a small wound, but he knows an accurate method, which is restricting its movements. He is poking at the second meridian nerve of the beast with his weapon while the monster is suffering in pain. He then thinks, let's wait until he can't move again. The beast is now trying to paralyze him with his fear skill, but he is immune to magic. And moreover, Hansu has fought with a lot of dangerous monsters, and this is nothing in front of them. As he had different traits from others, he mastered himself with combat experiences and knowledge. He remembers how Kangtae used to say that combat is about prediction, and how our protagonist used to laugh at him. But now he can actually see it, as he can see where it is moving and where it is going to target. So Hansu is thinking that if he didn't increase his strengths, he wouldn't be able to fight with him, so fighting the beast inside the altar was the best choice. He is now thinking about the cloud snack and time left, while Park and other members are looking at them fighting from above and are saying that Hansu is quite brave because he still looks relaxed as he is fighting with the beast. Here Park says, "Let's get down quietly," while Sang starts yelling at Hansu that they are here to help him. Park gets furious at Sang for his shouting because he is afraid that the monster might see them, so he asks him to stop yelling, while Hansu is laughing and looking at them. Now Sang is also helping Hansu, while Park is saying to other members that they will kill both of them after they are busy fighting with the monster. And seeing them fighting, he also realizes that Hansu is not like a normal human being. He is more like a tiger, a silent monster who is full. He then starts telling them about what happened last night and how Hansu fought with a lot of men easily, and without hesitating, he killed them, and it seems like he was enjoying it. He says that once he succeeds in killing him, all other people and even Mihi will be under his control. The monster's movements are getting dull while Park and his members are coming down, but as they reach it, both of them are not here while the stairs of the altar are collapsing. They are now thinking that they are stuck here, so they should rest for a while, but the monster appears in front of them. They are thinking that Hansu will help them, but Hansu is going upstairs. They are saying to him that he can kill the beast with their little help, and are thinking, why is he giving up at the last moment? He is saying that he was going to kill that stamina, but Neo, because of them, will not be able to, because he will also gain its stamina because of them. He is thinking that he will fight with the beast once it finishes them. Now he is looking at the paralyzing poison, which is very little now, and he needs to do something if he wants to kill that monster. They are now looking for Sang, and he appears, saying that he hears all of them falling, so they realize he is the one who broke the stairs, and now they want to kill him. But he says that the beast here is already waiting for them to freeze in fear so it can eat them. Once it gains its stamina, they are all going to die. Now all of them are yelling to get Hansu's help, while he says that they are here willingly as a sacrifice. Now they realize that Sang has brought them on purpose. The beast is now feeding on Park and other members, while our protagonist is saying to Sang that he knows why he took them here. Sang has also realized how he can help Hansu now. He then asks Hansu to use him. Hansu asks why he would use him. So Sang says that he knows Hansu is different from others, as he is far-sighted and he has different goals. He says that he realized it when he fought with Jin and other thugs. He didn't kill any of them. Even when Alter arrives, he could have easily gotten rid of people, but he didn't. So Sang asks why he doesn't kill people. He says that anyone can tell that this is not your personality, so again, ask him to use him. He says that in return, Hansu can take Sang with him, or let him just follow him. Sang says that this time Hansu didn't have an option, but next time Sang will not let anything happen to him, and he also assures him that he will change himself. Sang tells how people will get out of their way because he stands out in the crowd. So Sang says that he can easily kill people and get rid of them because of him. He says that he can follow his mission while he kills the people who are behind him. He is thinking that he can also grow his abilities while he is with Hansu. Sang says that he must tell him his mission and how he wants to achieve it. But our protagonist asks him, what if such situations happen that he can't join him right away? He says this is a sign that there is something in the second tutorial, so Sang asks him to take him with him so he can become stronger too, and will help in the future. He is asking him for a chance and saying that he will make up for all the mistakes he made in the past. He again says, please use him. But then he says that he must not misunderstand his words. Hansu then asks him to meet him here at 1 tomorrow because the monster is not going to be here at that time. Our protagonist also says to Sang that he can take all the runes because he is the one who killed them. Now he is walking, saying that we should meet each other with a smile next time. Our protagonist is thinking that he is still not sure if he is reliable or not, but indeed he is going to need him in the future. He then remembers Eris telling him that he is going to pass to save lives, but he also must kill those who come in the way and act as a Punisher too. Punisher is an essential factor possessed not only by Alice but also by Monarch, and they get their hands dirty instead of their Monarch and help their Monarch to get closer to his goals. Our boy's thinking that initially he wanted to use Anvi Aaron, but he can use Sang for now, but he also doesn't know if he can trust him or not. He is now thinking that in the second tutorial, people are going to get scattered forcefully, and he is now sure if Sang will still think the same or not, but he can use the Punisher until he has him. He then says that finding the hidden piece is going to be his only goal, and he will kill the monster at once and get rid of it. Now he is telling about the second condition of hidden pieces, which is before the carnivorous beast escapes the altar, take it down, and he will find the hidden piece. After he kills that beast, a portal opens, and when he puts his hand in it, a ring appears, which is Vampire King Nurmaha's ring, and he then realizes that that's how Berserk Monarch got this ring. So he realizes this is why no one could get it. The second tutorial has started, and there are various standards to categorize the artifact. How it's important to keep your eyes on colors. A regular artifact is not more valuable than the superior color artifact. But he also tells us there are always exceptions as the traveler gradually develops the rune, the same way the growth type artifact absorbs the rune and changes its color. The most important artifact to flaunt is the numbering series. In solo numbering, 9 is Nurmaha's ring. With the name numbering series, it's not like there is only one item. As in the past, Clementine was the owner of Nurmaha's ring. He remembers that this is not symbolic of him without any reason, because in the faces of 8 authorities that originated from his hands, people were torn into pieces. And Hansu is saying that he can't believe he got his hands on this ring. As it was very hard to get this artifact, he can't throw it away. He then wears that ring, which is on a colorless level and can unlock only 1 authority. As far as he knows, it can unlock 8 authorities, but due to the level, it's not possible for now. To increase the level, he must fight with his enemy directly, and when the time limit ends, the limit is automatically lifted. Our protagonist is thinking that to make full use of it, at least one of the stats of the rune must be equal to it. So he realizes that he is going to need a lot of magic runes, and then he also needs to balance them. He then comes out of the altar where Sang, Mihi, and other people are standing. On seeing Hansu, Mihi starts running towards him, seeing that she heard from Sang that Hansu has killed that beast. As she is saying this, they realize that the altar has disappeared. He says that he made the order and promises he will succeed in it. On hearing this, Mihi starts blushing while Sang is thinking that trusting him is actually the right choice. But then Hansu says that there is still some time left before the second tutorial, so they all should hunt more. But then Mihi starts saying that she wants to go separate paths from Hansu because she is not qualified to be with him and always ends up relying on him. And she also said that gladly sang and offered her to go with him. So Hansu, after listening to her, just starts walking forward, thinking it's fine as they are not going to get together in the second tutorial, and she is thinking about her position, which is good. But then Mihi says that when they meet next time, she will try her best, so he simply says, sure. But then he asks Sang that when he asked Hansu to use him if he was really sure about it. Sang says that it's up to him, he knows nothing about it. A week later, our protagonist and other people are standing in front of the assistant fairy, who is announcing that the second tutorial has started, and she also says that a lot of people have survived the first tutorial. Then she says, let's change the stage first, and soon a light starts appearing beneath their feet. Now Hansu and a few other people are standing in a room where they hear a voice saying that, before entering the second tutorial, let's first do a head count. The assistant fairy then says that from onwards make sure there are no more than 7 heads in one room. In Hansu's room there are 8 people. The assignment fairy says that first they make the 7 head count, and then they will tell them what to do next. And she also says that she doesn't mind even if they reduce more people. She says, discuss it with the team and do whatever you want. Then one of the men said that no wonder he was thinking that things were progressing too easily. Now they are looking at Hansu and are thinking that he must be Hansu. One of the men says that he hasn't seen him fighting but thinks that he must be worth it. Then a woman comes forward and says, why don't we all introduce ourselves and try to make an appeal for our lives? Then a man comes forward with a strange weapon and is saying that his name is Dakiol and says that no one can have better skills than him. Hansu knows that this is chi art and this rune uses magic to boost other skills, and a person can also strengthen the weapon using this rune. He thinks that chi is definitely a unique skill to have, but that man can't have anything here. Then another man speaks up, saying his name is Kang Man, and he has the skills of healing. Then a boy whose name is Hanchiol says that he has the skills of combat. Then another man asks if they mean that someone must die. So that man says that we are a family, and they shouldn't kill them. Then Dakiol says to that young lady it was her idea of an introduction, and she hasn't introduced herself yet. She says that her name is Jimin and she will show them her ability right now. Then she starts going towards Daehyul, and with her powers she killed him immediately. She then takes the colored rune and asks others to take the other runes. Hansu is thinking that things are easier now, and also the people who died in the past are still alive, which means the flow has already changed. Then the assistant monster appears and says they reached their target before anyone, and also that he is now going to tell them the details. She then shows them a place around the mountains and says its name is Ascension Path, and they must climb it for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. She says that once they pass it, the adventurous world will open to them, and then she wishes them the best of luck. Now they all are crossing the bridge, then Hanchul shouts behind Hansu, saying they are going to be together for quite a time, so they should know each other. They all are thinking why Hansu is in such a hurry, but then they realize the bridge is collapsing, so they run as fast as they can to reach the end. Then she says that she forgot to tell this. She says that as time passes, things are going to collapse, and mountains collapse fast, so they should be careful. Jimin suggests that they should follow Hansu because he might make something. But they have been walking for quite a time, so they are now thinking no bridge has come yet, and they think that Hansu doesn't know anything about where he is going. But they realize Hansu has been eating something, so Hanchul asks him. He is eating oak tree bark and says that this is somehow poison antidote. But as soon as he asks why he even needs antidote, a snake attacks him, but Hansu saves him and even catches that snake, which is actually very big. Hanchul is asking Hansu how he knew that the attack was coming, so our protagonist simply says that he has powers. Here a snake attacks Hanchul's hand, but then he kills him with his blade. They are runic snake adults, and their temperament changes according to the runes on their head, and that's why they are very unpredictable. Hanchul is looking at his hand where that snake just bit him and is thinking that the snakes are attacking again and again without giving him the chance to heal. And at this point, his body might not be able to take it. Hanchul yells at the man to not hide behind them and help him to kill these snakes, but he says that he has his family with him and he must protect them. Hanchul is thinking that it doesn't matter if he has a family because he is the one protecting them in the front. Kangman is now saying to Hanchul that he should be the one protecting them, and he also says, while smiling, that he must not let him hurt too, as Kang has the powers of healing. While Han is thinking that his sword is just for show, Kang starts saying that if they want him to heal them, they must give him 3 strength runes, 1.5 dexterity runes, or 1 mana rune. On the other side, Jimin and Hansu are busy killing the snakes. While Han is thinking that if it's only him who thinks this whole situation is very bad, that man with his family is giving the runes to Kang to heal his wife. Kang is asking Chaeol to not just stand there and keep on moving. Here Chaeol hears a voice asking him what is going on his side, but then Han asks him about what is happening on his side, so that voice says that there is a rescuer upstairs, and he must climb up to go there. He also asks him to find more members here so they can increase their strength, but Chaeol says that he doesn't even know whom he can trust. Whether the man with his proclaimed powers, or the woman carrying the sword, or that cunning Kang with healing powers, or the useless family of 3. But that voice says that survival comes before anything. Chaeol says that he will think about it later, while Hansu is thinking that it's too quick that there are people with monarch traits. Monarch, like Eris and Berserk, all have the abilities to lead their group, and they give their own symbols to their clan members, and all the clan members feel quite close bonding with each other, and they can even communicate with each other due to this. But he says that there is a limit on the number of people Monarch can have, as they are busy now scouting people as their clan members. So our protagonist thinks if he wants to fight with them, he must have strength. Because if they want people to listen to them, then they must have strength to back it up. They have killed a lot of snakes and are now collecting their runes. Now they are moving forward and are thinking they have left the habitat of those monsters. But Hansu is thinking that it means they are near to the mutant runic snake. And as he slides the bushes with his hands, he sees a gigantic mutant runic snake sitting there. That snake is a rune eater snake. One of the men says that's why Hansu wants to fight with that snake, as they can see that he is not attacking them as long as they are not doing anything. Why don't they just leave? But our protagonist says that he wants to fight with it, and he also doesn't care if they climb before him, so they can go if they want to. But that man says he didn't mean that. The man says they all must move together, but Hansu corrects him, saying they aren't moving together, but they all are just moving in the same direction. And then he proceeds to walk in the direction of that snake while Jimin is saying that they can't do anything about it. But for now, they must keep on moving. But Chaeol is thinking that he should stay behind and help Hansu. But Kang starts saying that if he is thinking of helping Hansu, he should give up now. Then Chaeol asks him why he is saying this. So Kang says that all this time everyone sought healing from him, while Hansu didn't even once. He says to Chaeol that he acts like he has been on this battlefield for ages and people like him don't listen to anyone. He also says that as far as he can see, Hansu is not going to last that long, which is quite a waste of such unique talent. Meanwhile, our protagonist is fighting with that snake. Hansu realizes that the snake doesn't attack him while the magic rune is active, but with the exception of the dexterity rune, it attacks him. He then attacks the head of the snake where the rune is placed, but realizes that the snake is way quicker than the scaled snake, but also its powers are not close to carnivorous beast. Our boy says that the moment he attacks the snake, it turns on the resistant rune, and therefore the damage is quite weak on him. He thinks that fighting with the snake is nothing but just a hassle, and he can finish it with only a simple way. He then says to himself to focus on the central trees, which are resembling a nest. He then ignores the snake and starts running towards that nest because he knows the snake will forget about its own defense to protect its nest. And then when the snake is trying to protect the nest, he suddenly attacks the snake, and within seconds our protagonist kills that snake. He is now standing in front of the rune eater snake's egg. He is now holding the egg in his hand, and then he puts the rune right beside the egg. Suddenly the egg cracks and a baby snake comes out of it, which is quite smaller than its adult form. But that juvenile snake has a very special trait, which is it eats 3 runes and spits out 2 runes of the owner's choice. Hansu says that this might be a loss for others, but having the runes for his choice is more important to Hansu now. He says that from now on he needs to increase his magical and physical resistance runes, and then he asks the baby snake to rest for a while. On the other side, the man with his family has gotten separated from other members, and the man is now looking at the map while his daughter is asking him where they are going now. But he says that the map doesn't show all the details and they can't move freely since they know that it is very dangerous out there. Then she hears something behind the bushes and becomes afraid, thinking it might be a monster. But then Hansu comes out of it. Then the man asks whether he is running away from that monster, but Hansu simply says that he actually caught it. The man and his wife become very shocked hearing this. He then asks them where the others are, so now the man is telling him how they abandoned them. He tells our protagonist how he begged them to not leave them behind, but they said they couldn't keep the weaker ones with them. The daughter then says they even blocked the path so they can't follow them. Hansu becomes very furious and says that it's not their right to look down on others, and then he asks them to keep on moving as they have wasted a lot of time. As he starts walking, the man and his family also start following him. When he asks what they are doing, the man says that he was the one who said that they are not together, but are just going on the same path. So Hansu then says to do whatever they want, as he is going to fight with all the monsters alone. He is now killing the monsters one by one, and is using the snake to make the runes of his own desire, which proved to be very useful for him. Our protagonist is now thinking of making food while the family is sitting far away and is looking at him. The daughter says that they should fight too, but her father stops her, saying that it's a blessing they are together as a family and they should stay together and not do anything. He then again starts walking, and they are running behind him. Now he is entering a tunnel, and the man and his family are also behind him. After walking for a while, they come out of the other side and see a large crowd already standing there. They realize that this is the destination, and the family is happy they made it this far together. While Kang and Chiol are looking at Hansu and thinking that he is still alive and in pretty good shape, so the rumor about him killing the carnivorous beast alone must be true. The assistant fairy then appears and starts talking with that man and his family, saying that they are late and still making noises. Then he closes the tunnel into him, saying no one is left now. She then welcomes everyone to the first floor dock and says that 75 people are left now, so they do not need to have many casualties. Then the ticket appears in front of everyone, and she is now telling them that this special event is for these tickets. She tells them to move from the first collapsing floor to the second one with this ticket. She tells us there are some floors that are loaded with monsters and lava, but if someone's luck is good, they might end up on a central or southern island, which is full of treasure. She tells them there are few rules that they must know. Only 3 people will take a boat with the help of 3 tickets. But if 3 people use 3 tickets, they will scatter into different islands, which can be anywhere. But if 2 people use 3 tickets, they can go together but can't choose their destination. But if one person uses all 3 tickets, they can go anywhere they want. She tells them the outskirts are collapsing, and the difficulty varies for different islands, and they must choose the better position. She then says they can check the map too, and only 30 minutes are left before this first floor collapses. There are 25 boats in the front waiting for them. She then says they all know survival is necessary by whatever means, as it becomes more fun. Now people are fighting with each other for tickets. Meanwhile, that man is kneeling in front of Hansu to protect his family. The father is saying that they need more tickets to reach the island together and safely, and as Hansu is very strong, he should help them get more tickets. The man says if he does this, he will save innocent lives, but Hansu says he should take responsibility for himself and his family. But the man is begging to help him while someone is standing far away and is looking at them. He is Chiol, who is now coming forward and then hits that man with his legs. He asks our protagonist while holding that man by the collar why he is even listening to him. He can just snatch his tickets forcefully. He then gives an offer to Hansu to come with him, and he can even provide him the tickets if he needs them. He says that he doesn't like his teammates, and he knows Hansu also thinks the same. He then tells him about his powers, which were given by his leader, and says that he can have them too if his leader accepts him. He then suggests they should stay together, but Hansu refuses it. Cheol says that he doesn't know about the clan yet. That's why he is saying this. But Hansu remembers his time with Eris and others and thinks that he knows it very clearly. But Hansu says this time he is now going under a monarch because it will distract him from his goal. As he is thinking about this, Cheol throws a ticket in front of him, saying he got it from that man. Meanwhile, that man's wife and daughter are crying for help. Cheol says that he is going to meet others on Central Island, and this ticket is a gift for him. Meanwhile, a man sees this ticket and starts saying whether they want it or not. Hansu doesn't say anything and starts walking in the front while all the people are now fighting for that ticket. The man is begging. This is his ticket, and they should give it to him. People are now hitting that man, and when his daughter comes forward to save him, a man kills her. Now the man and his wife are crying at the daughter's death and are thinking that it's all planned to keep them as a family, so they should see this. The monster is now saying that on this stage everyone is meant to kill others so they can survive. While Jimin is now coming towards our boy and is asking him why he rejected Cheol's offer, Hansu then says it was because of his own reasons and also what she wants to say now. She then says she also wants to make a proposal and then takes off her gloves, and he realizes she is also some clan member. She then asks him to join her. He asks her if she is here because of the sympathy for him, but then she corrects him, saying pity. She is the last one, as everyone has already left the first floor. Now only one boat is left, and people are now begging Hansu to take them with him. He is thinking that he should have saved all of them, but he can't because in the tutorial area, the fairy's powers are strong. He then starts killing all of them because he knows that fairy will throw them in poison and will enjoy the melting and suffering in pain. He says they can resent him all they want, but he is actually helping them in his own way. The assistant fairy is now saying that he comes out pretty good, and also says that she will not tell anyone how he killed all the people here. But Hansu says that he shouldn't regret what he just did because he is here to win, and now the next task is to reach Central Island. He is now sitting on the boat to go to the Central Island. Assistant Fairy is now welcoming the 1,121 survivors to the Land of Opportunity, which is Central Island. She is now telling people 3 things that are very important on Central Island. The first one is defending the castle that houses the crystal. The second is getting stronger in the underground dungeon, which is unique to this region. And the last one is fighting the monsters. Now people are fighting with the monsters to survive. A lot of people are getting killed while doing this. Inside the castle, the monarchs are talking about how they are suffering from a lot of damages, and they need to make some rules now. Park Jung-wook is saying if they fail in this, not only will they lose the crystal, but they will also die at the hands of monsters. While the Ajun Yun Hwajung clan monarch is saying they should wait for other monarchs too. Hong Xia of the Noah clan monarch is saying powerful ones are already here, so they don't need to wait. Lee Gut-K of Smog clan monarch is asking for their suggestions on what they should do now. Jung-wook says the biggest problem is defense, and for this they need to gather more people who are not linked to any monarch, even by force. Shia say that they don't have the right to force them. Jung-wook says another attack is coming within 3 hours, and if they couldn't do anything, then all of them would die. They are saying that the number of people leaving to fight the dungeon is quite a lot, which is a very serious matter. These people have formed a group and given it the name Basement Alliance and are actively fighting, so he thinks that the fight with them is not going to be easy, as they are only capable of defense. But then one of them says they should send the clan members to the front of the basement, but the other monarch starts yelling that then how are they supposed to protect the castle? But then one suggests the weak clan should go first so they can reduce the losses. But Shia is thinking if only all 1,100 focused on defense, then things would be a lot different. Initially everyone was doing this, but then someone came back from the dungeon with an artifact and became powerful, so now a lot of people are leaving for the dungeon. Shia is thinking about how they are going to protect the castle, but then Jimin calls for her while opening the door, but she says she doesn't have time to listen to her. She tells her she has important news, which is that someone is fighting with the Basement Alliance. A man is kneeling. In front of someone said he was not going to switch himself to the Basement Alliance. He was just going to hunt for a few days so he could become powerful too. He is Hansu, and then he throws his weapon towards that man, which passes through right below his shoulder, and he falls back. Then our protagonist says that man is dismissed now, and now he is moving closer to him, but the man is begging him to stop. Here Hansu says that this man's stats are surely weaker than his, but why he still can't win against him. Then another man attacks Hansu with a knife, saying he can't order them. Here, Hansu says that the knife has the skills to enhance its cutting powers, which is a pretty good artifact for a colorless one. But even the knife can't do anything to him because he is resistant to the magic. Hansu is now hitting that man again and again, and now saying that it's not fun just hitting him without making him die. All the monarchs are thinking, who is he? Then one of them says, he is the man Hanshul mentioned before. One asks what a magical beast is doing with him. While Hansu is ordering all the people in the basement and the clan alliance to join forces and rotate between hunting and defending, he asks the monarchs if they have any opinions, but they simply say that he can have as many useful men as he wants and make them join his clans. He then says that people outside will listen to all the monarchs and there is not going to be any problem, but they realize this is going to be in their favor and not his. They all wonder what he is actually trying to do. They ask him what he actually wants because he can't simply help them unless he has his own ulterior motives. But our protagonist says that he doesn't want anything until everyone is following the rules. But one monarch says to Hansu, what if he changes his mind and wants to end the clan alliance? Hansu says he doesn't have time to argue about it, but if they are still worried about this, he then disappears. All the monarchs stand up and are holding their weapons now because they think he is going to attack them. But one of them says this is simple invisibility and he can't move from his place. But then Hansu appears from behind him and puts his knife on his neck, saying if he really thinks he can't attack even if he wants to. He is now saying that he doesn't have any intentions of being hostile with them. But as for now, the situation calls for joining forces, and let's do our best to protect ourselves and the castle. He says this is all he wants. He then comes out of the castle thinking that they have been fighting for a long time. So joining forces is not going to be easy, but it is necessary to do this. But this is just the beginning, and they are going to face a lot more. But then Jimin again appears in front of him, saying she wants to hear the different answer to the question she asked last time. She starts moving closer to him and is saying that she wants to give him a serious invitation to join her clan. And then she asks if there is someone else in his mind. She tells him that she even knows a girl named Mihi was with him in Gangnam Station, but he stayed silent, so she says that she is going to take it as a no. But then he starts walking while ignoring her. Then she says he should have at least pretended to listen to her, but he says he needs to go to the city walls. Now all the people are doing their work assigned to them. The one man reports to Cheol that the city wall is quite secure too. Then Cheol asks the injured one to go downstairs to take some rest and asks the man how their clan is doing. So the man says they managed to maintain a more consistent defense than the last time. He also tells that people from the Basement Alliance weren't doing well at first, but after they helped them a lot. Because of them, they didn't suffer much damage. They don't have the time, as the monster is guarding the defense line. Hansu is looking at Cheol and is thinking that he is managing people quite well, and only if he had members could he have recruited him too. As people are busy thinking about how to fight Castle, they say that she knows they have been waiting for her. She asks if they have been resting very well for 2 days, but all the people are thinking that the assistant fairy is not a good sign. She then says, from today onwards, demons are going to appear in the defense battles. She assures them that they are not that powerful, and also that they have been fighting for quite some time but got nothing. But fighting with the demons and killing them will give them a crystal. She is telling them this is a great opportunity, as they can exchange these crystals for the artifact from the exclusive store. Even with the help of these crystals, they can also buy an escape ticket to escape this place. Only 5 people can team up with each other. Then she said, best of luck to everyone, and disappeared. While a demon is now coming to attack the people, they all are yelling at each other to go and fight with the demon, as no one between them knows how to fight a demon. Here Hansu asks everyone to move aside and is now going to fight the demon. He realizes the demon is quite powerful, and also that he doesn't have Cloud Snack now. He has also increased his resistance and defense with the help of Rune Snake Eater, but his attacking power is not that strong. So he says that he will use the artifacts he got from the dungeon. He is now using the rogue's light stepping boots. He says that he is going to use speed to fight with him. The demon then attacks him with its full power, and he falls on the ground. Now Hansu is using his magical sword against the demon's powers. While Cheol is wondering how much he has gotten stronger, he is fighting with the demon alone. Here Youngwook orders Cheol to get ready, as this is their time to grab the chance. But Cheol thinks this is not a good decision, and asks him, Captain, that they shouldn't fight. But the captain says if they don't fight, others will try this. Grab the opportunity. Monarchs are running towards that demon, thinking it is only one and they can kill it. While Jimin is Shia, they are going to join too. But she says they should just wait, as she wants to know the capability of Hansu. Our protagonist is fighting with the demon while people are standing behind him, as they are also going to attack the demon. On seeing this, our boy starts thinking that the demon is going to use its race skills, and thus he can't afford to get distracted by others. He realizes this demon hasn't used this skill for quite a while, and he is thinking maybe there is a reason. He remembers that the demons have race skills that vary among them individually and make them unpredictable. He realizes maybe it is because this demon uses area of effect attacks. He is now yelling at the travelers to stand back, as they can't handle such a demon. Kang is saying to others that he is having a bad feeling about this, and they should step back and just watch the fight. But the other man says they need to stay closer so they can at least take part in the finishing blow. The demon is now using its race skills, which are Inferno Hell and Hellfire, and within a few seconds the whole place is covered with fire now. One of the men comes forward with his artifact and says it can protect him from fire. But within a few seconds, the man is now covered in fire and is shouting for help, while others are now running for their own lives. Our protagonist is now going to use the full powers of the ring. Then he uses his sword to destroy the flames, and people are very shocked seeing this, and they also realize Hansu is not an easy opponent. While Hansu is thinking that he is the only one who can fight with the demon that has the powers of the Inferno Hell triple chain. While one of the men is wondering whether he is really a traveler, as they all started together, there is now a huge gap between the others and Hansu. All of the monarchs are thinking they should make a plan, otherwise they will lose all the advantages. Hansu has killed the demon, and now people are preparing for the next wave. The monarchs are now gathering and switching their clan members. Jimin is standing beside the wall, and Cheol is walking towards her and is saying she shouldn't wait for him because he is not going to come, as Cheol also did this before. But Jimin gets nervous and says she is not waiting for anyone. But Cheol says he knows she is waiting for Hansu, as he is the only one here who is worth waiting for. He is saying that he also knows she is following the orders of Monarch. He then says, as they are alone here, they should talk openly. He is saying, as she also knows, that Clan Alliance is getting shaky, and she also must know the reasons for it. But she then asks him why he is telling this to her. As Cheol is talking about the proposal, Jimin feels someone is watching them. As they both started seeing that on that side no one was there, she thought maybe it was her imagination. While one of the monarchs is looking out of the window and is saying that it's been quite a while since Hansu started monopolizing the demons, he is not doing any unusual activity, as they haven't gotten any reports about it. As his clan members are watching him constantly as he is always fighting the demons and visiting the dungeons, he doesn't even rest that much. Then a girl is standing in front of that monarch and is saying, those people who aren't in any clan always pick the fight with clan members. He tells her he was expecting this, as Hansu is the only one who is holding out his best as a non-clan member. It's very natural for such troublemakers to appear. He also knows the Clan Alliance only listens to Hansu's words. Then he is telling us he has prepared something for this. He is telling his plan that if the authority wavers, they are not going to be able to do anything, as it is something that shouldn't happen for the sake of future plans. He then asks all the clan members to gather and is now talking about the future of the Clan Alliance. On the other side, Hansu has killed another demon. He then throws his weapon, which has become useless now. He is talking with his snake that he now realizes that top-tier artifacts that are sold in crystal shops, most of them are clan exclusive and have excellent effects, so he must not let the clan members get their hands on the crystals. Otherwise, it's going to be a competition for him. As for now, this is his biggest mission. He has now got 60 crystals and is exchanging them for artifacts. He says even though he can get a lot of weapons, it's better to stick to those he is familiar with. He then gets Decrato's judgment and says, this weapon is going to make the battles easier for a while. He is now going to test it on the demons and is also thinking that only 10 days are left before these defense battles are going to end. On the other side, one of the monarchs is saying that he is curious to see who is going to make the first move in the remaining time. After 10 days, the assistant fairy again appears and is saying that the travelers for sure are making things more interesting, and she is now telling the survivors that they have prepared an event for them. Travelers are getting scared, as this is not the time for another wave of monsters, but the corpses of demons are now accumulating in the fortress. The hidden quest of Central Island is now starting, which is the Demon King subjugation method. The fairy is now suggesting they not go near the fortress wall and is now saying they have two options. First is staying here and withstanding the attacks of the undead, and second is to escape using the crystal. She also tells them the undead this time are very different from the previous ones. She then says if they don't want to do it, they can choose to face the demons summoned inside the fortress. People are now yelling at the fairy that she never told them about the Demon King, but she says she didn't want to tell them about the Demon King as there is a high chance they all are going to die and she can't do anything about it. She is now telling them the crystal will only activate 30 minutes after the attack of the undead, and it can only transport 500 people, so she says half of them are going to be left behind, but if they kill the demon, then everyone can leave this place. She then gives them 10 minutes to think and say this event is very special, and she can only wait this much. Kang is saying that he only knew they had to survive for a month, nothing else. Then one of the monarchs suggests his clan members hold out for 30 minutes, and then they will leave this place using the crystal. He then starts ordering everyone asking Clan Alliance to go near the crystal while other members stand in the front. But Kang starts yelling at him because he knows he is only trying to get his clan members out of this place. But that monarch says that he is thinking of a way to save the majority. But Kang says this is truly a monarch's idea, as they don't care about what happens to them and only try to save those who are under their control. But the monarch asks if he had any better idea he can tell them. But he also says that even the demon of the first day killed dozens of travelers within a single attack, and now they are going to face the Demon King. So that monarch asks him if he prefers to go to the other island with others, or give away his life just like a moth gives to the light. The atmosphere is now changed, and Kang is thinking about what to do. Here Hansu comes and starts saying the only way to escape this place is by hunting the Demon King, because if they hunt it, all the survivors can escape this place. The monarch of the Smog clan is asking him whether he is confident that he can survive, but our protagonist simply says he doesn't know about it. But Hansu says he is sure about one thing, which is if they head towards the crystal, then more than 500 people will die. Then a girl speaks up saying she is going to follow Hansu, and also saying they can't even trust any of the clan members. Now they are shouting, "Let's hunt down the Demon King together." But here Shia, Youngwook, Jimin, and Cheol also say they want to join them to hunt down the Demon King. A girl with the Smog clan monarch is saying they need to stop them, because if the battle starts, all of them have to fight for their survival. Hansu is telling other people to not only think about the fighting with the monster, because they are also going to deal with the aftermath. The girl then suggests the monarch's Smog clan cooperate and wait for the right time. He then says that he was expecting this. He says for now they will go with their plan, but they still have a chance. Now everyone has decided, but then Hansu says he needs to do something before that. And then with his weapon he breaks that crystal they have been protecting into pieces. While everyone is yelling at him about what he just did, he is saying as they are heading to the fortress that they are not going to need it anyway. He says that leaving the escape route is only going to weaken everyone. All the travelers agree with him and are saying, let's just only look forward. Everyone is now shouting, let's follow Hansu and kill that Demon King. But our protagonist asks them to not follow but move forward for their own sake and fight to survive. Now time has also ended. They are now entering our fortress and are saying that they can't believe this is the same fortress, as the interior is completely changed now. The Demon King then says they all are here, and she can't make them leave without having fun, and suddenly the door of the fortress closes. The door is sealed now, and suddenly the floor starts collapsing, and then monsters come out of them and are now attacking the travelers. But Hansu asks them not to panic and tells them these suckers are no better than the demons they have fought before. He asks them to fight the monsters while he is looking at a door and realizes the Demon King is beside it, which is the main problem as of now, and somehow he needs to pass through that door. But then the Demon Gatekeeper comes out of here. Our protagonist is asking people, as they have got two enemies now, they all should split into two groups. Those who are in charge of giving buffs should move to the back, while those who are good in ranged attacks should come to the front. He also says those who aren't good should manage the surroundings. While Youngwook starts saying rushing like this is not good, Hansu starts running towards the gatekeeper without listening to him. He realizes this gatekeeper is modeled after the gatekeeper in Abyss. It's actually weaker than that, but movements are similar, so he can easily predict them. Moreover, he can now use the Decretos powers. He then binds that demon with the chain, which can stretch up to 12 meters and is now using the suppression method. Because with the help of this method, he can drain the magic of the opponent and cast the curse, which can decrease its stats. He is now asking others if they are just going to stand there. So Youngwook asks clan members to prepare for the attack and make sure they honor their clan's name, while Shia is also ordering her clan members to attack while low resistance stays behind. So Jimin says she is going to attack first. While the demon is also summoning the Hellfire, Hansu is asking them to keep on attacking while he needs to find the spot from which Hellfire is coming, and then he can handle it. While Jimin is saying that the Hellfire is going to make his attacks useless, he says he just needs to get rid of the spot of Ignition Stone from where the Hellfire is drawn. He then breaks it, and suddenly the flames around the demon disappear. Our protagonist then says not to worry about it anymore, as this demon can't use the flames now, and he asks them to keep on attacking. On the other side, the demon non-clan members were supposed to fight with is killing them, and they are doing nothing and are saying that Hansu is supposed to fight with this demon too, while the monarch of the Smog clan is happy seeing that they all are wavering now, and things are going to get easier for him. Now the monarch of the Smog clan is thinking of turning people against Hansu and is now saying that it's all his fault, as he is the one who dragged everyone here, and now people are dying because of him. While fighting with the demon, Cheol starts saying that he should also fight with the monsters, as he is the one here who is doing nothing. But that monarch says that he is far better than others, and he is going to prove it to them soon. He then orders his members to attack the monsters, and asks everyone to witness the powers of Special Unit Forces. Now they are killing the monsters one by one, so Hansu asks the others to join that side as well, and he is going to handle other things. He is now fighting again with the gatekeeper monster, so the girl with Monarch is saying that he is killing monsters alone, which actually requires a dozen of pepper to fight with them. As Smog clan members are now fighting with the monsters, Hansu says that he can now focus on his own fight. So now Hansu, Jungwook, Jimin, Xia, and others are now fighting with the monsters. After a while, they have killed all the monsters, and now Smog's clan members are giving the crystals to their monarch and are asking him to exchange them for artifacts. Then the girls suggest to the monarch they have created the special forces with the help of the clan alliance, so nurturing the special forces is now their priority. But he says he wants to use what he got for clan members first, as he is the temporary leader of the special forces, which are actually alliance forces, so he assures her not to worry. On the other side, Jungwook is listening to them and is wondering how alliances manage to build such a group. Xia is now telling him that she found out about their being secretive quite a while ago. It seems like they have gotten control of their unruly lord and are now appearing as a proper alliance. But then she says Hansu, as the main person, doesn't seem to care about it. So now both of them are saying to our protagonist that alliances seem like they are trying to mess with you. But Hansu assures them not to worry about it, as he has a pretty good idea about it. When they ask him about the idea, he asks them to keep watching them unless they take direct action, as he has already made all the preparations. Here Jimin and Cheol are coming towards them, and Cheol is saying that since they are going to fight in the front line, things are going to be easier, and they also can't go back, as initially they came forward on their own. Jimin says they are not sure about them, and what if they change their minds and again do nothing? They always help them, but in return those people just ignore them. But Jungwook says, whatever the case is, if they want to survive, they have to kill that demon king, so alliance forces are going to do the same. But now Xia is looking at the people, who are now very weak after fighting with all the monsters, and she is wondering if they can really fight with the demon king. But then a girl appears, and she is saying that if they want to survive and get out of here, then defeating the demon king is the only option. She then comes towards Hansu and is now introducing herself. Her name is Seong Yi Yeon while she is talking with our protagonist. Jimin is getting very furious seeing this. As soon as she tries to touch him, he pushes her hand away and is now asking what she is actually trying to do. She says she just wants to introduce him to someone who is interested in him. She is now going away, saying if he is interested too, he can tell her whenever he wants. While Jimin is getting very angry, he is grabbing the shoulder of Xia very furiously. Cheol is now saying that he once tried to talk with her, but she ignored him. He wonders if she only talks to non-clan members. But without listening to him, Hansu asks everyone to keep on moving. As they are now going to defeat the Demon King, the fairy again appears here and is asking if they are really going to kill the Demon King. She then says that travelers are very interesting this time. The assistant fairy then says they don't need to kill the Demon King to pass the portal, but they only need to survive for 30 minutes. As they hang for 39 minutes, then the Crystal of the Throne will activate. With this portal, the fairy is saying they can go to any island using crystals, and they can also use crystals to take the escape pass, but he tells them this is not an easy opportunity. Then she asks them to do their best, and then they will meet on the second island. Now they all are standing in front of the Demon King. The Demon King is now ordering all the spirits of monsters to arise and attack them. Hansu realizes that this demon is the downgraded version with less than half of the powers of the original, which is in the abyss. He is now using mini crystals to buy an artifact, which is Decratos' Judgment's matching pair of chain sickles. He says that he is going to attack these demons with the two unique skills of Decratos' Justice, which are Split and Retrieve. He then throws the weapon towards the spirit, and using the split method, the weapon turned into multiples, and all the weapons are now stuck in that demon's body, so the Demon King becomes very furious, and it summons other monsters too. So Hansu asks others to kill these summoned monsters while he is going to deal with the Demon King. As there are way too many monsters, Cheol yells at the Special Forces clan to come and help, but their monarch asks them to just keep watching and not do anything. Jimin then says she knew that they were going to do something. Hansu realizes what the Smog clan and their monarch are going to do, so he asks them to manage the Demon King for a while, but Jimin says they can't do it without him. As Hansu is about to go, the Demon King again attacks him. Here, Jungwook comes in front of our protagonist and is holding out the Demon King's powers with his sword and is asking Hansu to do quickly whatever he is going to do. While people with species forces are thinking they should also help a little now, suddenly someone stabs one of them from behind, and he falls on the ground. It is Smog's clan monarch. The girl starts yelling at him about what he just did, but he orders his members to kill everyone while they're busy killing the monsters. The girl is telling the monarch that the battle hasn't ended yet, and at this point he's just going to kill everyone, even his calm members too. So he says that even his clan members are trash, and they all will choose to die for their monarch. Hin then says it's time for her to die. As soon as he attacks her, Hansu appears in front of him. Our protagonist says that he is finally showing his true self now, but that man asks what he is doing here in the back instead of fighting with the Demon King in the front. Hansu is thinking he has finally revealed himself as the monarch in disguise, and he says that even the traces of the Black Monarch he must kill in the tutorial zone. That villain says to Hansu that he is going to take his time while the Demon King will kill others very soon. He says that he had prepared himself to be the sacrifice, but he is going to take Hansu with him. But Hansu says he is mistaken about it, as he is not here to get in his way, but he is here to make a proposal. Hansu asks him whether he wants to listen to it or not, as the proposal is quite good this time. So that man is now thinking about it. While Youngwook is barely managing the Demon King, others are also trying their best to fight the monsters. After a while, Hansu is now back and kills the monster with which Cheol has been fighting for quite a while, so they ask him where he has been all this time, but he only says he was gone to make preparations for what is going to come next. The Demon King says this is getting boring now, but then suddenly Hansu attacks her and puts the chains all over its body. She gets very furious. While doing this, Hansu keeps on blocking others, so as Xia is trying to ask him why he is doing this, but then suddenly the Demon King casts her magic on him. He falls far behind from his place, and now it's fire all over, and Hansu can't be seen, so everyone is yelling for Hansu. They all are thinking that maybe he is dead, but Xia says it is not possible for him to die this easily. But Jimin yells he is up there on the roof. All the people are wondering how he got there. He then throws his weapon towards the Demon King and again uses the split method. Now he is holding the Demon King tightly with his chain weapon, while she is saying that it's been a while since she enjoyed a fight like this. Now she is asking Hansu if he is going to use all his strength to fight against her, but our protagonist says, while taking out one of his runes, that this has enough firepower to fight against her. Now the Demon King is reaching her hands towards Hansu to catch him, and Hansu shouts for Cheol to pass him the great sword. As Hansu is about to catch it, but then suddenly the Demon King takes her gigantic hands from both sides of Hansu and catches him in them. Now all are looking at its hands, but Hansu appears out of nowhere in front of the Demon King and attacks its face, and now all are thinking that it's over and he has killed the Demon King. But they are also wondering why the crystal is not moving yet. Hansu says this battle is not over. The demon is now laughing and is saying it's been a while since she felt such pain. So the demon says she is going to use all its powers for him now, and as she is gathering all the powers in her hand, suddenly Xia attacks the Demon King with her weapon, so the Demon King says there are still some insects left and she must kill them first. So she asks spirits to attack Xia, but Jimin appears in front of her and kills all the spirit monsters. The demon says she is going to make all of them disappear, but then she attacks our boy, saying this is the reward for entertaining her. Now the Demon King is making all the people fly and then making all of them fall on the floor with speed. Now all the travelers are shouting in pain, but they are still worried about Hansu. While our protagonist is still fighting with the Demon King, he now throws his weapon towards the Demon King with all his strength, even though he is quite injured. But the Demon King says this attack is now going to do anything to her. She is saying if she could use her real powers and if she had a little more time, she could have killed all the humans. But then they look at the crystal, which is now opening because they have met the condition. So they realize that Hansu has killed the Demon King and are now shouting that they have succeeded in it. They all are happy that now they can go to the next island, but suddenly flames start appearing in front of them. Hansu is thinking that both of the hearts of the Demon King are eliminated, but then the Demon King again appears and is saying that she is going to kill them before the fake body of hers disappears. And even if she has to pay a price for it, she will willingly do it. But then the assistant fairy appears and says that it's enough for now, and those who violate the regulations will have to face punishment. So he says the Demon King is the one who is going to disappear now as punishment, and not the travelers. Now a magical hand is holding the Demon King, and the assistant fairy is saying that she never gave her the permission to use powers like this, and she acted independently. So according to the rules, she is the one who is going to get punished. But the Demon King is saying to the fairy that she is the one who brought her here, and now she is the one who is stopping her from using the powers. She says she can't leave unless she kills these people. Fairy becomes very furious, and while thinking she hates such half-breeds, she asks the Demon King to shut up, and then suddenly the magical hand kills the Demon King by squeezing it hard until its whole body starts bleeding. Then the fairy says it's time to give them their reward for defeating the Demon King, but she says they can have only one reward, and Hansu will choose the reward, as he is the one who contributed the most in defeating the demon. She then gives him the rune and says when he uses this, all the stats will temporarily increase up to 99.9% for a day, and when this effect ends, all the increased stats will drop 0.01%. She then says to think of going to the next island, and while going, she says she will meet them there. Now Hansu is looking at that rune and is thinking with this rune his mission of coming to Central Island is fulfilled. And he realizes the power he just felt with it is definitely the power of the abyss. But he still has a long way. But then Cheol says after all the efforts of killing the monsters, they only got one reward. But his monarch says not to worry about it, as everyone here knows that he is the one who killed all the monsters. While they are talking about their Shia, say that the Sman clan wasn't supposed to stay silent on Hansu getting the reward, but they are actually silent, which is very odd. But Hansu says they don't need to think about it, as it's already over now. Cheol asks him what he actually means by over. The people are now looking at their hands, and the tattoos of their monarchs are disappearing, which means their monarchs are already dead. They are shocked and are thinking that the Smog clan has kidnapped them. Shia says she can't believe they used a special forces unit to kill all the monarchs, while Hansu is smirking mysteriously. On the other side, a man is standing in the forest, which has now killed all the monarchs. He is now thinking about a few minutes ago when the disguised monarch Tej took all the other monarchs with him as he was ordering his clan to kill them. While the Smog clan's monarch is saying that it was very easy doing all this because other monarchs were wary of Hansu. He also remembers that Hansu gave him the crystals and said that he could use them to make his clan members a special force, as he had done before, so he must know how to do it. But Hansu asks him not to make any mistakes, and then he will turn a blind eye to whatever he does with them. Here, one of his members reports to him that there is someone else here besides them, and suddenly someone attacks that member. So the disguised monarch is asking to show up and is saying to his members that if they are not showing themselves, then he is sure they are not a lot of people, so he orders his clan to kill them. But then their feet suddenly start sinking in the ground. As they are wondering what is happening with them, a voice says that he used an artifact here, which is actually temporary, but it is also consumable, which acts after a certain time. Then the man appears behind that monarch. He gets shocked and starts asking him how he knew they would be here. But that masked man is not listening to him and killed him within a few seconds. Now he is killing the other clan members while they are begging to leave them. But he is moving forward, and without thinking, he is killing all the clan members too. Now that man removed the mask, he is singing. He is now remembering that when he asked Hansu to use him, that's when Hansu told him to go to the Tower of Central Tower and wait for the people there, and when they come, kill them. Hansu also told him if he does this, he will become stronger than anyone, but it's up to him if he wants to trust him or not. Sang is now thinking that trusting Hansu is the best choice he made in his life. Now he says he just has to wait for now. On the other side, a mysterious man and woman are talking and saying that they haven't gotten any signal from Li Guktae, which means he is dead by now. The girl says that it means the people on Central Island have failed. So that man tells her Gukade last contacted them from the fortress, so it means he must have died there. He tells her he has already expected this, but as for now, they have an annoying disruptor who is going to come to the Tower Island soon, and they must stop him, as using the crystal is the only way to come to this island. That man, who is actually a monarch, and his clan members are waiting for the travelers of the Central Island to come here, and they must kill them immediately. Now they are talking about this map, which was given in the Ascension Path. It shows hundreds of islands, and they are divided into 3 main stages, which starts from the first stage, where the Ascension Path starts, and moves towards the next stages, which also include the Central Island, and finally ends at the last stage to complete the tutorial. Islands among the 3rd stage are supposed to give the best rewards. Hansu is telling them that chasing after the stages to become stronger is understandable. They ask him what he means by this. So Hansu again says if they are going to Toei Island for better rewards, they should reconsider it. He says that he knows they even came to the Central Island just for rewards, but they were about to die here, so they should consider his advice carefully. He is now saying the same thing to other travelers, that going to the Tower Island just to become stronger is not a good choice, because most of them will die even before getting stronger. So the traveler asks for his suggestions, while Shia is asking him whether he will go to the Tower Island or not. But Hansu says that there is always a way to get rewards from any island, and he is just warning them. Shia is thinking that maybe she is wrong, as she thought the protagonist was the type to take risks. But Youngwook says that Hansu has a point, as all the clan members are now injured and they need rest too, so they must choose some safer place. Here Youngwook says that as everyone is going to leave, he wants to thank Hansu first because of him, they all are alive. So Hansu says, let's meet late somewhere if he is going to be alive. He is now asking Cheol to go with him. While Jimin is saying that, they should also prepare to leave. Shia says Hansu asked them to not go to the Tower Island, so it's better to take his advice. Now all the other travelers are also thinking that they should go somewhere because the place that Hansu can't handle, they are sure that they are going to die there. Youngwook and Cheol are going first, while Jungwook is asking others to stay alive so they can meet each other again. Shia asks Jimin to say goodbye if she wants to, but Jimin says no, she doesn't want to say it. Now all of them have left, while only Hansu and a girl from before are standing there. He asks her why she is still here, but she asks him to go first, as she has some things to do here. So now Hansu has also left for the next island while saying that he is going to see her on the next island. She is now thinking about what he just said, and also that she couldn't hear others talking about where they were going as they were whispering, while the monarch on the tower island is still waiting in front of the crystal portal. But then they realize someone is coming, so the monarch says that he is going to kill the first one, and as soon as he reaches the crystal to kill the travelers, a girl appears in front of him, who is actually his clan member, and asks him to stop. She then says this is quite an intense welcome. He asks her why she is alone and where the others are. She is now telling him that she waited for everyone to cross it and came at the end, but that monarch says that no one has come here before her, so she must be mistaken about it. But she says that she definitely came at the last, and no one was there now. She now realizes that everyone chose to believe Hansu. That monarch becomes very furious, and he punches the tree and breaks it. He then says that he needs to do something about him. He asks her whether she knows how he is even doing this, but she says no one knows about it. But one thing she is sure about is that he always seems to save people rather than killing them. He then says that this man is going to be the hurdle for him. So he asks his members to order the clan members on other islands that if they spot Hansu, they must kill him. But the girl with him says that he is as strong as monarchs. But that monarch says, as Yiyan told them before, he doesn't kill people, so it's worth the shot. He then grabs the girl and is saying to her that she must not forget what other monarchs did to them, and also must kill the people who are going to be in their way. Now he orders Yiyan to tell all the clan members while moving ahead, but Yiyan asks him to wait for a while. That monarch says he can't wait anymore and is now heading towards the tower. Now everyone has left, and here Hansu comes out of the portal and realizes everyone is gone now, as he thought before. Our protagonist is now walking in the forest while Sang is standing behind the tree, so Hansu asks him to come out. Sang is now greeting Hansu and is telling him that he did what he told him to do before. But without listening to him, Hansu demands to give him the things he asked for. While giving him the earring, 7 siblings sang, saying that he is still the same as before. Hansu is now wearing that artifact and is saying that he is going to move towards the next island. But Sang becomes very shocked as he realizes after wearing the artifact, Hansu has now turned into a woman, and he says that it's not going to be easy for anyone to recognize him now. He then says to Sang, now let's go to the tower. Our protagonist is now on the first floor of the main hall of the tower, while a lot of travelers are also standing there. He then says that it's better to go to the place where people are fewer. While a man is also standing there who is thinking that he is lucky that he came here because of better rewards, people seem to be very few here. He is also thinking that the assistant fairy is supposed to be here now. Suddenly he sees Hansu, who is transformed into a woman and thinks that she seems familiar. But as he is thinking about it, that girl starts walking towards him. She then asks him whether he wants to say anything, as he has been looking at her. So he says he was wondering if they met before, because he thinks even her voice is very familiar. As they are talking about this, a man comes from behind and asks if they are together. He then says that if they haven't made their party yet, they can just team up with him. As the man is about to say that they are not together, but Hansu, who is now a woman, puts his hand on that man's shoulder and says that they can join him. So that boy is saying as everyone was teaming up with their clan, it was hard to find someone like them. The man says it seems like there is a limit on the number of people per room, and also that as they go higher in the tower, they are going to attain better rewards. But another man says they don't need to think about this, as they only need to enter the room, defeat others, and those who survive are going to get the awards. So he doesn't need to make friends with others. While a girl who is very scared is asking them what they think, how many are going to make it out alive? A man stops her, saying that she already knows who is going to die. He suggests not to waste time and is also telling them to keep the enemy separate from their group because this is the way they can easily kill them. After a while, all of them are now fighting with the gigantic ants. Hansu realizes that wearing the earring of 7 siblings cuts his stats in half, and he can't fight like before. But he still needs to do something to assess his level like before. He is now running towards one of the ants and stabs it in its stomach. Now he is thinking that before he used to kill such monsters barehanded, but now he needs to at least hit twice to kill the monsters. The girl is thanking him for saving her, and also says that she must have been fighting with a lot of monsters, as she is very strong. She asks her if she ever met someone stronger than her. She says that she heard from people that there is a boy who is very strong, and he helps the people. She also tells her that he used a chain-like weapon, which is very strange. But Hansu, who is now a woman, tells her to stop asking such useless questions and keep on moving. But the other man says why she is creating a fuss about talking like it is going to kill them if they talk. The little girl is still talking about Hansu, and I'd say that she also heard how that boy fought in Central Island, And then she said that boy's name is Kang Hansu. As they are talking, the real Hansu, his woman form, is walking ahead, while that man says that he is somehow familiar with Hansu, as both of them started their journey together. The little girl gets excited and starts saying it means that he is Hansu's friend, while Hansu is getting annoyed because of them. That man asks her how she knows about Hansu. She tells that she heard it from the travelers. She then says that he is Hansu's friend, so he must know where he is right now. But that man says he doesn't know about it, as Hansu is always running around without telling anyone. While the man is also thinking that if all the rumors are about a strong guy whose name is Hansu, it must be that guy he knows. He then looks at the other girl and realizes this girl kind of resembles Hansu. He says that he first thought Hansu could only talk but couldn't do anything. But he remembers that Hansu is the reason many people didn't die, including him, in the first phase. So he knows that our protagonist must be way ahead of him. The travelers are now saying there are no artifacts after killing these ants, but only runes, which means with a low difficulty level, the reward level also reduces. Now they are seeing a door in front of them, which they think is the door to the next floor. They are saying if they are going to get an artifact after leaving the first floor, they suggest all of them should go together. But then one of them says it's not a good idea because if all of them go out together, then the level of artifact will drop. A man says choosing a room with fewer people is meaningless, as he is now going to kill all the people here and will take the artifact for himself. He is now killing the other travelers and is saying they are dying because they are only thinking of running away instead of fighting. He is now going to attack that woman, and within a few seconds she falls on the ground. The man says that he thought she was the strongest here, but she is so weak. While the other man is hiding that little girl behind him, he is asking her to run away as he gives her the signal. But suddenly that child takes out her weapon and is now standing in front of that villain. She asks him not to move, otherwise she is going to kill him. But that man is still coming towards them, so she throws the arrow towards him, which directly passes through the center of his head. The man is now appreciating her, but the girl says she is not good at it, as she used it for the first time. But as the man is saying she did great, the girl suddenly throws the arrow towards that man too, and he dies on the spot. Now she is collecting the runes. She is also reporting to her monarch that there is no chain user in room 10 of the first floor, and also telling him that she killed other people too. She then says that she is going to find him on the next floor, while behind her that girl is standing up. Then the monarch says, go and find him. As now she is ready to go to the next floor, but then the other girl asks her, what if he is really here? And then throws the chain weapon toward that girl. That little girl is shocked to see that this girl is actually Hansu. Hansu, who is a woman, is now holding that girl while the girl is saying she is sure that she saw her becoming unconscious, so she says it means her acting skills are quite good too. She also advises her not to think about contacting her monarch. She then kills that girl and is thinking that they only put one person here, and also that she didn't expect them to give up so easily on finding Hansu. She remembers that in her previous life they were told that hidden dungeons aren't separate entities, and Tower Island has a structure in which we must pass through a dungeon to go to the next floor. She realizes it means there are dungeons besides the third floor. She finds out this is actually the ultimate goal of the tutorial zone. She is now standing in the main hall of the second floor, and is thinking that she needs to do some things before the artifact she has right now is of higher ranks. Except for the growth type artifact, and Nurmaha's ring, others are low efficiency artifacts. She knows that she needs to get new artifacts to make up for the colorless ones. She remembers what Kangtae told her and is saying that she is going to use the information properly. Only 50 people are now left to enter the second floor. They all are now entering it. The assistant fairy is now explaining to them the rules of the second floor. She welcomes them to the treasure room and says all of them have great insight as they all choose this room. She is telling that among all the rooms in the tower, this room boasts the biggest scale. All they need is to defeat the guardian who is protecting the treasure, and then bring the treasure to the center of the island so they can exchange it for the artifacts. She says that the time limit is 2 weeks, and only those who succeed in converting the treasure into an artifact can leave this place. If she says it in simple words, it means those who fail in getting the artifacts will die. As there are 50 artifacts in this room, they can get 50 artifacts, and all of them will survive then. But she also says that the fewer artifacts there are, the higher their quality is going to be. She then says she is going to mark the guardians on the map, which are 128 in total. People are now wondering how they are going to kill 128 guardians within 2 weeks. While Hansu is looking at a girl with blue hair, he is wondering how she is going to solve it. That blue-haired girl is now suggesting everyone make 5 teams consisting of 10 people, and all the teams are going to hunt 2 guardians a day. People are now talking about it and are saying people without clans are just going to be at a disadvantage. But Hansu is thinking this is not actually a bad idea. Another boy says this idea of killing 2 guardians per group is quite good. And if someone doesn't do this, they are going to be held accountable for this. The boy also says that he has already made his team, People are now saying that both of them are very strong-looking people, so now they can't say anything but just follow them if they want to survive. She tells them once someone finds the treasure, they are going to tell others too, and all of them will gather in the center together. Another man is asking for 5 people, as their clan has more than 10 members, while Hansu is looking around. She is now looking at the map and is thinking the guardians are scattered everywhere, as the dungeon is very large. She says that she needs to move slowly, but the most important thing is to move alone. Now she is going into the dungeon alone, while a girl is looking at her and is wondering where she is going alone. She says that she is after the hidden piece, which is the Philosopher's Stone. She remembers Kangtae told her about how he got that stone. Among the orbs obtained by defeating the Guardian, except for one that shines, all the others are ordinary. He told her as people were greedy about treasure, they often threw away the real one without paying attention. But Kangtae found it, and he told her they aren't just ordinary orbs. He also told her if she can get such 32 orbs, then she can exchange them for artifacts, which is quite similar to the Philosopher's Stone. She remembers the way he was bragging about it to her. She is now moving forward, saying that even if it is different from the Philosopher's Stone that Anvi Aaron ate, it is still affected, so she must find it. She knows about the dungeon difficulty and also that the number of guardians they can face each day is also limited. But she knows to go through them quickly. She must go alone. She is now fighting with the guardians, while on the other side people are hearing some sounds. Suddenly a voice congratulates them on eliminating the second guardian. A girl is saying that the first day has just started and they have already killed 2 guardians. Suddenly a guardian attacks that girl, and someone yells at her to watch out, and now that girl is fighting with the guardian. A boy from the village then throws the arrow at the guardian and says he helped her without any reason, as she could have easily dodged it without even looking. But that girl says he could have used his arrow in the first place. On the other side, a man is saying that they haven't even seen the guardian, while others are even killing them. But a girl who is with him says the first and second guardians weren't eliminated by a group, but someone alone did that. The boy says Ifurk Yunchai is saying this, then it must be true. But she says not to call her by that name, as she doesn't like this ability. She asks him to move fast so they can also kill some guardians. She then orders other members to turn right as the guardian in the front is already dead. She then asks others to stop as she realizes something with ominous powers is coming towards them. While on the other side, a man is saying they shouldn't be looking for the guardian because even if they get the treasure, they might not be able to take it to the altar. So that man says they should look for the stronger people in other groups. But one of his members says they can't just stay idle like this. As others are going around eliminating the guardians, they should also do something like killing even the little monsters roaming around, which will also give them the strength to fight. But that man says they only need to focus on those people who are coming back with the treasure, as no one is going to notice if a few people went missing. That man is telling it to its group if they can't find it within the 2 weeks, they are going to die eventually, while a boy and a girl of another are listening to them silently. The girl says it's going to be very difficult if people start acting like this, but she also realizes the weird feeling she got wasn't coming from these guys. Here, Hansu speaks up from behind them, saying in such a situation they need order more than anything. All of them get shocked and are now asking her who she is. The boy is thinking she is full of bruises, and still she is alone, while the girl realizes she has been getting the weird feeling from her. The boy then points out the arrow and asks her why she is here standing behind them, but she calmly says she is here to make a deal. But the boy asks her why she is so sure that we are going to listen to her. She says that being on guard is quite good, but they are doing it on the wrong person. But she says that she wants to speak with the clan monarch. The girl gets shocked that this is the girl she has been feeling weird about, and now she immediately recognizes her as monarch, which is quite difficult. That girl is thinking there is something wrong with her appearance. It feels like it is just a shell of a body. That monarch girl thinks that something more sinister is hidden inside that girl. The girl is getting very tense, but Hansu asks her to calm down as she is only here to make a proposal. The boy is again putting the arrow in front of her and is saying, "What nonsense is she talking about with the monarch?" But that monarch asks that boy to step aside as she is ready to talk with her. The boy is thinking that the monarch has not been flustered this much. The monarch is asking Hansu that she seems strong enough to handle everything alone, but she is curious why she is making a proposal to them. But she knows that everyone has their own reasons, so she can't tell them. She says she wants someone to fight in front of her. The monarch says she knows that she wants them to kill the other travelers, but she says they can't handle them alone. But Hansu suggests she use her monarch's trait and convert the weaker ones into her clan members and increase their numbers. But that monarch says even managing this much is difficult, and she is suggesting she get more members. She is not in elementary school. She says that her intuitions are telling her this is going to be very dangerous. But one of her clan members is thinking that she is actually complaining about them. Yunchi says she just wanted to get out of here quietly, but now she thinks she needs to try this too. As they are now walking forward, Hansu says that she is going to watch them. Yunche is telling her member that she thinks this is not going to work. But Hansu knows that someone with the intuition trait, which is hard to get in the tutorial area, can easily handle this. She says she has already killed the Guardian and got the treasure. Now it's the perfect time to prepare the next step with the Exploration King. Now Yunche is going around making people her clan members. She is asking her members to tie those who are members of other clans. As they are tying few of the clan members, a girl starts saying they don't need to bind them just because they are from another group, as they did nothing wrong here. While Eunche is thinking that she doesn't want to do this either, she is just following the orders of someone. Then they hear a voice congratulating them on finding the treasure, but Yunche is getting confused that everyone is here now. Then who found the treasure? Here one of her clan members calls for her, and while showing her an orb, he says that he found it under the tree. Yunche realizes that the girl told her she will help them to get out of here in return, so this must be the real treasure. Monarch Yunchai is now giving the treasure to Assistant Fairy, and she tells them this is a real treasure, but she also says that it's a shame no one died. She appreciates them for doing a great job. Fairy then says it seems like she is not the one who actually retrieves, so Yunchi asks if she is getting the reward or not, but Fairy asks her to calm down, and says there is no rush about it, as she is going to give them plenty of time. She then gives her a few numbers and asks her which one she is going to choose. She tells Yunche that she is the monarch, so the one and only cloak is out of her reach. Now all are praying that the number has to be 50 so everyone can get an artifact. Yunche is saying maybe she should pick number 1 and kill all of them, but other travelers are begging to save her. She chooses the number, and all 50 of them are saved now, and they say they are going to serve her as her clan members. But Yunchi says this is going to be a bit boring, so she asks the new clan members to play a survival game with her. She asks them to either kill themselves or kill others, and this is her order as their monarch. People become furious and are saying they are not going to follow such commands just because she is a monarch. As they all are acting up, the tattoo on their hands is now gone, and they all are wondering what happened to the tattoo. And now they are going to act freely, and they are no longer clan members. Assistant Fairy says that such an order is never going to work without their loyalty, and she asks them to leave this place as it is going to seal soon. She then shows them the portal to the next floor, and they all are running towards it. On the other hand, members of other clans have also untied them, and now they are going to report about this to their monarch. Now they are telling their monarch that he went ahead of them, so he must be on the 3rd floor. But then the monarch starts asking his member to go to him, as this is more urgent. So that man asks other members to go to the 3rd floor, as it seems like the monarch is in danger. While Hansu and his snake are listening to all this, Hansu is thinking that they are going to show him the path to their monarch, as the 3rd floor is quite a big dungeon, and finding a person there is almost impossible, so she can just follow them. She knows that if she doesn't capture the Dark Monarch in the tutorial zone, and they all move towards the red zone, then everything they have done so far is going to be wasted. He just needs to block all the paths and take him in one direction, and Tower Island is the best place to execute anyone. He remembers that Eris told him it's impossible to find him on the 1st and 2nd floors, but on the 3rd floor it is possible, as he just needs to follow his clan members. She also told him that is going to be his only chance. The 3rd floor is the place from where, if you're able to pass through, you can reach the other world, and it's the place that mimics the environment of the red zone area. It is actually different from the real world, but has a similar environment, and the monsters here are quite strong compared to before. He remembers Kang told him they need to lure him out, as if he finds out they are behind him, he will try to hide, so they need to strike him when he feels like he is safe now. Her preparations for the final stage have been completed, as she has gotten a decent imitation of the Philosopher's Stone. But she says she needs to handle Auntie well. She is now running toward the 3rd floor, while now they are going to follow Hansu. The man is ordering everyone to go to the 3rd floor, which is a place full of intense heat and poison, and it is a place where monsters appear, and it's quite near to the real world. Now clan members of that man are fighting with the monsters, and the monsters keep on coming again and again. But the monarch orders his men not to get defeated by the monsters. He says that he must not die here, and also that his clan is the strongest among those that came here before. Now they are seeing a red crystal in front of them and are wondering what it is. Here the assistant fairy appears and starts saying that this is beautiful, right? But it is actually more than being beautiful. She then asks the monarch to take a closer look, as they might recognize someone in here. As the monarch was seeing the crystals, he then suddenly saw someone's face, who was actually his daughter, Sojong. He remembers he didn't have any powers before, so he wasn't able to protect her. He says if he knew his daughter was going to be used as fodder, he wouldn't have joined the guild. As his monarch used his daughter, he killed him and said that he was going to be a monarch. As he killed the monarch, he got the trait of monarch, as it was a sign for him to kill such vermin. That's when he promised himself he is going to rule above all the monsters and will not stop until he finds his son. The monarch asks the assistant fairy to get his daughter out, but that fairy says this is just the replica of the day they were brought here, as they made a copy of their information and stored it inside the cross. But fairy also says that even if it's a replica, it shares the same memories and feelings. And she says that as he knows, he needs some ingredients to make something, which is giving a sacrifice of someone who is alive. Another woman says she can also get her son back, who is also inside this cross, but she asks how they are going to find the sacrifices. But the monarch says his daughter is going to come back even if he sacrifices the weakest one here. He says he can kill one of the people here, but fairy tells him he can't just use his clan members, as this is going to be very easy. Then he needs to give you a sacrifice of non-clan members. Now monarch members are reporting to him that some of their men are being taken down by someone, so the monarch orders them to capture that person alive so he can use that person as a sacrifice to get his daughter back. Now his clan members are going to find Hansu, as she is the one who is killing the clan members. Hansu says that this crazy monarch, Lee Woon-kyun, is also one of the targets to remove along Berserk Monarch. He says that it's an ordeal to even list out his crimes, though all these crimes are his past. But in this life, all of the crimes are going to happen. She remembers this crazy monarch. After not being able to get his daughter back, he was desperate to find his son and thus was taken away by the abyss, and he then became a murderer, which is actually way beyond his powers and abilities. While Hansu is thinking he is going to save his butt, he also needs to kill him. He changes his form to the original one. The monarch realizes he is the one he has been finding all the time. He then says he is going to take his useless life, as he came here on his own, so it must be a gift for Sojong. Now one of his men is attacking Hansu, but then suddenly a monster appears between them. Then his clan member says, as the monster has appeared, he can't do anything but only retreat now. Monarch then orders Yi Yun to keep on watching Hansu, but Hansu is now holding the monster with his chain weapon and says there is no need for it. He, within a few seconds, kills that monster and is now running towards the monarch to kill him, but the monarch orders his members to kill him. But Hansu is using his chain weapon and is fighting against all of them. While Monarch is thinking that Yeon told him he doesn't kill anyone, it seems like her information was wrong. Here Yeon says she never saw him using his fighting skills, which makes it seem like he doesn't have any. So Monarch says he is going to trust her one more time, and if what she is saying is right, it means they just need to overpower him to win against him. He then orders his members with charging skills to fight in the front and block his movements. He is now fighting with Yeon and is thinking she is quite strong, as he is not able to trade blows without having a little damage. He then attacks his members to keep on doing this, as the attacks are working. Now the rune snake is giving him the runes, and Monarch is asking what that monster is doing with him, so one of his men says he is giving him the runes. He orders them to take that snake too and not let him become powerful again. Now both the girls are fighting with him while the monarch is shouting they can die right now as they have come this far, just because it's their mission to kill the vermin. Hansu realizes that he is going to make his clan members fight under all conditions, and Monarch is thinking of weakening him before he attacks him, so he must do something before it. He then says he is not going to be easy on them from now on. He is now thinking of tying him but realizes he needs to do something else, as this is not going to work. Now a girl is shouting that her powers have gotten deactivated, so Hansu is now going towards her. This is his chance. He can easily kill her now, but as he gets closer to that girl, she suddenly uses her powers and is now holding him tightly with her magic. The monarch is now saying that it doesn't matter if he is really powerful, he is still just one man. And now he has to pay the price for barging into his territory, as the monarch is going to kill him soon. The monarch then strikes his sword on the shoulder of Hansu, and it gets cut slightly. He is saying that he has finally won, and his daughter can now live again. As he is talking about his first step towards his goal, Hansu suddenly asks him whether he is done talking because he is actually the one who has fallen into his trap. Our protagonist then says no one is here now to defend him, so let's see how he is going to protect himself now. Hansu then takes his weapon, but he takes out another weapon, saying he knows all these tricks and can't fall for them. But Hansu says he seems to be getting the wrong idea, as our boy never said the chains are his only weapon. Our protagonist then takes out the bladed weapon and stabs it into the monarch's stomach, and he falls on the floor. His clan members are now yelling for their monarch, while the girl is saying she is not going to spare Hansu now. The monarch is now asking his clan members to strike him before his wounds get healed. The members are now running towards him while Hansu is saying that he must also know how to die if he wants to kill others. Now he asks him to watch his subordinates die in front of him like she always does. After a while, Hansu is now killing Yeon, who is the only one left now. On the other side, the monarch is asking him why he is even doing this with him, as he never did anything to him. He asks him if it is because of the rule they broke, which is that travelers must not be killed. He is asking him whether this is the reason he chased him and came this far to kill him. The monarch is now getting very emotional and is saying that the world has become like this, where people die eventually if they are left alone, but he wonders why Min-tae and Sojong had to die first. He asks Hansu why he saves people but didn't save his son and daughter, and where he was when both of them were dying. He says that this is all because of their cursed world and monarchs. So he tried to destroy everything in the world. Monarchs, humans, everything. He is now asking Hansu to look at himself as he is the real monster, and he asks him if he should apply the rule he made to Yi himself too. But Hansu says he is not killing them because they broke the rule, as he doesn't have this much time. He says there is a limit to becoming stronger, and the people he is killing are their stepping stones. He remembers Keldian told him that before the tutorial zone ends, he must resort to any means for what is going to happen. And for this, he needs to kill everyone in the tutorial zone. He also remembers that even Eris said, although she doesn't agree with killing the minority to save the majority, to become stronger, they need to do there as they don't know what is going to appear in the dungeon. He remembers that Keldian told him he must clear the tower for the sake of the future of the hidden dungeon. And for this, he also needs to kill some humans too. Kang told him that he must kill the bad guys and get their runes so he can become powerful enough to survive in the hidden dungeon. He remembers Eris telling her she must kill those who come in his way. The monarch is now saying to him that he struggled to come here, and now he's acting like he doesn't deserve it. Monarch says he thought Hansu was acting like a hero, but he was wrong about him. He then asks him for a favor. If someday he finds a boy whose eyes are red-colored and he also resembles him, then that boy is his son, so he must take care of him. But Hansu says he doesn't have time for all this. But if his plan works, everyone, including his son, is going to survive. He then kills that monarch and is now thinking about his next step. On the other side, Yoonchae is getting furious about how long she needs to protect this place. But a boy asks her to leave this place if she wants to. But she says her intuitions are telling her that she is leaving something behind. Yoonchae is saying she wanted to follow that girl quietly, but if she gets caught, then they must kill her. Hansu is coming behind them in his woman's car and is asking whether they protected this place as she asked them to do. Yoonchae gets flustered, and she says, "Of course," while pointing at travelers, who, with you being tied on the side, she says also caught those who followed them here. She then appreciates them and says they can leave now. Yoonchae and her clan members are looking at her back while she is walking in the front. One of her members is asking her to go so they can find another direction, but Yoonchae orders them to move forward as she wants to know what the girl did in the front. Now the assistant fairy is welcoming Yoonchae and her clan members and is telling them how to use the cross, while Hansu is now taking off the earring because he thinks he doesn't need to hide anymore. Now all the travelers who got split up before are now standing in the hall of the 4th floor. Our protagonist is thinking that he is now closer to the reason due to which he came here to Tower Island. All the survivors are now standing on the 4th floor, which is the preparation zone. As here, the preparation starts to enter the red zone, as they used to craft boats before to reach the islands. On this floor, boats that take them to the red zone are made, but they need to collect the materials by hunting the beasts and monsters. But fairies say there is a rule in which, depending on the materials they are going to have, the rank of boats will also change. She says if they succeed in making one boat, they can go with whoever they want. But she also says that the big boat is actually better than the smaller one. She then gives them a list and says, aside from the basic materials, there are some important and essential materials too, and I have described all the information and their appearance too in the list. She then asks them to start preparing to leave the tutorial zone and enter the real world. Now people are entering the forest where all monsters are present. One of the monarchs yells that they need to make a bigger boat so all clan members can go in it. Another monarch says his clan members will also help them so they all can make a bigger boat. Hansu is now thinking about some place he needs to find. But then Sang from his behind starts saying that Hansu came pretty late, as they have already collected some material. Sang then asks him if he succeeds in whatever he wanted to do. So Hansu says yes, he has killed the Black Monarch. Then Hansu asks him whether he remembers what our boy told him before. Sang says yes, he has been preparing the material that Hansu asked him to prepare on the 1st floor. While saying this, Sang realizes he is back in his real form, so he asks him, but Hansu says he doesn't need to disguise himself anymore. Hansu then says to Sang that he should go now, as they are going to make a large boat and materials are limited, so he should hurry up. But Sangse, Mihi, and other clan members are already taking care of it. Hansu gets shocked on hearing Mihi's name. Now Sang is telling him that he met her on the 1st floor of the tower, and she was quite changed. On the other side, Mihi is asking for some help as she is fighting with the monster. As Sang is saying that Mihi is going to be very happy seeing Hansu, suddenly Hansu gives him the runic snake. He is now walking in the front while Sang asks him what this, so Hansu says this is a runic snake, and he doesn't need him anymore. But it might be useful for him in the future. Now Sang is looking at the snake while Hansu walks away, saying he is very busy, so he needs to go right now. Suddenly Hansu stops and starts saying they are not going to have many opportunities to talk like this, as the red zone is very difficult compared to the tutorial zone. But Sang just says he is going to see him again. And also he is thanking Hansu because he becomes stronger due to him. As both of them are talking, Yoonchi and her clan member also enter the hall, and Yoonchi is saying that they wasted their time at Cross, and she also says they shouldn't have brought back Wang Kyung. But her member asks her to stop talking, as someone might hear them. Now Wang Kyung is also entering the hall, and Yoonchae is asking him to hurry up, while he is just worrying about his daughter. Here, Yoonchi asks him if he still doesn't remember anything, so he says the last thing he remembers is he was on a stroll with his daughter while his daughter is also coming out of the portal. Yoonchi is thinking that she wanted to have someone strong who will lead their way, but she didn't know that reviving them would mean losing their memory. She is now asking her twin clan members to stay behind them, as she is now walking forward because she says she needs to talk with the fairy, while Sang is silently listening to all their conversations. On the other side, Hansu is walking in the forest as he needs to kill the monsters. But he realizes nothing is on this side, as most of the monsters are in the center of the preparation zone. They are now saying that inside the tower all the floors and rooms have completely different environments. In some rooms there are spaces that seem like the real sky and underwater. But all of these things are actually artificial. He is now touching the magical wall, which is actually the end of the room. He says that they show it like this tower has 4 floors, but actually there are 5 floors. He is thinking about the dungeon in which the hidden piece is present. He says that it's impossible to reach that dungeon without magic, so he is now using the Nirmaha's Ring's destruction authority on that magical wall to make a hole in it. He says if he can't climb within the tower, then he is going to pass through the exterior. He then succeeds in making a hole in the wall and is now passing through it. As soon as he passes through it, the hole immediately closes. He then said it was going to be very hard to pass through this wall without Nirmaha's Ring. He is now looking at his stats and is thinking, these are not quite efficient, as he only raised his stats by 40 using the runes he gained from the Black Monarch. But he is now moving forward, as he has already met the minimum. He is now climbing the wall of the 4th floor to reach the 5th floor. After a while, he is now standing in the dungeon on the 5th floor. He remembers that Ralph Lauren said whatever is inside the dungeon is still unknown. He then takes out a lot of swords and sticks them on the floor and says no matter what, he needs to win now. Then a voice says they are creating a monster that is based on the intruder's memories. On seeing that monster, Hansu gets very shocked, and he remembers when he first fought with this monster. As this monster destroyed everything, they had to leave their place. He remembers when this dragon was fighting with him, a girl named Kiriel, whom he probably used to like, saved him, and in doing this, she died, and Hansu was very furious at the dragon. Now he is ready to face this dragon whose name is Gold Worm of Bellium. The hidden dungeon creates the strongest enemy from the person's memory, and for Hansu, Gold Worm is his biggest enemy. Hansu is now ready to fight the monster and is thinking that he finally got the opportunity to defeat this dragon. He says even if it's a weakened version, he still needs to give his best. He is now looking at the items he brought and is thinking that they should be enough to help him clear the dungeon. He has the Philosopher's Stone, which he traded for 32 marbles with the assistant fairy on the 2nd floor. As he uses it, all his stats enter the red state. He is now eating the demonic jade, which is alone enough to kill the Demon King. After he consumes this jade for a day, his stats are going to be raised up to 99.99%. He remembers Fairy telling him this is going to last for only a day, and after that his stats will drop to 0.01%. He knows that he pushed himself to make a red rune because of this dragon. He is now all ready to kill that dragon. Hansu is now using Nirmaha's Ring of First Authority and is going to attack the dragon, which is Authority Destruction red 99%. But as his attack wasn't that deep, it didn't damage the monster that much. He is thinking something about the monster's breath and is laughing. On the other side, Sang is killing a monster and is now standing on it while Maihi is running towards him, saying this was the last kelp. She then says they have collected the kelp's slime pocket, so they should go now and make the boat. Mihi is saying it would be so nice if Hansu agreed to come with them, but Sang says it's quite hard for him to come with them. Mihi asks him what he means by that. Sang says that they are still walking in his shadow. While in the hidden dungeon, Hansu is looking at the dragon and is thinking the situation is quite different than before, but he actually ended up in a similar spot. But he is sure this time he can dodge it. He realizes that a normal weapon can't do anything to this dragon. The Decratos' judgment and justice are originally one pair, and they reveal their true power once used together. Hansu is now using the enhanced version of Decratos and Nirmaha's second authority, which is Hemorrhage. He then holds the neck of the dragon tightly with his chain weapon. He realizes the enhanced version actually grants the power at the cost of durability. The dragon is now bleeding from its neck, while Hansu is thinking that he can't hold this dragon for a long time as its aura is quite tough. But then he says to himself that he needs to hold the dragon, and even if he lost his weapon here, He can't let his attack powers decrease. He says he is going to strike and kill this dragon even at the cost of all his weapons. The dragon is struggling hard to break these chains while Hansu is holding all these weapons tightly. Meanwhile, Sang is telling Mihi that Hansu is probably somewhere growing his strengths, so they must prepare themselves to follow him. Then he asks her to go with him somewhere, as they need to do something before this. While walking, he is telling her there are some people they are going to take with them in their large boat, and Mihi is asking whether he knows them. He answers he is not sure about it, but it is something like this. On the other side, Yunchai, Wang Kyung, his daughter, and other members are also preparing to make a boat, while Yunchai is looking at Wang Kyung and his daughter and is thinking that they might prove useful to them. People are now running to get out of the forest as the poison is spreading everywhere. While on the 4th floor, most of the travelers have made their boats and are now getting ready to go to the red zone. Here, some travelers are not taking a man with them on the boat and are leaving him behind because he is a non-clan member, even though the man helped them in collecting the materials to make the boat, and they say he should try to make another boat now, and the man is getting furious at them. But they say he is going to die from the poison even before making the boat. The man is now running to make the boat and is regretting that he shouldn't have trusted those people. And moreover, Assistant Fairy never told them there is a time limit on making the boat. He is now running to find a Kelk's pocket slime, but then he hears a noise. Suddenly a hand comes out of the magical wall, and he is Hansu with a lot of wounds and cut marks on his body, and even his clothes are torn. The man is shocked and asking who he is. Hansu is looking at the floor and is thinking that he still has time, as the ground hasn't filled with poison yet. The man is asking how he gets out of this wall, and the main question is how he succeeds in breaking the wall, as with that man's attacks, the wall doesn't even get a scratch. While Hansu is just ignoring him, now our protagonist is walking in the forest in order to find material to make a boat, and that man is running behind him. Hansu says he is very busy and doesn't have any time to talk to him. The man realizes he is in a hurry, judging by the look on his face. But then Hansu is not wearing a shirt, so he asks him if it's a habit to walk around naked. Our boy says he needs to make a boat, and that's why he is in such a hurry. But that man says he can't make it alone in such little time. But suddenly a man falls in front of them. A few people in the front are fighting with the Galapagos crocodile. As they are saying they can kill this monster, Hansu starts running toward them, saying he is going to kill the crocodile. All of them are wondering how he is going to kill a crocodile without any weapon. The man whom Hansu just met is also here, and they are asking whether he knows that man who is fighting with the crocodile, but he says he doesn't, as he just met him. Meanwhile, with one punch, Hansu killed that crocodile and is now trying to take the materials out of its body. He takes something out, but he realizes it's a parasite of the crocodile, not the material he needs. Now a man is offering him to combine their materials so they could build a ship together. The other man says he can give them his materials too, but the man is saying that the Galapagos parasite can only be used to make a 20-seater, and there is no room for him. Both of them are now arguing about it, but Hansu just throws the parasite towards them, saying he doesn't need it. He then says he is going to make a 500-seater ship so they can do anything with this parasite. The core item needed for a 500-seater ship is the Knockrock rock lizard's heart, and the materials to build a larger ship are quite difficult to find. The 4th floor is now filling up with the poison, and it's unclear how much time is left now. The man is thinking that he is really going to make a 509-seater ship by killing the monster, which can't be caught alone in such a short time. He then asks those men to tell the others who are still here that if they bring Hansu all the other materials as a boarding fee, he will let them go on his ship. Now all the travelers are thinking he is really going to accept them with these materials, and they are waiting for him in the hall on the 4th floor. The man who got scammed earlier has brought the materials again and is praying it not to be a scam, just as before. Now all of them can hear a noise coming out of the forest, and they are wondering what this is, but suddenly someone throws that lizard out of the forest, and it falls in the hall between the travelers. Hansu also comes out from behind the lizard and is asking them to prepare the ship so they can get out of here, while all the travelers are getting shocked that he really killed that gigantic lizard alone. Hansu is now saying it fairly that he has brought the heart of the Knockrock rock lizard, so let's trade. The assistant fairy, while looking at the time, says that he does have a time, but he needs other materials too if he wants to make a ship. He then takes out Kelt's slime bag, 3 of Aran and other materials too for being allowed to board the ship, and the last material is the silk rope of Arak. But then the fairy asks him, "Where is the heart of the lizard?" While the man is thinking about what artifact is in that satchel, Hansu says it's behind him and then gives it to the fairy. Then the assistant fairy congratulates them on collecting all the materials. She says there are still some materials left, but as he brought all these materials alone, she wants to give him a reward. The poison is about to reach them while Fairy is asking the people to applaud. All the travelers are getting furious at her and are asking her to build the ship. She is now making the ship and is saying that she preferred it when all the travelers were afraid of her. Now she has made the ship, and is saying that all the remaining travelers are going to ride this ship. Our protagonist asks the man to bring those who brought the materials, as everyone here can fit in this ship. People are now running towards the ship and are thanking Hansu for saving their lives. Fairy then says they don't need to worry about the sailing, as she is going to take care of it, as this is their first trip. People are now boarding the ship, and she is saying that they can relax now, as the arrival time to the red zone is going to be in 3 days. And she says that she isn't going to interfere with them from now on, and is happy that she is sending all of them to the red zone alive. She then starts the ship and advises them to survive for a long time. Now all the ships are moving in the red-colored ocean towards their destination of the red zone. They realize the ocean is made up of poison. People on Hansu's ship are saying that they should be thankful that they got a ride. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see this sight. They are now looking at our protagonist and saying that he is actually a good man, as he let them board the ship without any conditions. While Hansu is looking at his stats, he is thinking that thankfully he took into account the stats penalty for using the demonic jade before. He is looking at his hand and is thinking that he never expected that he would be here. And also the dragon energy art is the first skill he ever got in his life. He says if he got this skill in the past, he wouldn't have liked it. But as for now, as he can only learn 7 skills, then the dragon energy arts are actually more than enough to be his first skill. As he is thinking about this, the people on his ship start yelling that the ship beyond them is getting stranded. People are drowning in the poisonous ocean and are shouting for help. As a man is crying for help, suddenly a human-like creature comes out of the ocean and kills that man. People are now yelling, "There are monsters in the ship," while these monsters are killing the travelers one by one. But then someone suddenly changes the direction of Hansu's ship, and people are now looking who is doing this, and they all realize it is actually Hansu who is changing the direction of the ship. Hansu is now sailing the ship while the man is saying that they are not safe here in the ocean, as the monsters are killing all the people here. He is now saying that if they get attacked, it is not possible for him to save everyone. The man is asking him why he is so desperate to save others. Here, our protagonist again remembers what Keldian and Eris told him, to save as many innocent people as he can. He is shouting at Hansu to stay at the original course because if they get a little closer, then all of them are going to die soon. Now people who scammed that man get on Hansu's ship and are now again fighting with the man, as they heard him saying to Hansu that they should leave them here dying. But Hansu throws his sword toward them and asks them to stop fighting as it's coming. Now all the travelers are standing in their places and are thinking about what is coming. They realize these are the guards at the entrance to the red zone, which are accursed survivors. Hansu is saying that such creatures, which only exist in the poisonous sea, have a very simple attack pattern, which is to make a hole in the bottom of the ship. Hearing this, the man starts yelling that they are going to drown if this happens with their ship. They are now planning to stop them, and for this, they need to do ranged attacks from above the sea. And then Hansu jumps in the sea so he can stop the creatures. One of the men is saying that he is crazy, as he is jumping in the poisonous sea without any weapon, and also that he is going to die soon because of poison. Hansu is now facing all the sea creatures, but poisonous water is not affecting him because of his dragon energy art skill. And as his magic stats are red, he can easily handle these creatures. The dragon energy art skill allows their users to harness the energy of dragons. Creatures are now coming towards Hansu to attack him. While with the dragon energy art skill, Hansu's body can convert into a dragon-like body. He is telling us that such kinds of skills and artifacts are actually called zero numbering. He is now saying that dragon energy art is worthy of its title. He can't use all the powers yet, but they are still enough to fight with these monsters. Now Hansu is fighting with the monsters, but after a while all the monsters are trying to retreat. But Hansu says he can't let them do this, as they will wait for another chance to again strike at their ship. He is thinking he doesn't have any time to waste and is now killing all the creatures one by one. He has now killed all the monsters underwater and is thinking that things are probably not finished on the surface, and he is thinking of going back, while people on the ship are trying to stop the flow of water from the holes. But suddenly they realize a monster is entering the ship as one of the men is about to strike. Hansu stopped him, saying he is not a monster. All of them are shocked to see Hansu alive and well. They are asking him how he got here alive. So Hansu starts asking them whether they really thought that he was not going to come back alive. They are now saying that he made an even bigger hole in the ship, and now he is acting all calm. But Hansu says they need to worry about another thing as they don't have time. Now Hansu is making planks from logs to block the hole. Now all the people are also starting to make the planks, but Hansu says they need slime from kelps to seal the hole. People are now yelling to hurry up the things as the ship is filling with the poisonous water. But Hansu asks them to go out as the water is going to evaporate, and if they stay here, then they will inhale the fumes of poison. People are now running out of the room where holes were made. Now Hansu is thinking that he needs another weapon in the place of his broken weapon. as he already took the trident of the accursed and is saying that this trident has the durability to withstand the poisonous water, so it is going to be fine for now. He is now asking people to look forward, but they say, why should they look forward when there is nothing but the Red Sea? But as they are looking forward, they notice a land in front of them. People are now yelling that they have arrived at the red zone. One of them says he didn't know they would come this early, but they realize the ship is not stopping, as it was automatic. But one man says they were supposed to reach the red zone in 3 days, and time is still left. Hansu from behind starts saying this isn't actually a land but a root of the world tree. The man is saying this is just a root, and then why he called it a good sight. But Hansu asks them to keep on watching as the show is about to start. Suddenly the ship starts moving, and a gigantic monster comes out of the sea. On seeing the monster, people are yelling that either they are going to be eaten away by the monster or are going to drown in the poisonous water. But then the monster eats the root and again disappears in the forest, so people realize it wasn't here to eat them. Hansu is saying that even though this was just a root, still it was the size of a small island. He is telling them after the ships depart from the tutorial zone, they all arrive at one of the thousands of roots, depending on the root fairy sets for them. The calamity fish, which devours the root, is one of the 5 calamities to dry up the world tree. Elfenheim lived in the red zone. In order to protect their species from the world, they created a world tree, which is made up of arcane genetic engineering, but they were unable to stop the 5 calamities. And then Elfenheim began its descent into ruin. These mutants seem like they are born with the sole purpose of destroying the world tree. He says he wasn't able to protect the world tree in his past, but now he needs to do his job correctly. Hansu is thinking that calamity just filled its stomach, so it will move slowly towards its next target. So he says he needs to start with the root, which is on the verge of the region and is separate from the region where they were originally routed. He is now changing the direction of the ship and is following the fish calamity, while the man is yelling at him that he can't do that because that fish is very huge, and no matter how strong he is, he still can't defeat it. That man is saying this isn't right, and he also needs to ask others whether they are fine with it or not. Hansu says that he agrees that there might be people who aren't going to agree. He says if someone doesn't agree with him, he can also tell them to leave his ship. Hansu says that he really needs to go after that fish, and if they disagree with him, they can simply raise their hands and get off this ship. They are now following the calamite and have now reached the root's edge of the world tree, a tip where the world tree begins. They are now standing in front of the dying world tree, while one man is saying that he thought this was land, but it's actually the root. He says this is so huge that he can't even know how far this goes. Hansu asks that man if seeing the world tree better than getting off between the water, and then says they still have 2 weeks left and they can reach the red zone if they keep on moving. But the man asks what he means by 2 weeks, as the fairy said they only need to reach the world tree. As they are talking, other men are calling for them. Hansu says they can't just sit here, but they need to go where everyone is going, as it is better to live quickly. Now that man is running towards others while Hansu is saying the calamity fish will come here after 2 weeks, and before that he needs to find that person. Then he starts destroying his boat, as he can't let others use it. Hansu is now thinking that they are supposed to be near the cross right now, while the man is thinking that he is very weird and unpredictable, but having him by their side is actually very comfortable. Then one of the men is now pointing at something that seems like a cross. One of the men says it seems artificial, so let's go that way. But the other man says if it's artificial, then it can be a trap, as they don't know about it. He says it's dangerous for all of them to go, so they can divide into 2 pairs, and one pair should go and the other should wait here. As they are talking about this, someone from above says that cautious people are such a pain. That person says it might be better for survival, but it's still a pain. But then the second voice says to the first voice that he only thinks it is pain, while the third voice asks them to take care of it. Then a boy jumps in front of them and introduces himself as Aaron Pat, and says he is from the Valkyrie clan and is part of the helper group. He then starts counting people, who number 148, and says he is quite shocked to see this many people without any clans. He then says that they are basically their saviors now, as the tutorial zone has ended, so the fairies are not going to come here in the red zone to guide them, so instead they are going to guide them from now on. As people are talking about whether they should trust him or not, a man and an old woman also appear in front of them, and they also introduce themselves as from the helper group of the Valkyrie clan. The boy's name is Beck Minchell, while the old lady's name is Pam Ferris. Minchell says that he will explain them more clearly as they got an order to assist those survivors who come from the tutorial zone, and one of the men asks them who gave them these orders. So Pam Ferris comes forward and says Eris Valentine, who is their Mion Rak. She is telling them that 20 years ago she left the helpers in the red zone before going to the orange zone, and now they are supposed to help those people who come from the tutorial zone to adapt to that red zone. The travelers are saying that even if they do something, they can just fight with them as they are more than them. Here Aaron is saying that travelers don't listen to anything, as they just need to follow them. But Minchul says he is the one who doesn't listen carefully because he told him to do the things carefully and to not scare the people. But travelers agreed with them and said they were ready to follow them. But Minchul asks him what he just said. But suddenly Minchul and Aaron start arguing as Aaron says that even the stray dog has better listening skills than him. But Minchul says to Aaron that he can't do everything alone as he is weaker than him. Now Ferris asks them to stop as they don't have time. She then starts walking to show them the way, and Minchul is asking them to not jump above them just because they think they are in larger numbers because 30,000 helpers have been living here for years. They get very scared while Minchul is thinking that newbies get very scared after even listening to the numbers. He is now telling them that red zones have their own powers and no one touches the newbies. As they are now walking, they suddenly hear a voice coming from a side, but Minchul asks them to ignore it. But they see someone is fighting over there, so they all stop to look at it. Here Minchul realizes the skills are quite familiar, but then he says the woman is fighting over there. Hansu is fighting with that woman. She is furious at him as he just came out of the tutorial zone, and he doesn't know how dangerous the red zone is. A girl is now standing on the edge and is looking at the calamity fish and is asking herself if she has the right to get revenge for her parents. She is saying that she thought it was going to be for her and her siblings too, who will eventually come here too. It seems like she is talking with someone as she says, "Master, everyone says you're crazy. You claim you're going to kill the calamity fish, but in fact, no one is ready to kill the fish, which is actually bigger than a mountain." As she is talking, she hears footsteps from behind her, and he, Hansu, asks her whether she is Sophie Verage. She gets very shocked and asks him how he knows her name, and she is also thinking that, judging by his appearance, he seems like a newbie, as he doesn't even have weapons. But our protagonist says he wants to talk about calamity fish with her, and he needs her help, but instead of focusing on what he is saying, she asks him if she has ever seen him before. She asks whether he is Quadratus. Hansu is thinking of using Kangtae's advice. He then starts saying that it is going to give her benefits too, as if he succeeds in killing the calamity fish, then the chances of survival of her siblings are going to be increased. As he is about to talk about calamity fish, she gets very furious and starts attacking him, saying he knows nothing about this fish. Hansu is asking her to talk, but she keeps on attacking him. So our boy realizes she must be very pissed off. She then uses the skill of 3 Jade Frostlight Orbs on Hansu, while he is saying he is still not skilled enough in Dragon Energy Arts. Hansu is going to use his skill's special move, which is Species Transformation, and is saying that it's going to be a burden for him later, but it's actually worth a risk. The Tri-Jade Frostlight. It is a move that instantly freezes whatever touches it. She is saying that he won't be able to escape his attack, which even freezes the air. She also says that she made sure he didn't die so she could hear her source of information. But Hansu comes out of it saying she isn't the only one with abilities. He is now using the Nurmaha's authority, which is destruction, to destroy all the words. She gets very angry but also asks him if he really got the transformation powers from the tutorial zone, which are actually rarely possible. She says she can't lose now. As she remembers, her members left her behind, saying she is actually wasting her time on Calamity Fish. She is now using her powers like Monumental Air Path, Book of Alice, and Solidification. She says she didn't stay here so that people can look down on her. Now they are fighting, but after a while she loses it against Hansu, and he asks her if she wants to continue it, but Sophie says it's actually pointless. But Hansu says he is fine with it if she wants to fight. But she says she isn't an idiot, and moreover, his special move isn't even perfect yet. There are 3 opponents that determine the rank of energy art. First is runic scaling and emulsification values. Second is energy and strength of mana barrier. And third are its special abilities. But depending on the special abilities the energy art has, it can change in powers and can be used dramatically. She is thinking that she wanted to push him towards the brink of death, but the way he is facing all the attacks without any scratches, his energy already seems like top tier with the red zone. So she says she agrees with them he is strong, but is he actually strong enough to kill that fish? She remembers that a lot of people gave up after she ate thousands of people, and she thinks it's not an easy task to fight against the fish, which can eat the whole ship alone, and no one is going to have any idea about it. As this fish is also considered a natural disaster. She is telling him that now there are even idiots who worship that fish too. She says she is tired of fighting alone and asks him to go before he ends up like her, as this is nothing but a waste of time. But Hansu then says that if he thought killing this fish was easy, he would never have come to her. He then says he has a plan, but he needs her help in it. But Sophie says she doesn't have any intentions now to keep on continuing it. But Hansu says this is going to be her 14th attempt to kill that fish. Then why is she giving up? But she says no matter what, she is not going to fight against Sophie. He is now telling about that girl whose name is Sophie Virage, and whose parents got devoured by the fish in front of her. And she kept challenging the Calamity Fish for the 13th time but never succeeded. She says all these numbers are actually meaningless without any success. But Hansu says to her that she has always survived being eaten by the calamity fish all these 13 times. Here Hansu says without him she is going to fall again. But he is here now, and they can find the solution together. He then says he is going to make it possible for her to kill that calamity fish. Here Sophie asks him why he is so eager to kill the calamity fish, and Hansu says he wants to save the lives of 1 billion people. When she asks him what he is talking about, he says it's actually 1.5 billion people he wants to save. Eren has been listening to all their conversations but is now walking silently as they must not catch him. But Hansu appears from behind him and is saying, "Why is he going away without greeting them?" Sophie then asked Eren what he was doing here. On hearing the name, Hansu remembers he is Eren Pat, and he was here in his previous life too. He then asks him to show him all directions. They are all now in front of the cross, and a lot of refugees are already present there. Minchul is saying that the refugees from the end of the routes need to move frequently. He is telling them that if the calamity fish eats this route too, then they will have to relocate from this place, so they are trying to keep it to a minimum. Minchul is now telling them that they will give them an introduction at the center building and will also help them settle in the upper town. While pointing at the food, he says before that they should eat something. People are happy that they're going to eat real food after a long time. Now a lady cook is welcoming them and also putting a plate of weird food in front of them. All of them get disgusted seeing this and ask her if she really wants them to eat this weird slime. But she is telling us now that this food has all the nutrients, and all the people here eat it. She then points out some boys who are sitting in the corner and are vomiting continuously, and she says that she warned them not to eat anything from the red zone, as everything is very poisonous here. Now all the travelers are eating that weird food. She then says after they are finished eating the food, she is going to give them extractors so they can harvest it too. Minchul is now going somewhere after giving their responsibility to that lady. Now Minchul is thinking about Hansu. After a while, he is now asking Eren Pat whether he has brought that guy with him, while Eren is stitching his clothes. Minchul asks him what happened to his clothes, so he starts yelling at Hansu that it all happened because of that crazy man who was fighting with Sophie. But Minchul says that he told him he is just going to peek and will not get caught. But Eren asks him to leave this topic for now. He is now asking him about the new travelers who just arrived. So Minchul says they are pretty much stronger than last year because the harsher the red zone gets, the stronger the people who enter it get, and also this new group has quite a few strong individuals. He is now announcing that the new adventurers who still need some time to adjust to the routes are going to live near the center as the calamity fish devours the outskirts. Minchul is talking about fairies, as they are aware of the difficulty, so they adjust it like this and try to bring the stronger people. But as he is now thinking about Hansu, Eren is now adding that, not as crazy as that guy from Tutorial Zone who was fighting with Sophie. And also the rumors are now spreading fast, so that guy is going to show up soon. Meanwhile, Sophie is asking our protagonist to get the extractor, as he can't survive without it. But instead of answering her, he asks her where she was all this time. Sophie is getting annoyed as he is answering her question with a question. But she said nothing about it and is telling him that she had to stop by somewhere. She then gives him the clothes and says she got these clothes in a rush, but they are still better than walking around half naked. She is also saying how guilty she is about fighting with Hansu. As she is saying that, this Hansu starts changing in front of her, so she gets flustered and starts yelling at him. But Hansu says he is just checking the size, and he also thanks her for giving him the clothes. She is now telling him that they need to stop somewhere before going. They are now standing in front of the Helper Assistance Center. This center was created to help those people whose families were supposed to arrive. It is one of the regions left by Eris. Sophie then asks Hansu to wait outside while she is now sitting in front of a woman who is welcoming her and saying that it's been a while since she came here last time. She is now asking her to give the list of new adventurers and also the artifact she left here before. So the woman immediately starts giving her the list, as Sophie is the VIP. As the Helper Assistance Center not only assists the new ones, but they also provide services to those who donate more. The woman is now showing her the list of the travelers who recently got rescued from nearby routes. And she also asks her whether she wants to check other routes too, as it is going to take 2 more days, so she can come back later. She is now looking at the list and thinking about someone, whether they are in this world or not. But then she says, as for now, she just needs to focus on Calamity Fish. As she is thinking about it, Hansu disturbs her, saying they need to make a plan immediately, as they have only 13 days and 18 hours left, which is not that much time. Hansu is now wearing those clothes Sophie gave him, and she is thinking they really suit him. But then she asks him for his plan. He says it is very simple as she guides him to go inside the fish, and he is going to use his special weapon on its weak spot. After hearing his plan, Sophie is thinking of quitting the idea of killing the fish. Sophie is now telling him that he can't kill the fish from outside, and moreover, it's not as simple as he is saying it is. but Hansu assures her not to worry about it and is asking her if they can use a ship. She then says she has a 30-seater, but our boy thinks this isn't going to work, so they can use his ship, as it is a 500-seater ship. Sophie starts yelling that he simply left the ship docked outside, but our protagonist says he is not a newbie, and she is surely going to understand it when she gets there. Meanwhile, Sophie is thinking, technically, he is a newbie who just entered the red zone. So Hansu is telling her that he has special powers, so as for now, they have a ship too. Now they only need to gather some materials, so he asks her to split up and find all the materials. Hansu is saying if she wants the things to go smoothly, then she must trust him. While Sophie is focusing on his confident voice and assured look and thinking that he is so much like her master, she is now going to find the materials and is asking him not to back out on her. Suddenly, she throws a weapon towards him, saying his weapons are not going to last long in the red zone. She then says this weapon is actually better than his trident, so he can use this instead. He remembers in his past life Sophie gave him the same weapon as his master, so Hansu is thinking sometimes situations change, but some things never change. She is now saying that it's all thanks to her trait, as they have already figured out the materials they need to hunt down the calamity fish. So Hansu says he also knows it is a library. Sophie gets shocked and asks him whether he has some psychic powers. Sophie is now saying that because of her traits, she can find all kinds of information. Although she doesn't have all the information, in the red zone no one knows as much as she knows. But she is thinking that even with that information, she isn't able to figure out about Hansu. Hansu is saying that he is going towards the outskirts then, and also asks her if she is ready. So Sophie says she is all ready now and is going to resolve it this time for sure. She is now walking and is thinking that if she needs to make a poison that works on calamity fish, she needs to gather all the necessary materials. To get the fluid from the apon, she needs to lure it out of its nest. As she is walking towards the nest, a man named Yang Gaisu appears in front of her and is asking her what she is doing. He is now asking Sophie to hang out with him, but Sophie gets very furious and is asking him whether he has any death wish. She then asks him to go for now, as she is too busy to deal with trash like him. While saying she shouldn't say this to the person who returned from the belly of the calamity fish with her, he attacks her. Sophie then uses her manifestation powers and attacks him, saying she hates people who fight without knowing their place. But Gaisu then removes the hair from his forehead and reveals his magical eye, and is now asking her to think fast. He is showing her the eye and is saying that she should know he is not attacking her without a plan, as a whole organization is working with him. He then tells her that he doesn't only have the beacon, but also something that is related to her, so she should back out now. Otherwise, things are going to become pretty annoying. His skill is the 1,000-li eye of the man caught within jealousy, and she is thinking his skill is very annoying. He then says he doesn't have any ill intentions against her, but he only wanted to test her skills, as he heard she lost against a newbie, but he says her sharp abilities are the same as before, and he is sure that it was nothing, just a rumor. But she says that it's none of his business, and also that he should go now, as she is tired of going easy on him. But he says he first needs to find Kang Han-soo, who fought with her, and then he will go. But she says she is not going to tell him. While grabbing her arm, he says he knew that, and that's why he is going to use his investigation skills. And he thanks her in advance for her cooperation. On hearing this, Sophie pushed her arm out of his hand and asked him when he learned such a skill, and she also said that he could have just died in Calamity Fish's stomach that day. But Gaisu says he is not wrong this time, and also that she should have joined the Quadratus when he asked her before. Quadratus is an organization that worships the calamities that threaten the ecosystem of the Red Zone, and this organization turned the fear into revenge by serving the 4 of the calamities. They don't care about how these calamities are leading humanity toward destruction. But Sophie says she isn't going to join such an organization where they sacrifice people in the name of showing the powers of calamity fish and removing the relics left behind by dead people to sell them. She is asking him if he even knows how many travelers died because of him. As he deceived them, saying they were going to be safely raised by upper root, all of them ended up in the calamity fish's stomach. But Gaisu doesn't feel any regret doing this, and he says he is just earning money using his abilities and also taking part in religious ceremonies until he can. He also says foolish are those who fall for his tricks. He is now saying that such foolish people are not going to live that much, so they should be grateful to him because of him, they got to live in Calamity Fish's stomach even for a short while. He then tells her she might also realize this after going a few more times, and within a second he disappears in front of her eyes. Now Sophie is thinking about the time when she first met Gaisu, and is saying that he was completely changed after barely surviving the Calamity Fish's stomach. She is now thinking about Hansu, and realizes that he told her not to worry about him and just gather all the materials. On the other side, Hansu is now running to find the most important thing to kill the Calamity Fish, sclerosing solution. It is the assembly of a mage's knowledge, as it is the perfect poison to kill the Calamity Fish. The first ingredient is going to be the base. Hansu is saying that first he needs to get the Kukulza's heart, and in order to find it, he needs to locate a deep valley between the middle root and the end root, as far as he knows about it. It is a cave where Kukulzas hide in order to avoid the calamity fish near the root's end. He remembers that they make a nest within the root. Hansu has found it, and is saying that the first ingredient to make the sclerosing solution was quite hard to find. But he also knows that the Kukulza's heart is hard to find, so it's better if he finds it here. Our protagonist realizes that the Kukulzas are coming towards him, so he activates his dragon energy arts. A flock of Kukulzas is coming to attack him. Our protagonist is now fighting with them one by one. His weapons have now become worse, so Hansu realizes that the weapons with strong chi arts are not going to last long. He says he needs to attack them while adjusting it until he finds a proper weapon. He has killed quite a few Kukulzas while others are going to attack him altogether, but after a while, Hansu has killed all of them. But he realizes the ones he killed just now are all young Kukulzas, and he is now thinking of killing the adult ones too. But as he is continuously using his stamina and magical powers, he is thinking of increasing his stats before. He is now taking all the runes he got after killing the Kukulzas. As he is looking at the runes, someone attacks him from behind, but using his weapons, he dodges that attack. He also realizes that he can't use this weapon by looking at its worst condition. Meanwhile, Gaesu is coming towards him and appreciating him. He then says that he was thinking of doing this attack as he might die, but he realizes that he is actually better than he expected. Gaesu then asked him not to be mad. He was not trying to fight, but was only checking his powers. Moreover, he is here to give him an offer. He then offers him to join Quadratus. There is someone in Quadratus who has an eye on him. Gaesu then says it's a good offer and he should accept it. But then Hansu points the weapon at him and asks whether he wants to die. He then gets furious and says, "How can a newbie dare to attack me?" Then Gaesu says that he must be thinking that he is powerful just because he passed the tutorial level. Then he says Sophie might like him, but she doesn't. Here Hansu says that he is refusing his offer. He says that the group who worship the calamities, he is aware of them and their worst activities, which are feeding humans to the calamities. He also knows that travelers from the red zone start decreasing since Quadratus starts doing their activities. Their activity is tourism, which includes watching people getting eaten by calamity fish. They made an industry that gets profit after killing the others, and that's how they have been earning. Hansu says instead he is going to remove this organization as soon as possible. As Gaesu is now walking towards him, here Hansu says he doesn't know why he is even listening to someone who is weaker than him. Hearing this, Gaesu gets very furious and is now saying that he is going to take him whether he wants to or not, as he was ordered to do this. But first he is going to break his limbs, as they are not going to mind it if you're missing your limbs. Hansu says that he is thinking of doing the same with him, and he is also going to get the information from him, as not having limbs isn't going to stop him from talking. But then Gaesu attacks Hansu and makes a cut on his shoulder, and it starts to bleed. Gaesu is thinking that his attack wasn't that deep, as it didn't cut the full arm, and then says that he was very light with him, and is now going to cut all his limbs in one go. Here Hansu is now saying that he never fought with him in the last life. Gaesu is asking him whether he is mad as he is talking weirdly. He is now again going to fight Hansu, but Hansu also makes his first attack, which was quite powerful, and thus Gaesu flies backwards and falls down quite far away. Hansu is now saying that he needs to upgrade his intel, while after getting up from the attack, Gaesu realizes that he has colorless rune stats. Hansu is now asking him not to retreat, as he is just going to use his powers. He is now holding runes in his hand, but Gaesu says a stat upgrade is not going to do anything to him. Our protagonist then says he is right. Stats are not everything. But then suddenly he attacks Gaius and is now asking him whether he is scared. But Gaesu gets up and starts running toward Hansu, saying he is not scared of him. He's now about to use his lateral splash skill while Hansu is standing barehanded in front of him, so I guess you say that his lateral splash splits everything within seconds, and also that he is going to cut his hands apart. While Hansu is going to use the Nurmaha's ring's first authority, which is destruction, he then breaks Gaesu's lateral splash sword with his one hand. While Gaesu is getting angry that even Dispel specialists can't break it easily, Hansu then picks Gaesu from his shirt up front and then throws him hard into the water. Here Gaesu is acting unconscious while Hansu is holding him by his collar. Gaesu is asking him whether he used some skills to block his powers. Even while asking this, Gaesu is trying to use his defensive skill, which is Bronzed Jade. He is now thinking that he didn't use this skill before as it restricts his movements. But Hansu has realized he is trying to play some trick, so he easily dodged that attack too. Our protagonist is now hitting Gaesu again and again. Finally, Gaesu agrees to tell him everything. Gaesu is also telling him that they worship the Calamity, and aside from the regular tours, they also hire different clans for this work. This time, he was ordered to take Hansu with him, who completed the tutorial. He is now telling him about the requester who requested him to take Hansu. He is Karls Morin, who is part of Beacon. Beacon is a union of 6 clans, and they manage the top 6 roots of the world tree. Because they manage the topmost roots, these clans are also the strongest. But Hansu remembers about Beacon and is thinking that they are supposed to be under the Miyamoto's command, so he is thinking that maybe more clans are involved in this. Hansu is sure that they are preparing for their next tour now, so he asks Gaisu whether the guy who gave him info is among the helpers. So Gaisu is saying that some of the helpers are also in it, but this time he got the information directly from Karls Morin. Hansu is now saying that he has gotten all the information he needs for now. But Gaisu says he wants to tell him one more thing about the third eye on his forehead. As he is about to say something, Hansu stops him saying, "Is he talking about the 1,000-li eye of the man caught within jealousy?" He first gets shocked at how he knows about it, but then he says that he can share his vision with someone else using this eye, and their location is also exposed now. Hansu is mocking him by saying it is very scary and he is going to run away. As he is turning back, Gaisu is saying from behind him that Karls Morin is the assault commander of Beacon, and he is not going to leave him. As Gaisu is telling him about Karls, our protagonist again attacks him and makes him unconscious. Hansu is now taking Gaisu's weapon and runes. He got his hands on Forgotten Relic and Mirror Clone, which are quite good. As he is looking at the runes, he suddenly realizes a magical bird is flying above his head, and his location is exposed, so he must be sent by the organization. Hansu says he doesn't remember any Karls Morin from his past life. It means he is probably not that powerful. But this is very annoying, as he is trying to find the materials and is very busy. He has also been hearing the voices of Goethe's monsters as they are quite near. He is thinking of killing Goethe's first before Karl's reinforcements arrive. Goethe's are herding monsters that form groups for hunting. Meanwhile, Goethe's are running behind some people of Quadratus. One of them suggests the others use the Conceal skill. It is a skill that allows people to hide their presence. Then they all climb the tree and are now sitting on it. Chung, who is a member of Quadratus, is saying that they are goners, and that's why he doesn't want to play bait. Another member is asking how many more Goethe's they need to gather. So Chung says they need plenty of them for the tour. But he says if they are required to hold their breath to use the Conceal skill, then it's going to be very tough for them. As they have gathered them in the valley, Chung is suggesting other members rest for a while before continuing to gather more Goethe's. Now Chung is saying why he is taking so long to take that newbie here. So the other member asks him if he is talking about Sir Gaisu, who got the request of bringing Hansu. So Chung says yes, he is talking about him, and he also says that maybe he is messing around somewhere. That's why taking so long. But then a blue carrier pigeon is flying towards him and is now sitting on his finger. Chung is shocked looking at it and realizes only one person can have such a quality of pigeon. Suddenly, he orders his men to get out of here, as they got an urgent order to head to Kukulza Lake. They are now standing in front of Gaisu and are waking him up. As he wakes up, he realizes his legs are quite burned, so he says that it's a good thing he passed out where the poison was very weak, as even here his legs are very burned. He then asks them about Hansu, but they are saying that he was gone when they reached here, as they only saw him lying unconscious when they reached the lake. Chung is saying that he can't believe someone who survived in the Calamity Fish's belly actually lost against a newbie. He is now looking for his weapon, but then he remembers what Hansu told him before he became unconscious. He was saying to stay asleep for a little longer, and then he would give him a special present in exchange for his weapon. Chung is asking him to get up quickly as they need to hurry up, but he is asking them to shut up so he can remember clearly what Hansu told him. Chung is now ordering the other men to carry him so they can move to the ship quickly. He says just in case he also needs to reach out to nearby operators and the requesters too. He is now about to send the blue carrier pigeon, which is a support skill that doesn't only allow the clan members but also the travelers to communicate. But with this pigeon, they can only send the most basic information. It is actually a skill that uses mana to create a bird that carries the messages, but using it requires extreme control over mana, and intent should be clear. Now the carrier pigeon has returned to Kalars, who is very angry and is asking his members to follow him. After a while, he is standing in front of Chung, who is saying that he is very quick, as it hasn't been that long since he sent the carrier pigeon. He then asks Chung to move aside and is yelling at Gaisu that he got beaten by a newcomer. But Gaisu has only said his name, Karls Morin. He becomes angry about this too. Why is he calling him by his name? And he says that he didn't know Quadratus had become this weak and incomplete. But Chung says that they are going to take full responsibility and will take that newcomer to him soon. But he is telling them that another problem has appeared, which is that the Goethe's they have gathered in the valley have escaped and are now coming towards them. He is telling him that once a Goethe starts running, they can't change its direction, and they used the same technique before to gather them in the valley. They are wondering whether they left the valley and are coming towards them because they captured one of their young Goethe's. Karls is now looking at Gaesu's legs and suddenly attacks him with his blade weapon, saying he has Gerta's blood with him and that's why all of them are heading towards here, and also an amplifier was used to strengthen the effect of the blood. This skill name is Aronin's Tracker, which is a scent-based skill that points towards whatever they are trying to find. So Karls is thinking that a newcomer who just came here from the tutorial zone already knows about the Gerta's traits. He starts laughing as he realizes something. Then he orders Chung to bring Hansu as soon as possible, as he wants to see his face. But Chung says that a lot of Gertas are swamping their ship, and it is not going to last that long. Karls becomes very furious and is now saying that he needs to make himself clear now. He then orders him to go and find Hansu, as he is going to handle the things here. As Chung is about to say something, he grabs him by his collar and asks him to go, as he doesn't like repeating his words. He is now asking him to come back with Hansu. Otherwise, he will feed him to Greta's. Chung is now gone to find Hansu, while Karls is thinking that if Hansu thought that such a trick of his could stop him, then he made a very big mistake. He is now killing the Gertas and is saying that he is going to make Hansu regret what he just did, while Hansu is looking at it from afar and is thinking that he has succeeded in his trap. Now that he has brought some time for him, he needs to keep on moving to find other materials. He is now finding something to eat, as he hasn't eaten for 2 days, which has weakened his strength. The nutrient fluid that flows through the roots of the world tree. As some roots absorb the poisonous water, some purify it, as he is thinking that he just needs to find those roots that have nutrients. He also realizes that as the world tree is dying, the number of viable roots is also decreasing. He is now looking at the selfish rich man's food bag, and is thinking that he has quite important stuff. He now just needs to find the deep tunnel where the adult Kukulzas live. Our protagonist is now standing on the top of the roof and is thinking that if he needs to cross the water here, he might need to make a bridge. He then throws the seed of Kesh into the poisonous water, which absorbs the water and is now turning into a giant lotus leaf. As he has thrown quite a few seeds, a lot of lotus leaves are now floating on the water. He is now jumping from one leaf to another to cross the poisonous water. Our boy is now standing in front of the adult Kukulzas to hunt them down. On the other side, Karl is waiting for the arrival of the carrier pigeon. He is getting angry at Gaesu because he wasted the scouting skill, which they can only use once a month. He then says if he wasn't the one who guided them to Hansu, then they would have left him in the sea. Karls is now asking Rachel, who is his clan member, to lead them to the last unidentified location. She, on hearing this, asks him if he is going himself. Karls says that it's pleasant to hunt the prey with their own hands. He then says he is going to capture Hansu soon. On the other side, Hansu is fighting with Greta's, and all his stamina is gone now, but he has got the heart of adult Kukulza. Meanwhile, Chung is aiming at him from behind, but Hansu has realized this. He then dodges the arrows. Chung gets angry and is now throwing arrows at him continuously, but Hansu is dodging all the arrows. But then suddenly his arm got hurt, and blood drops in the water excited the Great Whites, and now they are coming for him. Because of Kukulza, Chung can't aim at Hansu, so he asks the other member to get him, as they can't afford losing him. Miller, who is also a member of Quadratus, gets very shocked and says she is not going in the crowd of Kukulzas, as the water will ruin her hair. But Chung assures her, also yelling that they are only after Hansu as he is bleeding, and also they can't lose him. She asks him to stop yelling as she is ready to go. So Chung says that he is also going to send the pigeon to Karls, and also orders Miller to catch Hansu alive and make sure he doesn't run away. Miller is now fighting with Hansu. Kukulzas are also attacking him. As Hansu is busy killing the Kukulza, Miller again attacks him from behind, and our protagonist barely survives that attack. Now both are standing in front of each other while Miller is saying that she is not going to be easy on Hansu now, while Hansu is thinking that she always comes closer to him when he is fighting Kukulzas, and how this situation is in her favor and he himself is at a disadvantage. Hansu is now thinking of changing the stakes. Hansu then attacks her using Gaisu's formless blade, but she says that he shouldn't take others' weapons. Then Hansu attacks her, but she starts laughing as her wound isn't that big. But soon she realizes that the wound isn't healing. Instead, it is getting bigger. All the Gretas are now smelling her blood and are going towards her. It is because Hansu used the Nurmaha's second authority, which is hemorrhage. Hansu is saying that she shouldn't think this is just simple bleeding, but as her wound loses blood continuously, it is going to block her mind and drain the body. He is now thinking that he wanted to avoid this authority as it consumes his energy. But with monsters here who are drawn by blood, this is a fair deal. Hansu is now going while Chung is ordering to help Miller and catch Hansu. If they don't catch him, then Karls Morin will kill them. He then starts killing the Kukulzas and says that he can fight with them, and thus they only focus on catching Hansu. As all of them are now running towards him, he says that he is going to give them a gift, and then he puts his hand in that bag and takes out something. He then throws it in front of this, which is actually the head of Gertas. They are now looking at it while our protagonist is saying that Greta's blood is more than enough to make them wild, as they don't even think twice before attacking. On smelling the blood ofs, the Kukulzas have gone crazy and are now running towards them. Hansu is now looking at the roots of the world tree, which are already drying, and is now thinking that at this rate, all the roots are going to dry up, leaving no place for the helpers to go. He is saying that he must move fast in order to save the world tree. Hansu is disappointed, as he thought that things were going to get easier after getting into the red zone. He is walking forward and is saying that he is going to beat Keldian when he meets him. On the other side, old-timers on the route are now looking at the newbies. One of them is asking the newbies to go to the lower route, as the upper route is their territory. But the man who came with Hansu is saying that there are no nutrients left in the lower route. But the villain says that they should manage their resources on their own. And as far as this upper route goes, it belongs to their clan. He then says that they can't fight with them as they are weak, and moreover, it's normal for newbies to starve a little bit. Newbies are now going out of the upper room. The world tree is decaying as the lower roots don't have nutrients, while the upper roots are full of nutrients but also swarming with monsters. And every time newcomers try to climb the upper route, other clan members block them. They are now thinking that they are going to starve to death. But suddenly the monarch of the clan member who kicked them out of upper route suddenly falls in front of them. They are now wondering why he is here, but suddenly Hansu also appears in front of them. He is now holding him by his collar, while all the other members get afraid and are now running away with their captain. While newcomers are happy by the fact that they can have the fluid now everyone is using their juicers and is eating the nutrients. Hansu is now sitting on a root while a man is asking him whether he is Hansu. So our boy jumps from the roof and is asking him how he knows him. As Hansu is drinking the nutrients, the man tells him that they came here together on the same ship. He is now asking our protagonist where he was all this time, as he is seeing him today since they have come to the red zone. But then the man says that it is not important here, and he then introduces himself, saying his name is Johan, and he also thanks them for helping them. Otherwise, all of them would have starved to death. But Hansu says he just wanted to eat something, so he came here. But then Johan demands to fulfill his other request. He then says they need their ship, as all the other paths are blocked, so they need the ship. But Hansu disagrees about giving them the ship. So Johan starts yelling that the nutrients are going to dry up any moment, and also the calamity fish is eating the roots slowly. He then suggests Hansu use the ship to go further, but while cutting a fruit from a tree, Hansu says this is not going to be an issue, as Hansu is going to take care of it soon, so they all must stay here, as they are safe for now. But Johan says, how is this going to happen? Here our protagonist tells him everything that he is going to use their ship to kill the calamities, and then he assures him that they are not going to die. Johan is now shocked listening to this, but Hansu is thinking logically. He is right because once the calamities are killed, the red zone will thrive, and all the people here will also be safe. So as for this, he is actually not wrong. Johan is holding his forehead and is saying that he can't seem to understand it, but he is going to believe in Hansu, as he did many unbelievable things before, so this also might be true. But then Johan asks him why he worked so hard to save everyone. But now Hansu is remembering the words of Ares, and is thinking that he needs to save as much humanity as he can, because this is the reason he is here. But then he stops walking and starts asking himself if this is what he wants. Johan gets scared and is now asking him why he is so silent. But then Hansu throws a stone towards him, which is an imitation stone, and he says that this stone is going to be helpful in the future, so he must keep it with him. Hansu is now walking steadily while Johan is asking him to stop. He is now looking at the stone and also worrying about Hansu, but then he remembers the time when he got them on his boat and also the things they thought were impossible to do, but he unbelievably did them. He is saying Hansu is that kind of man who can make things happen if he wants to. Johan is hopeful that things are going to get better, as he believes in Hansu. While Hansu is now running fast to gather all the materials and is thinking it's natural to work for humanity, then why is he feeling guilty? He then asks himself to focus on killing the calamity fish. After a while, Hansu is now standing in front of Sophia and is asking her whether she has all the ingredients. She seems pretty worried and says that she has all the materials except 2, but she came here just in case he wants to say something urgent to her. But Hansu realizes something is wrong with her, so he asks her. Sophia is now telling him that he is the target of Quadratus. But Hansu, in a very calm tone, says that he has met Gesu and also knows that Karl's Moren is looking for him. On hearing this, Sophia gets furious and says that's why the assault commander's office of Beacon is looking for him. Here, Hansu says that he managed to delay him for a while, but he is going to come back soon. Here, Sophia is telling him that no matter how powerful he is, he can't win against Karl's alone, so she offers him to work together. But Hansu says that one of them is going to continue finding the materials, while the other one is going to act as bait for Karl's. But Sophia is telling him that Beacon is one of the strongest ruling clans in the Red Zone, and also that they are full of veterans who have been here in the Red Zone for years. He is saying they are full of strong people, and the assault squad is the most aggressive among them. And as for Karlsmoren, he holds the position of the commanding officer. So she suggests our protagonist take him down together. But Sophia suggests he gather all the materials before he knows their location. She is asking him to hurry up, but Hansu is saying that this is going to be very difficult. And also he left one of his artifacts there, and he thinks that they have already caught on to it. On the other side, Karls is choking Johan and is asking him about the whereabouts of Hansu. Otherwise, he is going to burn him and all the other members alive. He is thinking that he doesn't even know of the arrival of Hansu while he succeeds in bringing this many people with him. Johan is yelling that they don't know anything about Hansu. So Karl leaves his neck and he falls on the ground. Now Johan is facing the earth and is breathing fast to catch his breath. But suddenly Karl starts pushing his face on the earth and is saying that he doesn't have any sense. Johan is now bleeding all over his face while Karls is saying people reek when they lie, and he knows that Hansu has been here before. He then points at his nose and says he has a Ronin's tracker skill. As Hansu tried to remove all his traces, he could still sense his scent because of this skill. He says his only mistake was leaving a trail behind while trying to set a trap for him. He is again asking Johan about Hansu, but he is still saying he doesn't know anything about him. So here Karl says there is no choice other than killing him now. He is now about to kill Johan using his powers, but then Hansu appears. Then Hansu asks him, while smirking, whether he was looking for him. So Karlsmoren asks for his name if he is really Kang Hansu. But suddenly he disappears like a ghost in front of him. Karls has realized that this is imitation stone, which is a consumable artifact, and it creates a crude clone. He says that it should have been in Gaisu's hands. He is now looking at the imitation stone and says even if this is just a bait for him, he will happily take it. While Johan is asking for help from Kang Hansu, on the other side, in Kukulza's spawning lake, which Kukulza's made specially for their spawning. This lake was formed by tearing the world tree and filling it with the nutrient fluid. Hansu is now sitting near that and is saying that it neutralizes the poison water entirely. He is now looking at his wounds, which have healed due to the nutrient fluid. Here Hansu realizes someone is coming from behind him, so he asks him whether this illusion is gone now. But then Karl says that finally a rat like him has finally given up on hiding. But Hansu says as a hunting dog his nose is worse as he couldn't find him without any help. Karls is now ready to fight with Hansu, as he wants to check his powers, as he has listened to a lot of rumors about him. Moreover, he is saying that he is going to kill Hansu soon. But our protagonist starts running and says he wants to play hide and seek with him. Karlsmoren is saying that he is not going to lose his sight on him, but then he uses the Fire Chi Jade art, which is actually Red Zone Jade art. Our protagonist then throws the seed of Kesh in the water and is now running on the leaves. But Karl is attacking him from behind. So Hansu realizes he had finally fallen into his bait. So now Hansu is going to use the sword on which Goethe's blood is applied. But Hansu is also putting his own blood to give strength to the scent, as this scent is going to draw all the Kukulzas toward Karl's. But he attacks him, saying he is not afraid of these Kukulzas. He then uses his powers to kill all the Kukulzas one by one, and is now saying that he is going to kill Hansu too. He is saying nothing can change even if he runs away. So let's fight. Hansu says that he is quite right about it. Hansu is now thinking that the artifact Breath of Ahal, which makes people die underwater, so he knows that Karls is going to use it on him. Hansu then jumps into the water while saying that he must stay on the ground, and when he comes out, he can attack him, as he says he prefers hunting to fishing, while Hansu has realized that Karls is waiting for him to come to the surface so he can kill him. Our protagonist knows that if he goes on the surface, Karl will kill him, and he can't use the dragon energy arts because he doesn't have powers. Then they take out Alham's pocket and are breathing using that as air is stored in their buds, as he is thinking that he can stay in the water for a while now. But then Kukulzas again starts attacking him. Now Hansu is taking something out of the bag and is thinking that as some odors attract Kukulzas, he takes out Arwan's gallbladder, which is a monster organ, and it has such a bad smell that even Kukulzas avoid it. All the Kukulzas on smelling this are now running back. Our protagonist is now swimming somewhere and is saying that the Kukulzas mix poison with nutrition fluid, and then they dilute it to form their nests in the lake, and Hansu knows that all of their nests actually lead to the Sea of Poison, and as for now, he just has to get there. But Karls is even attacking Hansu in the water, and it is because of Chi Arts, as it is easier to track the attacks in the water. Suddenly, Hansu's shoulder gets injured due to the attack, but the injury isn't that bad. So now Hansu thinks it's his time to counterattack. So our protagonist attacks him now, and here Karl realizes that this is the relic of Gaisu. So he asks him whether he had this forgotten blade with him all the time. Hansu says this weapon was too much for Gaisu, so he is going to use it from now on. Suddenly, Carl realizes that the breathing is getting difficult for him. As he is thinking that there must be something wrong with the artifact, he soon realizes that Hansu has already taken away his artifact. He is now yelling at Hansu to give back his artifact while our protagonist is wearing his artifact, and he now seems to breathe easily. So here Hansu says that he will give Carl something in return for this artifact. He then uses the second authority of Nurmaha's ring, which is hemorrhage, and makes a cut on Carl's hand. All the Kukulzas are now coming out of their nests on smelling his blood. Carls is thinking that he should retreat now. He is now running away, saying he will come back for Hansu. As he is gone now, Hansu is now taking the runes to boost his stats, and he's also thinking that Sophie must be waiting for him. On the other side, Sophia is standing on the edge of roots and looking into the water while thinking that this is the place where she first met Hansu. And she is also wondering if everything is all right and she should have gone with him to fight against Beacon. She is now wondering about the ship, as she can't see it anywhere, and she thinks it was probably taken away by people, as most people are supposed to go after the 500-seater ship. And with no ship, even if he manages to get here, it will be of no help. And he might get disappointed if she offers him her 30-seater ship. Suddenly Hansu's ship appears in front of her, and she is wondering how this ship got here, but then she hears a voice asking her to get on the ship, and it is Hansu's ship. He is saying that they need to leave right now. Now Sophia is standing on his ship while Hansu is sailing the ship. Here Sophia says she can't believe he actually hid the ship inside the sea of poison. As Hansu is now counting the runes, she asks him where he got all these runes. He tells her that he just got it from his friends, although they weren't willing to give him, and is now thanking them as his powers have increased. But Sophia interrupts him saying, "How did he do that?" Our protagonist gets curious and starts asking her what he is actually talking about. She says that she is talking about the method of using the Kesh seeds, as they can only find them near Lake Kukulza, and moreover, no one can find them on their first try, as they sprout after being tossed into poison water. She then says it hasn't been long since he has been here in the red zone, and he already knows about everything here. She can see his stats with her librarian's eye and is thinking these stats are high for a person who is a first-year traveler. And even further, he combines such items that even the red zone travelers wouldn't think of doing that. As for Hansu, he is not strong in terms of his stats, but he pretty much knows everything. Like crafting, it allows someone to strengthen their items or create new things. Here, Hansu has made the sclerosing poison. He is now putting all the bottles of this poison in his bag because they need to keep it safe, as it is the most important key to killing the calamity fish. Sophie is saying she would never think of using a poison against calamity fish. She then says she wasn't able to understand the recipe even with her skill and is asking Hansu what he is in reality. But Hansu changes the topic, saying he could have asked her the same thing. He then says 7 phantoms are the real reason who needs to protect her seat, and that's why she is here for the calamity fish. But she gets shocked and is asking him how he knows this. But Hansu says this isn't the time for them to think about it. He then realizes the fish of destruction, which is the calamity fish, is now coming towards them. Hansu is asking Sophie about the route to enter her, so she just says as long as there is no problem, they can just enter it through the gills. Now Hansu is thinking that Carls is going to be here any moment, so he asks Sophia that she must listen to him, and if she doesn't, then he will not take her to kill the calamity fish. But Sophia assures him not to worry, as she is not going to be a burden for him. She then says she is with him just for the reason of killing the calamity fish and doesn't care about who he actually is. Then Hansu says that she made the right choice, and he assures her that he is going to kill the calamity soon. He is now thinking that he should start changing the things from the red zone for his future survival, and he is also thinking that he is not going to get a second chance, so he must succeed in his first attempt. Suddenly a lot of arrows start attacking them, and a hull hit the ship, making a big hole in the bottom of the ship. Sophia is yelling that at this rate they are going to die soon. Meanwhile, Carls has approached them and is saying that Hansu has been hiding quite well. He then orders Rachel to bring other weapons. After a while, Carls is now holding a weapon in his hand and is saying that he specially prepared it for Hansu. Meanwhile, his members are attacking the ship continuously. So Sophia says that they must attack them too, but Hansu stops her. But Sophia is still yelling that they are going to drown if they do nothing immediately. She is asking Hansu to do something because even if it's a fairy-made ship, it's still getting damaged. While Hansu is saying that the calamity fish is sensitive to the magic, so the attacks that sink their ship are probably not going to matter to the calamity fish. Here, Hansu, tell Sophia that calamity fish only reacts to magic and powers. Meanwhile, he is also thinking that maybe it is because of the powers held by the world tree, so that's why calamity fish is good at detecting the magic, and also that even the smallest move is going to be deadly while they are near the calamity fish. Our protagonist is now saying to Sophia that it's actually true that they are currently at a disadvantage. So Sophia asks him whether he has any idea, while she is thinking she must do something too, as she can't stay useless. Here Hansu says that by saying disadvantage, he meant that he doesn't know any suitable method to face the enemies without the use of skills, and he also says that they can call for help. She is now wondering if he is going to use another crafted item. Hansu is now thinking of making a bait, as they only need to hold them for a while. Now Hansu is holding something in his hand, which is a stone tied in a rope, and is passing it to Sophia, saying they should do fishing. Sophie becomes happy and is saying that she was actually right in trusting Hansu. Meanwhile, Carls is saying to his members that Hansu isn't that much more powerful, as his own ship is going to sink soon. He then orders his men to bring all the harpoons, as he wants to drive Hansu into the water himself. While Chung is saying that they have been tossing something in the sea, maybe it's like a trap, but Carls orders him to attack them. He is asking them to make sure they must die today. On the other side, Hansu is asking Sophia to wait for a while, as the boxes they threw in the sea are now breaking, so Hansu says that it must have taken the bait. Suddenly a creature named Kraken comes out of the sea, and everyone is shocked to see it. Carls is saying that a Kraken doesn't normally come to the surface. While looking at it, Gaisu is saying if they don't stop it, then the calamity fish will go back into the depths of the sea, so they need to get inside its gills before this. Moreover, they can't lose Hansu now. Here Carls is now fighting with Kraken and is saying that he will handle it. He is now ordering Rachel to move, as they have wasted quite a lot of time. While he is thinking Kraken's sudden appearance is not a coincidence and is actually done by Hansu, they are now entering the gills of the calamity fish, and Carls is saying that even underwater creatures' gills are keeping them dry, so Gaisu is telling him that the inside of the calamity fish is imbued with a mysterious power. He is now asking Carls to look inside at the passage of calamity fish's gills. Here Carls has been asking Hansu if they just need to keep going down, so Gaisu is assuring him, saying they will be there as soon as they pass through this passage. He is now telling Carls that a giant mass of flesh that acts like a door is going to shift noticeably before they close them. He then asks others to stay alert and quiet, but Rachel suggests he prioritize the tour and keep Hansu second, and they must turn the useful travelers into the members of Quadratus. Here he says to Rachel to not rush things, as they will do everything gradually. Moreover, Hansu doesn't even know the inside of the calamity. He hopes he doesn't die before they find him. Now they are inside the intestines destroyer, where it stores all the remaining things after eating as a massive island. And it's more like a dungeon. Carls Morin is now thinking that the distorted flow of magic inside the calamity fish is keeping his tracking skills from working efficiently. One of the men is asking Gaisu whether these destroyed ships and all the corpses are Quadratus. But guess who says they don't seem to understand that this is the blessing as it is inside the calamity fish itself? He then yells, "This is actually the highlight." He is now telling people that calamity fish's stomach can properly absorb only the world tree's sap. And this part is where all the remains of even Elfenheim, which are the creators of the world tree, are present. It is like a vital treasure present within calamity fish. He is now smiling and is asking if they wonder what happened to the artifacts of all the people whose corpses are lying here. He then shows them a pendant and also tells them that he escaped this hell alive because of this pendant he found in the stomach. He then says to all those travelers that they serve YH calamities as a part of Quadratus, then everything they desire will come into existence. He is now praying for the blessing of calamity fish and is saying to travelers that Quadratus will always welcome them. As he is talking with them and is suggesting they not talk loud, as corpses might wake up, Hansu is actually hiding behind Gaisu. As he is about to say the guidance of Quadratus, suddenly Hansu appears from behind, saying by talking loudly just how much he actually meant. He then suggests not to worry about it, as even something as loud as an explosion is not going to stir the corpses. As Hansu says, if they are talking about an explosion just like this, and then suddenly Sophia makes an explosion with her magic, all the travelers and even Gaise and Carls start moving backwards due to it. As Hansu is now appreciating Sophia with her perfect timing, Carls is saying to our protagonist that Hansu came willingly to die with his hands. While Gaisu is yelling, "This isn't right, corpses are now waking up," Gaisu is thinking that these corpses are actually the forces sent by Elfenheim to defeat the calamity fish in the past. They are called the Cursed Army of Galadrian, which are Phantom Knights. These corpses are now attacking the travelers, and while fighting them, they are yelling at Gaisu, as he told them they just need to get the artifacts inside the stomach of the calamity fish. Then Carl orders his members to attack the corpses. He is now going to use his Fire Jade QI art to burn them, and after a while, all the corpses have burned into ashes. Now all the travelers are appreciating him and saying he is actually Beacon's assault commander. But Gaisu is thinking and is worried that the corpses are not going to go down this easily, as they are watchmen of calamity fish and possess the cursed body, which allows them to fight till the end. They will remain alive until the calamity fish is alive. Now the corpses are again fighting with them while Gaisu is thinking of escaping, as they need to save his life first. But then suddenly he realizes Hansu isn't here, as he is thinking whether he is here for the same purpose Sophia wants. On the other side, Hansu is running and is thinking all the things are happening the same way Keldian told him to keep the Phantom Knights, the Calamity Fish's first life of defense, occupied. And as he roughly prepared that, he also gave Sophia separate orders. So as for now, he is going for the next key point, which is Calamity Fish's core. He is now standing in front of it and is saying that he can never damage the skin of the Calamity Fish, but its core is different. He then says there is only one way to kill the Calamity Fish, which is damaging its core. As Hansu is going to damage the core with his sword, suddenly Gaisu attacks him from behind, and our protagonist is now running towards him. As he is about to stick the sword into Gaisu's body, he holds the sword with his hand and is saying he can't believe Hansu was thinking of damaging the Calamity Fish core. He then says he knows that Sophia told him about it, but he failed in it, as Gaisu is going to kill him. Although Karlz wanted to kill him with his own hands, all those who offend the Calamities are bound to die. He then orders Chung to kill Hansu while Chung is already aiming at Hansu and is saying he can't dodge his aim this time. He then throws the arrow, which is named the called shot skill. The arrow actually hit Hansu, but nothing happened to him. It is actually because of Dragon Energy Arts, which is Draconification. Chung is now yelling, "This is actually impossible because a called shot's penetration power is actually strong enough to kill even a Kukulza with a single shot." While Gaisu is looking at Hansu, he is saying he saw his energy art before, but it's so much stronger now. But then Chung is now firing arrows at him continuously, saying he is going to kill him whatever it takes. Here Hansu says if Chung doesn't want to let him go, then he also doesn't have any choice now. He is now telling them the first energy art he used had magic power exhaustion, but he had already resolved that issue. His half-body has turned into a dragon. On the other side, travelers are still fighting with the corpses, and Karlz is ordering them to keep attacking so they can't get a chance to regenerate. But one of the men says their regeneration speed has kept on increasing, and they can't do anything about it now. And moreover, if they keep doing this, they are going to exhaust themselves and lose their stamina and magic power. Here Karlz is thinking that they are at a disadvantage as they are fighting an enemy that keeps on reviving as they kill them. He is furious at Hansu, as he is the reason all of them are stuck here. He is now ordering people to use the feathers because if they die here, they're going to end up like the others. These feathers are the feathers of the World Tree, which works as a consumable artifact. These are broken off fragments of the World Tree's leaves, which are now nearly impossible to acquire. And if one uses it, they can escape easily with others around them during some emergency. But now travelers are yelling the feathers are not activating, so they aren't able to use it here. Here, Sophia is flying above them, and then she gets their attention as soon as she starts saying they can't escape Calamity Fish's stomach this easily. And the same goes with Elfenheim's Phantom Knights, as they are immortals living with its stomach. Here Karl starts saying furiously that he is not going to leave, and he also tells her to wait until the members of the Seven Phantoms find out about it. But she says such people, who sat idle while she was desperately searching for a way to kill the Calamity Fish, aren't actually going to do anything for him. She then suggests he stop whining and start finding a way to get out of here because clan communications aren't going to work here. She then says no one is going to care even if he dies here today. Sophia then says she is going to give them their one last gift, as she has already managed to get all the information she wanted. But suddenly Karl starts saying to her that her hanging with a rookie actually ruined her judgment, as he is the assault commander of Beacon, and he is entrusted with managing the red zone. He then attacks Sophia, saying he can easily drag her to the Seven Phantoms. But she easily dodges his attack and is saying he can't even hit a target right, and also he is disgracing the name of the Seven Phantoms. But then suddenly all remains and other things that were present start falling. They realize the entrance is now closing. Here Sophia starts laughing, saying she was actually finding a way to close it with her library skills, but Karl actually helped her a lot doing this. Now Sophia is flying away, saying she hopes they aren't going to meet each other again, while Karlz is yelling at her that he is going to kill her. Then he orders his members to get the ship as they need to leave as early as possible. He is now looking for Gaisu, as he was supposed to guide them in finding the Quadratus. On the other side, the Phantom Knights are coming towards them again. He then orders Rachel to provide some support, as they need some time to just reach near the gills, and then they are going to open again, so they only need to hold the corpses only until then. As people are now running to follow his orders, he is thinking that he is going to make Sophia regret it. He then starts using his Fire Jade QI art while saying he is Assault's commander and he can't lose. He is now going forward and is ordering others to follow him. But suddenly Hansu appears in front of them with Gaisu, who is barely living. While looking at it, Karl starts yelling at him, but Hansu interrupts him, saying he feels like a villain for showing up at such a time. He then drops Gaisu on the ground and says he had to do it as they don't listen to him anyway. Karl is very furious at him, and he is saying he was thinking of killing him without any harm. but he has changed his mind. But all of a sudden, Hansu starts running towards him, saying he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. He then kicks Carl and he falls behind his back. But Carl couldn't get over this disgrace and is thinking about whether he became stronger by consuming the runes of Quadratus's people. But still he thinks Hansu doesn't stand a chance in front of him. He then gets up, saying he is going to kill him and take back his breath of alcohol, which our protagonist actually stole from him. He is now running toward Hansu with his sword while Rachel is saying from behind him that they are going to assist him. But he says he isn't weak and he can kill him alone, so he doesn't need anyone. So he orders her to keep holding the Phantom Knights instead of this. Hansu asks him not to worry, as he was actually planning to clear everything in his way while keeping the sword in front of Carl's. But he furiously starts yelling that Hansu is nothing, just a newborn pup, and then he attacks Hansu with his sword while Hansu is trying to fight using his sword. Here Carl asks him whether he is really this capable, and is also thinking that he knew it. This newbie can't become stronger than him, and also he can't lose to him. Carl then yells, "This is the end," and passes the sword through his heart. He then says to our boy that he should have just accepted the offer of becoming his subordinate, so he wouldn't be dying here like this. While holding the sword in his hand, he is saying to our protagonist that he is dying because he is weaker than him. But suddenly Hansu starts smiling while grabbing the sword in his left hand, and says he is going to say this right back to him. Carl is looking at him with shock while he says that the artifacts of knights are quite good, as they are actually sharp enough to break the scales of dragon energy arts. Our protagonist then thanks him for the delivery, but Carl couldn't believe in it, as he was sure that he aimed at his heart. He is wondering maybe it is because of body modification, but Hansu says it's too late to realize it now. As he is saying this, suddenly Hansu takes out his dragon hands and sticks them right around his heart and makes a hole inside his body. It is such a big hole that someone can see through it. Carl's body falls on the floor, and then Hansu takes that sword out of his heart and throws it aside. He is now saying that it was doable as he pushed himself to create 3 dragon hearts. He lacks healing stones, but he doesn't have any other option. The special ability of energy arts is specification, which is imitation of the abilities of the real owner. So it means Dragon Art's ability literally borrows the abilities of real dragons. He is now saying what really changes with this ability is the body, as the human body is very inefficient compared to dragons. So the damage after the transformation is very severe, as our protagonist himself is still suffering from these damages, and even his stats are at 35%, as his proficiency is lacking, so it's difficult for him to maintain this form. But he thinks this is only a matter of time and he needs to move quickly, otherwise he is not going to make it in time. As he is running away, a third eye on Gaisu is seeing him, and a voice behind this eye says he is never going to forget him. He is now again going towards the core of the Calamity Fish, but the core is very high and he can't reach it on his own. But soon a platform is going to form as it reacts to Hansu when he tries to damage the core. A Calamity Fish lacks an external threat defense mechanism, but it has a very special internal defense mechanism, which is not only Calamity Phantom Knights, but also a proper defense system. So it means any approach to the core is taken out by physical attacks. But he then says they seem simple, so he can easily cut them down. But then he realizes the Calamity Fish's regenerative speed is very high, so simply cutting the tentacles is not going to solve anything. So in order to stop the regeneration, as he is thinking about it, he takes the sclerosing poison out of his bag and says there is only one way to make a decisive hit on the Calamity Fish. He then throws the poison all over, as this poison doesn't just harden things, but it also solidifies a large area that it comes in contact with, and thus it also prevents regeneration. He then puts the poison on his sword too and is now ready to kill the Calamity Fish. He is now cutting them, which are protecting the core of the Calamity Fish. So even Calamity Fish is screaming in pain and is making a lot of fuss. On the other side, Minchul and Aaron are standing outside the sea and are talking while looking at the Calamity Fish, which is swimming around the ocean here. While Aaron says all the nearby helpers must stay close to the sea and keep watch on the Calamity Fish. Then Minchul says he has never seen Calamity Fish making a fuss before. He says it feels like the fish has swallowed fire and is now thrashing in pain. But then Minchul realizes something is coming towards the root, but Aaron suggests they scout the area as they don't have time. As Minchul is about to say that they don't have time, something hits Aaron's head, and he falls on the ground unconscious. It is Sophia as she falls on Aaron. As Minchul is shocked seeing Sophia, he is about to ask her where she came from, but she says they need to move immediately as they don't have any time. He then asks her where they actually need to move, as the Calamity Fish is thrashing harder than before. While Sophia is looking at the Calamity Fish, she is thinking that she has never seen Calamity Fish like this before, and it feels like it is actually in a lot of pain. She then says everyone might treat it like a fantasy, but she is angry by the fact that she wasn't able to do this. She is crying and is thinking that she is going to be free from the guilt. She realizes that Hansu has really kept his word while Calamity Fish is rushing towards them. So then she grabs both Minchul and Aaron by their collars and starts running away from the Calamity Fish. The fish is now throwing up all over, so they are wondering what it's actually eaten, so it is throwing up now. So Minchul gets suspicious of Sophia and is asking her what she actually did with the Calamity Fish. So she says it wasn't only her, but Hansu also took part in it, while she is thinking that Hansu actually succeeded and fulfilled the promise he made with her. She is still running while grabbing Minchul and Aaron and is saying they don't have time as they are going to be swept away, so before that, they need to get away from the root tips. But they are asking her to let them go. On the other side, between the travelers, a boy named Michael is wondering what is happening and why the Calamity Fish is acting like this. But then he realizes it must be the doings of Sophia. As he is thinking about it, a girl comes towards him, saying they must do something, because if the fish's rampage gets furious, the damage is going to spread to their area as well. Then he asks her whether she sent the report, and she says that she just sent the carrier pigeon saying they are keeping track of the Calamity Fish's state. But he asked her to send more, as this is not going to be enough. He is now thinking that it might be the start of the loss of balance in the red zone, which has been maintained until now. Meanwhile, Hansu is still struggling to kill Calamity Fish, and he is damaging its core continuously. He then says killing the Calamity Fish with a human body was going to be very much as he expected, but physical strain on his body is increasing due to the use of draconification. Moreover, the tentacles of Calamity Fish are cursed with a recovery reduction skill, so frontal assault is the only way to pass through it. He then again ran towards the core while cutting down the tentacle and stabbing both swords into it. He then realizes the subspace that makes up the stomach is collapsing as the core is getting destroyed. He is now moving towards the next step. Destroying the core of Calamity Fish is the first step. The second step is to traverse the blood vessels connected to its core, and it attacks the heart directly. Then the final method is expelling the dragon energy arts, and moreover, he has been able to keep breathing because of the breath of Ahal. He again starts attacking the core, but suddenly a tentacle from behind passes through his body and damages one of his hearts. He then turns back and cuts the tentacle with his sword, but realizes they are increasing in number, so he should retreat as he needs some time to heal his wounds too. But then he says he can't go back because once he does this, he will keep going back. So the only path left for now is to keep moving forward. He is now flying rapidly to reach the main source. After a while, he is in front of the main source, which provides energy to the whole body of Calamity Fish. It is a divine source fragment that was once a part of the world tree, but then it split into fragments and is now lodged within all the calamities. As he is about to attack the source, the same thing happens. A lot of tentacles start attacking him, but this time, they have monstrous mouths. He then starts cutting them with his sword while saying he is not going to give up now and he will kill them. As Hansu is now going forward, killing these monstrous tentacles one by one, suddenly a tentacle grabs his left leg, but he cuts it too. All of a sudden, all of these tentacles attack him together, and he is now stuck between them. Our protagonist cuts all of the tentacles and gets out of it, saying this is not going to stop him. Our protagonist has realized that these tentacles are tougher to deal with than anything he dealt with in the past, so he must plan something else, as hitting them directly is not doing anything. He is now thinking of severing the blood vessels that are connecting the fragments directly to the Calamity Fish. He is now cutting all the vessels, and after a while the fragment separates out from these vessels, and Hansu catches it. He is now saying that this fragment is quite small despite the fact that it contains immense power to sustain the Calamity Fish. But soon after, the internal structure of Calamity Fish starts collapsing due to the removal of the main energy source. Hansu realizes he needs to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, he is going to get stuck in this destruction. All of a sudden, something hits Hansu in his sword, and energy fragments fall out of his hands. He is now trying to catch it but becomes unconscious. Suddenly, a little magical bird sits on his finger, saying someone ordered it to find the man named Kang Hansu, who is going to kill the Calamity Fish. Meanwhile, on the roofs, some people are now yelling for their commander, Liu, who is the vice assault commander of Beacon, and they are telling him that they found something that seems like it belongs to Carl's Morin. It is the eye mask, which actually belongs to Carl's Morin. So Liu is thinking about what actually happened to him as he was on the mission to go to Quadratus. One of the members is reporting to him that they also discovered other bodies, and it is confirmed that they were part of Carl's Morin's unit. He is now thinking that all the signs are indicating that Carl's and his members have fallen victim to Hansu. All the other members are asking him what they are supposed to do now, but he is thinking of becoming a commander. So he says, as Carl's is now gone, so they must change the titles first. While he is thinking that, he is different from Carl's Morin, as he became the commander just because he was here a few years earlier than him. He is now asking his members whether they found survivors or some other items too. The clan members are reporting to him that they are searching the whole ship, but but it seems like no one survived on this ship. Here, Vice Commander Liu finds a sword stuck between the rocks, whereupon his members report to him that they didn't find runes, but they did find some artifacts inside the Calamity Fish. He is now taking out that sword, but the sword breaks into pieces while he is thinking that it is impossible that something massive like Calamity Fish died, leaving no rune behind it. And also, according to the situation here, no one is sure how many items are left inside it in their original form. He then places the sword back in its place and is thinking about Hansu, whether he is alive or not. This, he orders his men to move forward and find traces of Hansu, while he is thinking that he should check the thousand-lie eye planted in Quadratus to find that man. While walking, his members and he reach the place where the Calamity Fish's body part is lying, and it's actually the part of its heart that existed. While looking at the condition, he is thinking whether Hansu is really strong enough that he killed the Calamity Fish alone, but someone interrupts him by calling Master Liu from behind. Here Liu corrects him, saying he is Commander Liu, not Vice Commander. The man is reporting that a large number of travelers are coming here. He is now ordering him to enforce all the members and secure this place so no one can enter it. But his clan members say these travelers are large in number, and they can't stop them, so they must do something else. Now all the travelers are standing on the edge, seeing what just happened, so he ensures his member not to do anything, as they might just be coming because the Calamity Fish is dead. So there is no point in asking them to stop as long as they don't come closer. Travelers are now talking about Calamity Fish, and it's actually true this huge monster is dead. Also, they can't seem to believe that someone actually killed such gigantic Calamity Fish. Sang is also present within them, so he starts saying that he heard there are plenty of artifacts that are hidden inside the Calamity Fish. He is now yelling at Commander Liu and his members, asking them whether they are going to take all the artifacts for themselves. Now all the travelers are thinking that it's already hard to get the runes here because hunting is very difficult here, so it's better if they succeed in getting even one artifact. Now they are running toward the Calamity Fish, where Commander Liu and his clan members are already present. Here Liu is yelling that they can't just barge in here because this place is under the management of Beacon. He then orders his members to finish them off, and now all the travelers and clan members are fighting with each other. Here a little eye is watching them fighting, flying above their heads. Then that fly is no longer flying in front of Sophia and then sits on her hand. Sophia is now saying that she is the one who asked the crowd to draw Beacon's attention, but it seems like they are making a big mess while the eye on her hand has disappeared. So here Minchul nervously said that he asked them to spread some rumors. So Sophia is thinking that she might not be able to trust Minchul and Aaron, but still, both of them are quite skilled. But now she is thinking about some people among the travelers, and realizes some of them incited the others on purpose, and is thinking about who they actually are. But then she says it doesn't matter because it turned out good for her. But she is also thinking that they aren't going to last long because they are actually fighting against Beacon, so she must use the opportunity before them. She is now making multiple eyes like before with wings so they can be of help finding Hansu. These eyes are actually God's sclera, and they create a white light and share their vision with the user. But they consume more power if they are in large numbers. Moreover, they are quite difficult to control all of them at once. But to search quietly, she doesn't have any other choice now, and it's already been 3 days, so she must find Hansu now. She is sure that our protagonist can't die this easily, so she is sure she can find him somewhere. Meanwhile, Hansu is lying unconscious on the roots, somewhere near the sea, and the assistant fairy, which was in the tutorial zone before, is trying to wake him up. Here she says that she is going to kiss him if he doesn't wake up now. As she is about to kiss him, Hansu immediately wakes up while the fragment, which was the energy source of the Calamity Fish, is also lying near him. He is now looking at his body and realizes he managed to recover a little bit before his Draconification transformation released. Now he is looking at the fragment and is grateful that he didn't lose it. Here he realizes the one who woke him up is actually no one but the assistant fairy. While the assistant fairy is just floating in the air and is saying hi to him, he asks her what she is actually doing in the red zone. Fairy is now saying that it seems like he is well aware that they can't enter the red zone until something very extraordinary happens. Then she hugs his shoulder from behind and says, "This is true." But she just can't just sit still watching him die. And moreover, this situation is so far from just being ordinary. She then says he is the first traveler here who actually killed the Calamity Fish. And she is also telling him that it's their rule to give bigger awards for bigger deeds. She then tells him that the Calamity Fish wasn't meant to be hunted, so there is no such award. But not giving him an award would be very shameful, while Hansu is getting annoyed because of her. She is now thinking that he must not have come here with good intentions, as he seems to enjoy the cruel and difficult situations. She is now saying that they gave a lot of thought to what they should give to him as a reward. So as for now, she is going to give him an offer and is saying this is not going to be a bad offer. She is now using some magic, and suddenly a rune named Lord of the Dead which is numbered skill rank 8, appears on her hand. She is now asking him to take it as a reward for killing the calamity fish. It is a skill that allows its owner to turn dead people into phantoms, and then he can order them. Moreover, it even has a special effect of magic strengthened QI, and then she says she can't even tell how much more powerful it is. So Hansu is thinking that for someone like him who can only acquire 7 skills, this would be a very advantageous reward. But then she says that this reward has a condition that is tied to the remaining calamities. She is now showing them some fragments, and Hansu realizes what they are, so he says that's enough for him. Here, Assistant Fairy says that he must listen to the explanation first. But Hansu says he doesn't want to listen anymore, and also he is ready to take the second offer. She gets shocked and is telling him that he must take down all the calamities first to receive the reward. And even if he couldn't be able to kill even one calamity fish, he will not be able to take the reward. She then asks him if he is ready to take the reward, but he jumps in the sea, saying he is going to kill the calamity fish now. On the other side, Assistant Fairy is very impressed by the fact that he didn't even hesitate for a while, and moreover, he never disappoints her because if he chose the easy reward, he would have disappointed her. As Hansu is going deeper into the sea, she is thinking identifying all the calamities in the red zone is actually very difficult, so he is going to struggle for a long time. Meanwhile, Disgorging Root, which is a monstrous root, is getting furious because it can't listen to the calamity fish's voice. On the other side, Hansu comes out of the sea and is thinking that he might have accepted the fairy's offer, but the situation is quite complicated for now, because it's a fact that his existence has actually accelerated the abyss's deterioration, so he must end everything faster than he did in the past. Here he remembers Kang Tae telling him as he is going to travel while using the Urkeneel's time-space crystal, so he must speed up as fast as he can because the more he uses the future knowledge, the faster the abyss's deterioration accelerates. He also remembered how Tae teased him about it. For now, Hansu is thinking that it is quite annoying that they dump this responsibility on him. Meanwhile, he is also hallucinating that the girl he liked who died in the past is holding his hand and is asking him to move forward. But this hallucination was only for a few seconds, and then he comes to the real world. Our protagonist is now saying that, regardless, in this situation, every skill is a big asset for him. As he is standing in front of the dead body of Calamity Fish, he is saying that he didn't expect a reward for killing the Calamity Fish. He is now thinking that he must do it now to maintain the balance in the red zone and find the next calamity. Moreover, he can just lure them out using the fragment of the dead Calamity Fish. It is also unlike before when he killed the Calamity Fish to repay his debt to Sophia. He is now thinking of meeting Sophia, but first he is required to go somewhere else. Suddenly, the clan members of Commander Liu come out of nowhere and are now surrounding him. They say they are going to kill him now, but Hansu appreciates them for coming, as he wanted to confirm something, and with all the people around him, he can ask everyone. He is now fighting with all members one by one and is assuring them not to worry, as he will make sure that they can talk at least after that. After a while, all the people are lying on the floor unconsciously, while he is grabbing one of them by his collar. He is now looking at the sky and is thinking that 3 days have already passed, so it means all the other calamities must have begun to move. He then says he can't believe he was unconscious for this long, and now he is running fast. Otherwise, he will lose the opportunity to kill other calamities. But suddenly something falls in front of him, so Hansu stops and is now looking above. A man named Levanon Mikhail, who is from the Valkyrie clan and is a helper affiliate, is standing on the top and is saying his name, Kang Hansu. But Hansu, without listening to him, says he is very busy, so he must let him go for now. While the other man beside Mikhail is saying that Sophia was finding him, Mikhail wanted to find him first. While Mikhail is saying to that man that he is going through, make sure that he is held accountable for aiding the 7 Phantoms' orders as he wished. And also, despite being the helper of the Valkyrie clan, he must not do anything here. He jumps off the cliff saying he must take care of Hansu first. He then takes out the sword and is about to fight with our protagonist, but suddenly gods Sklara and Sophia appear in front of him. While Sophia is glad that she has finally found Hansu, she is now saying that he gets tangled with such kinds of useless people. But all over, it's a relief that he is fine. On the other side, Mikhail is saying to her that she shouldn't be here but guarding her seat as one of the 7 Phantoms. He is now thinking that he already knows what happened here, and also he is aware of her involvement. But then she says they must not stop Hansu, and if they are still thinking about it, then she is going to fight with them. She then asks Hansu to keep on moving and leave everything to her. She is now ready to fight with them. But Mikhail says that she seems to misunderstand him, as he just wanted to ask whether Hansu is the one who killed the Calamity Fish. So Hansu says even if he did, it must not matter to him. Mikhail then says if it's the case, then he must do what he needs to do, and then he moves his right hand towards Hansu while everyone is looking at him with shock. He then asks Hansu to take his hand, so Sophia starts asking him what he means by that and if he wants to cooperate with them. Here our protagonist is telling him that he is not going to gain anything from him even if he takes his hand. So Mikhail says, unlike Sophia, he assures him that he will get direct support from all the helpers, and he says, it seems like a good offer for you. As for Mikhail's own benefit, he says he wants to change the red zone because it has been like this since the day he came here, and Hansu is the only one who succeeds in making a change in it. Hansu is now thinking that he actually needs someone like him, and then Sophia is whispering in his ear that he sounds suspicious and is asking him whether he is going to accept the offer. So he then says to her that there are still people left who wish for the change. So Hansu accepts his offer. As Mikhail is about to say something to him, suddenly all the floor starts shaking. Hansu is now asking everyone to dodge. Then something tears the land apart and comes out of it. The thing that comes out beneath the earth is a demon's mouth, and they are wondering what this is. This is a stem of the disgorging root that belongs to one of the calamities, but it can easily suck in everything in its surroundings, and due to its durable body, haphazard attacks won't even faze it. Moreover, they are in plenty of numbers, so people are now running for their lives. They are also wondering if this monster doesn't reach up to the roots normally. The monster is now sucking the people into it, and as they are members of Mikhail, they are asking him to help them, but he is running away, saying he will die if he stays near to it. But then Hansu holds him, saying he wanted to help him, so R asks him to go together. So he asks him where they are actually going. But Hansu just tells him that they aren't going far, and then he takes out his sword. He then holds Mikhail and starts running towards the monster face, saying, let's go in it. But as Mikhail is about to say that cutting it would be a lot easier, Hansu pulls him into the demon's mouth. After a while, Hansu is standing in the demon's mouth, saying it looks just like the way he expected. And then Mikhail falls behind him, so Hansu teases him, saying he is quite bad at landing. But Mikhail starts yelling that he is the one who dragged him here without even asking. But Hansu says he is the one who offered to help him earlier. Here Mikhail says this isn't the kind of help he was actually offering. And moreover, does he really have a plan? Or did he just come here without thinking? While Hansu is looking at liquid that is present on the floor, he is saying that it seems like a nutrition fluid. He then says that all the calamities share one thing in common, and he then asks him whether he knows about it. As Mikhail is still thinking about it, the inside of the demon's mouth starts moving. So then Hansu asks him to get ready as something is about to happen. So they realize all the monsters that are present in the red zone are here, and now they are coming towards them. So Mikhail is now thinking of running away, as it is very difficult and dangerous to fight against all these monsters. On the other side, Hansu is telling him to keep in mind that all the calamities are that you must keep looking forward while he is going to use the skill of dragon energy arts, which is invigorating. He then says there is no path to go back and then starts running towards the monsters and is now killing them one by one. While Mikhail is looking at it and wondering how he is doing all this alone, because no matter how strong someone is, they can't move forward alone like he does. Therefore he asks him whether he is scared or not. But then Sophia appears from behind, saying to Mikhail that he can't understand it because he just met him. She is now yelling at Hansu that he shouldn't disappear like this without any word. As she is furious at him meanwhile, Hansu says that he is very familiar with her personality, but she interrupts him, saying he hasn't even known her for this long. While Mikhail is getting scared and is asking them how they are so calm in this situation, moreover, they must do something if they want to get out of here. But Sophia says she is here to help Hansu and to fight with him, and if he is scared, he can just run away. Here Mikhail is saying that they are crazy because this place is going to generate all the monsters endlessly from the red zone, and this isn't something they can resolve alone. As Hansu and Sophia are fighting with the monsters, Mikhail is also fighting with the monster using his artifact, which is Wind Path, and also says that this is actually very foolish, but he is going to help them, as he was the one who gave his word. He then says to Sophia that he will also get to see the true strength of the 7 phantoms, and above all, he will get to see the strength of Kang Hansu, as he is expecting even more changes in the red zone from Hansu, as he is the one who succeeds in making a change for the first time in a while. Meanwhile, Sophia is thinking that he can easily tell after a little while that Hansu actually has that kind of strength that everyone talks about, which is the strength to change everyone and to lead everyone. Now 3 of them are fighting with all the monsters. After a while, Mikhail says that they are actually holding out for now, but it seems like they are being pushed back, and moreover, they don't know till when they are going to hold these monsters out. But Hansu says that he is sure the number of monsters is actually decreasing, which means the first wave is almost over. He then asks Sophia if she can see it too, so Sophia agrees with him, saying since she came here, she has been observing it with her library skills. And moreover, she knows the approximate location, and he just needs some time to find it. She then orders the god Sclera to go and find it, Because if the disgorging root of the next calamity fish is similar to this calamity fish, which just died, then attacking it from the outside is actually pointless. And the demon's mouth is a mouth-like organ for disgorging root. And moreover, the only place that can be damaged is inside it. Moreover, the true body of the disgorging root is under the world tree. It is deeply hidden and is even harder to damage. But if someone succeeds in entering it from the demon's mouth, then there will be a hole from which all the monsters pour out. And that place is only its weakness because it is connected to its inside. On the other side, the god Sclera has reached that place, so Sophia is now yelling that she has found the place from which all the monsters are coming out. But then suddenly she lost her connection with the god Sclera, because the monsters are pouring out of it continuously. Moreover, she says it's very far away, so killing all the monsters while going towards it is going to be very difficult. But Hansu says it's not a problem because he's going to use Dragon's art skill, which is Draconification. And then after a while his half-body turns into a monster. Then our protagonist says he just needs a few minutes to kill all the monsters. As Hansu is now ready to kill the monsters, Sophia is thinking that his transformation energy arts has gotten quite stronger. While Mikkel is saying that he even has an energy art skill, he is also capable of transforming his body. But Sophia is telling him that the transformation energy art isn't going to last long, so they must get there in one shot. But then she says to Hansu that considering his strengths, he is not able to handle all of the monsters alone, so she must open up a path for him. Here, Mikkel tells them that he requested help from his clan members on the surface. Even he doesn't know how much time they are going to take to come here, but he is sure that they will come here. He then says he can't just stand and watch both of them fighting with the monsters, so he must do something. Although they don't know if they are going to hold the monsters out until some help arrives. Looking at them, Hansu is now remembering the time with Keldian and others, and is thinking that this feels so nostalgic. He then puts his hand on his bag and says he needs to use up what he earned before. He then takes out the fragment from his bag and is neo-crushing it. So Mikhail asks, what's the purpose behind crushing it? So our boy tells him that he is not simply cutting it. Instead, he is going to use a part of it. He then stuck the forgotten blade which he got from Gaisu and made a path with it. He then says Gaisu does have an eye for good stuff. They are now standing in front of the path that Hansu just made. He then asks both Sophia and Mikkel to hold out their weapons. He then uses the magic power resonance on their weapons, which is an artifact inherent skill that allows one to lend their magic power to a specified target. He is now thinking that this is the original use of this relic, which is Galadriel's relic, and it is one of the most sought-after relics among the forgotten relics in the Red Zone, and moreover, it is meaningless if it isn't awakened by a divine stone fragment. They are now running toward that specific space while killing the monsters. But on the other side, a lot of monsters are now coming out of the demon's mouth towards the upper root. So Minchul is now ordering people not to back down and keep on fighting with them. Meanwhile, he is thinking that this is the first time he is seeing all the monsters swarming together. But then Mikhail's carrier pigeon appears in front of him. As he is about to grab the pigeon, Commander Liu suddenly appears out of nowhere and is now holding the carrier pigeon in his hand. He is now saying to Minchul that he was wondering what all the rats are doing in his territory, but now he realizes it was not only the common travelers but these guys too. He then kills that carrier pigeon and says to Minchul that he is sure he notified them that he is looking for Kang Hansu. Moreover, he says that this is Beacon's matter and he should stay out of it because all the things related to calamities are specifically under that person's jurisdiction as well. So Minchul and his helpers must back out now. He is now going back, but Minchul yells from the back that they can't get away now, but Liu says that he seems to misunderstand what he just said. As he says, he can only deal with the small fry on the surface, as Liu has bigger things to take care after all. After a while, Commander Liu and his members are also inside the demon's mouth, and he is now calling for Lebanon Mikhail. But he asks Liu Hong what he is doing here, so he replies that if he dares to do anything in his territory, then he, as a commander, must take all the responsibility. He then orders him to get out of it, as this place is under their jurisdiction. But here Mikhail says that they are going to regret it. Then they realize the entrance from where they came is now getting closed. All the walls are now moving, so Liu says he never heard about a demon's mouth moving like this. But then Mikhail says that there is an even bigger problem here, which is that it's even harder to use the skills here than outside. He is now saying that he never thought his carrier pigeon would call for such an important person. And moreover, he says if he wants to get out of here alive, then he must fight with them. As Liu is about to say something to Mikhail, Hansu interrupts them by saying to move quickly, otherwise they are going to die. As Commander Liu is seeing Hansu for the first time, he is thinking that man is very strong, yet he never saw him before. He is now thinking about whether he is really that man who killed the calamity fish. Moreover, as the entrance is blocked, using his strength here on Hansu is just a waste, so he realizes he doesn't have a choice now. Thus, he orders his clan members to go and kill all the monsters. Meanwhile, he is now thinking of informing someone about the situation, because he can't be late if he wants to deal with Hansu later. Also, despite being a newcomer, Hansu seems quite familiar with the battles here, and even his growth rate is very fast. But it's enough now. Further, it's obvious that he is strong because of Sophia, who is a phantom. But then Hansu appears from behind him, saying this isn't going to be enough. So Liu is now thinking that he must take care of him first so that person will make him the assault commander. He then asks our protagonist what he means by that. So Hansu says that he is not going to be able to last in his current state. And he also says that it seems like Beacon is weaker than he remembers. On the other side, the magic powers of all the people are now disturbing. So Hansu is thinking that he knew the fact that disturbing the magic power among all the people is going to be very difficult. He then orders them to focus on controlling their magic powers while fighting. While Hansu has already entered the plant, so the disgorging root gets furious after knowing there is an intruder here and says that it is going to kill him. Liu and his clan members are now fighting with monsters while Liu is thinking that he never saw himself this helpless before. And moreover, he has found out the real strength of our protagonist, as no one is actually aware of Hansu's real strength, which is that despite being inside the demon's mouth is covered with a layer of magic power that is very strong, but he can easily break all the walls of roots surrounding them. He is thinking of catching Hansu himself, so the person who is superior to him might look at him differently. He is now flying toward Hansu, but suddenly his flow of magic power stops, and a monster is now attacking him. Here, Sophia comes up and helps Liu by killing the monster, and then she says that she can't help him anymore, so he must figure out something. While Liu is getting furious because of the fact that he had to receive help from Sophia, who is the most heretical of the 7 phantoms. He is now ordering his team to hurry up and kill all the monsters. Meanwhile, Sophia is looking at her magic, which is also fluctuating, and is thinking that she can't help anyone anymore because the magic powers Hansu has been sharing with her are not working properly now. On the other side, Hansu is thinking of going inside the tunnel from where all the monsters have been coming, but Sophia is saying that it's too dangerous to go inside, as this is actually the passageway for all the monsters. But Hansu says that they don't have any other option, so he must go inside, as this is the only path that leads further inside the demon's mouth. But he says he can't just leave the enemies behind before going in, so that's why he is going inside while leaving behind the things for her to take care of. But Sophia is thinking that she is going to follow him soon after he goes inside it. After a while, Hansu has reached the central area inside the root. He is now standing in front of the people, who are the guards securing the inside of the root, and actually they are the last surviving members of the army of Elfenheim. He is now running with the forgotten blade in his hands to fight with them, but as soon as he reaches near them, suddenly one of the guards starts increasing in his height and then puts his hand on Hansu with all his powers. On the other side, our protagonist is using all his strength so that he must not die under his hand. Our boy is thinking that his movements are different because his body is still living, so to fight with him, he must use the Nurmaha's powers on the top of the relic awakened using the fragments of the divine stone. He is now going to use the first authority of Nurmaha's ring, which is destruction. The attack actually worked because the monster actually puts away his hand. But here Hansu realizes his wounds are actually shallower than he expected, so he must concentrate on his strengths. Here Ekadron, who is also from the army of Elfenheim, steps forward, and Fabian, who was fighting with him before, is again coming towards him. Meanwhile, Hansu is thinking that they are 2 dead generals of Elfenheim who are now guarding the disgorging root. Moreover, the authority is not even helpful in damaging them, because they are using a relic to block it. These were actually the protective devices of Elfenheim used for guarding the plant, and moreover, it's been a long time since Elfenheim has fallen, but they are still active. Even more, their attacks are incredible, as mediocre attacks won't do such a thing. He is now thinking that his right arm shattered in the last attack, so his growth rate until now is not actually bad. He is now looking at his stats and is thinking that despite the fast growth rate and also the use of a red rune, he still wasn't able to completely block the damage. Moreover, he distributed his strength among Sophia and others so they can clean up the things behind him. All these things are according to his plan. Now there is only one variable that is left, and it's the fact that the generals of Elfenheim are excellently using the relics because, as for himself, he used the fragments of divine stones to awaken the relics. But utilizing them perfectly is a different thing, so he must draw out as much strength as he can from the divine stone and the relic. As his target is not only the generals of Elfenheim, he is now looking at the disgorging root behind them, and is saying that this is his real target, which is providing strength to the generals and the calamities too. As he is thinking about it, a crowd of corpses starts getting out of a hole, which are actually Galadriel's army, and he is wondering if the second security device has actually activated. Our protagonist is now looking at them and says that it's a battle of numbers, but he also has something prepared for it. As Hansu is now fighting with these monsters, on the other hand, Sophia, Mikhail, Liu, and other members are coming out of the hole and are running towards him. All of them are now fighting with these monsters while someone says that they just got rid of the monsters to come here. But now they have to fight with the army of zombies here. Moreover, they are very strong. Here Sophia is looking at the army and is thinking that the Galadrian army is actually being controlled inside the stomach of the Calamity Fish because originally they were an army to protect this place. Meanwhile, Liu is thinking that he didn't realize the battle was going to be at this scale, and moreover, he says it doesn't seem like things will go according to his plans, and is wondering how much further Hansu is going to take this battle. Meanwhile, Hansu is trying to damage the root, but realizes it's actually recovering way too quickly. Moreover, the two generals attacking him simultaneously is also a big problem here. He is now thinking that his body isn't going to last long if he keeps using the dragon energy arts at this rate, because he is forcing the draconic strength to heal his body while also utilizing the magic power. So that's why he feels like his internal blood vessels are about to burst. He then plans to aim for only one thing, which is the central heart. Elfenheims were the army that once ruled over the Red Zone in the past, and to control the ecosystem, they created this world tree, and they created a plant too, which they hid beneath the world tree, which is actually the foundation of the world tree, and also creates all the life in the Red Zone. But over time, the plant ceased to function because of calamities. Then the disgorging root was created to support the plant, but then it became a being of calamity, which explains the reason why the plant is now berserk. Meanwhile, Hansu is fighting with the generals and is thinking that the disgorging root lacks the sufficient authority, so the most it can do is to buy time. Maybe that's why it activated the security system to buy some time. He is now thinking about the army of Elfenheim, which is 5 generals, and they exist just to protect the planet. Moreover, they cast preservation magic on the living remnants of the Elfenheim and became an undying army. And most of all, they still have the destructive and regenerative powers they had in their prime. Elfenheim bodies are actually more durable than human bodies, which makes them tougher opponents for others. But if he uses the dragon energy arts to activate the draconification, then he can easily make a momentary opportunity for himself. The one thing he needs to look out for the most is their regenerative ability, which is being continuously powered by the central heart through the plant's magic powers. Moreover, it also feels like the zombies are regenerating infinitely. Hansu is saying that things are not going to end at this rate, as the 5 generals are nothing but a distraction because he has only one goal. He is again going to use the Nirmaha's right of destruction authority. He is also thinking of using the draconification to maximize his magic power output. Our protagonist is thinking that on top of the relic's original power, which is combined with the fragment of the divine stone, he will layer it with the magic powers of Nirmaha's ring, and then he will fight with all his power. He is now ready to fight anything that comes in his way, and is saying that even if it's Fabian's armor, which is created with the Galadrian's relics, it still won't be able to completely block his authority destruction from the solo numbering Nirmaha's ring. He then attacks Fabian while asking him to sit still for a moment to regenerate. Now Ekudran is attacking him, as Ekudran's beads have high durability compared to the Fabian's armor. It means he can destroy them, but he only needs to add more force. As Hansu has only used a little force, it splits into 2 pieces, so Hansu is wondering if it splits on its own. But he then realizes that he deliberately released the magic strengthened QI around the relic to bait an attack. So it means as long as the main body isn't harmed, then nothing is going to happen to the relic. So he is saying it means that even if you cut the relic, the strength it holds is going to remain the same. On the other side, people are still fighting with the zombies, and they are quite exhausted now, as one of the men says that he doesn't know how much longer they have to keep doing this. While one of the members is saying the magic powers have been shaking, so he hasn't been able to move properly all this time. And without even that, he is still fighting with the monsters. They are now asking Commander Liu that they have been fighting with the monsters, but the number doesn't seem to decrease, and they are coming over and over again. Here Mikhail suggests they not let their guard down, as all of these zombies are going to come back to life soon. Then one member is now yelling at Mikhail, saying this is all because of him. But Mikhail says that they don't have time to complain about this and advises them to keep on fighting. But then Sophia appears in front of them, and all of them are now looking at her. So she asks them to forget everything, and only focus on fighting with the Galadrian army, because otherwise they will die. Meanwhile, Liu is thinking that he thought Sophia was the one who actually killed the Calamity, but after watching her, he realizes who truly knows everything and takes all the actions. Moreover, he must report about Hansu to that person, as he is actually stronger than they imagined. On the other side, Hansu is still fighting with the generals, and is thinking that when he blocks one, 2 others come out, so it's impossible for him to block them all at once. Moreover, dodging is impossible no matter what he does. Then one of the generals attacks his leg, and he feels the pain like his leg is being torn off. Our protagonist is now going forward and is thinking that if this is the extent of the damage, he must use the rebound to push through them. As he is thinking that he must land one strike successfully, and it's fine if he gets hit in his process. But then Ekadran attacks his arm. He then traps Ekadran to go in front of the stone. And as Ekadran is now ready to attack him, Hansu suddenly attacks the stone behind him, which was his actual plan, as that stone is the energy source for the generals and the other monsters too. He then says, "Let's put an end to this," and attacks the generals with all his powers, and after a while, he has now killed the generals. On the other side, the Galadriel knights have also stopped moving, so Sophia and Mikhail are wondering if it's really over. Here Hansu appears in front of them with Fabian's bracelet in his hand, and is telling them that the energy source is gone, so they are safe for now, but this is actually the beginning, as they need to move towards the next location. So Lu asks him if he is really planning to go further than him, and clan members of Beacon are going to pull out because they are not foolish enough to take such a dangerous path. Moreover, they followed his lead before because it was an emergency, but they don't actually take his orders, so they aren't obliged to join him further. Here Hansu takes out his sword and swings it in front of Liu as he is about to kill him with the sword while Liu is asking him to take their own paths. Here Commander Liu realizes what Hansu just did, so he becomes furious and starts asking him how he actually dared to attack him. But Hansu says he is misunderstanding it, as he wasn't trying to attack him. Rather, he was just simply forging the path he is going to take. He then asks them if they can hold their breath as he points behind their back. As all of them turn, they realize all the seawater is actually coming towards them. Now all the members and even Commander Liu are drowning in it. After a while, the seawater is now gone, and Liu is getting furious at Hansu as he tried to drown everyone here. And he also says that he can't believe he did this as they were trying to leave. He is now saying that he doesn't have any options but to use the world tree feather to get out of here. But when he takes out the feather and is about to use it, he gets the message that he can't use it here. Commander Liu is very confused and is saying that he can't use the artifact here, which is actually used to go anywhere in the real zone. Meanwhile, Hansu is standing quite near with his back towards him. So here he says to Liu that he seems like he still doesn't understand the red zone, as he can't use any artifact or even a feather inside the calamity fish or the world tree. More precisely, it means that as they are not inside the dungeon, these artifacts won't activate. It is because a fragment of divine stone is restricting its usage. He is now standing at the place where the disgorging root is parasitizing the world tree, which is inside of the world tree's roots and also the center of the red zone. While looking at relics of 5 generals in his hands, he says that they are closer to the place where the plant is present. He then said that he brought the relics of 5 generals, so he must awaken them using the fragment of a divine stone. Because just by increasing the number of relics he has, it's going to become easier to stabilize the mana, rushing out of the divine stone fragment. Although he is not using much of it, a fragment of the divine stone was originally a power that only a complete, truly closer, or a candidate is able to use properly. Our protagonist is now thinking that things will get easier for him from now on, while Commander Liu is getting furious at him, saying that he dared to do something like this and act like nothing has happened to them. He then says that he is going to acquire the seat of the first unit's commander once he gets out of here. So as the future commander of the first unit of the famous beacon, he doesn't allow anyone to pass it. But our protagonist interrupts him, saying if they want to leave, they can, because it's actually faster to take down the main body. Moreover, everyone here possesses formidable resistance, so they are actually able to hold out against the poison quite well. After listening to our boy, one of the members says that it's actually better than being burned. On the other hand, Commander is now yelling at Hansu, asking him not to talk back to him, as he does not allow anyone to give him orders. But Hansu just turns away, saying he can do anything he wants, as it is not going to change anything. Moreover, it is going to be less dangerous, so it's up to him if you want to follow him or not. But then he says it's a better choice to follow him, because then they will be able to leave this place safely. Hansu is now assuring people that he is certain the red zone is going to change in an unprecedented manner. Mikhail and other members are now listening to our protagonist carefully, so he advises them to not miss the opportunity of following him. People are now wondering if the red zone is actually going to change, as all of them wish for this place to change into a better one. Here Mikhail is saying that the red zone has never changed since the day he came here, and Hansu is the one who succeeds in changing it. Therefore, he says he needs a gale to shift the stilled tides. Thus, they actually need someone like our protagonist. Meanwhile, Hansu is now just walking forward. So Mikhail says from behind that this is the reason everyone should be careful about what they wish for. But Liu says that Beacon is going to act indifferently, and he is also saying to Hansu that even if he asks them to lend their strength to him, they are not giving him because it's already too late now, and he says he is going to make sure Hansu suffers for daring to look down at him. Here Hansu simply says, "Yeah, sure," because he can't just simply drag them with him. Meanwhile, he is also thinking that he was acting up to Eris's expectations as much as he could, but there are always some exceptions. Commander Liu is furiously asking him if he is going to keep looking down at the beacon while he is looking at Sophia, who is standing quite far away from them because she is looking somewhere with the god Sclera, and is whispering that something is strange about it. She is saying that Hansu might be wrong this time because she is sure that her observation skills have detected movements in their vicinity. Meanwhile, on the routes, people are still fighting with the monsters. Meanwhile, Hansu is thinking that these are malformed monsters and wondering if the plant is going berserk, as these creatures don't look like complete beings, and it feels like they weren't meant to live in a proper ecosystem. Moreover, he is sure that they are going to die once they exhaust their life force, but until then, they are going to consume everything in their sight. Hansu is also wondering how the disgorging root lost its control over the plant. He is now saying that such haphazard measures aren't going to stop him, and here he is also wearing that Fabian's bracelet. Meanwhile, on the roofs, helpers are giving their reports while travelers are saying that they need more supplies. On the other side, someone is ordering a boy named Johan to bring the nutrition fluids. He is now going around doing all the heavy work and is saying that things have been a total mess over the past few days, and is saying that the story that someone killed Calamity Fish was nothing, just an absurd story. But he realizes this is actually true. He is now thinking that when he first encountered the Calamity Fish, he still remembers how his hands were trembling, and is wondering when Hansu actually started his planning to kill the Calamity Fish. Meanwhile, Sang is listening to all this, and he is now standing in front of him, and is asking him whether he met Hansu before. He gets very scared as he remembers what Carls did with him before, and is thinking that he might be another group that is looking for him. And moreover, he doesn't even know where Hansu is this time. So Johan says that he doesn't have anything to say to someone he doesn't even know. Moreover, the place is full of helpers, so he says that using force on him is not going to be a good idea. But Sang says that he seems to misunderstand him, as he is not here to fight with him. He then apologizes to him, saying he forgot to introduce himself before, and he then tells him his name, which is Choi Sang-jin. Then he says that he is curious about Hansu, as he is his friend. So Johan says that he actually took a while to come here, and it seems like he finally made it here because of Hansu's help. And he then says that it's the same as on the boat, as Hansu helped him a lot too. He says he realized Hansu is actually different from others the moment when he brought that boat and asked everyone to get in it. But then he stops and says he wants to ask Sang-jin something. He then asks him what Hansu is actually aiming for. Sang says that if he is asking him for the specifics, he doesn't know about it. But Johan asks him if he is really his friend. Here, Sang starts telling him that Hansu always has some plans that he doesn't tell anyone, and moreover, he is not the kind of person who explains the little things to people. But Johan is looking at him and is thinking about Hansu. That's why he does this. Meanwhile, Sang is thinking that it doesn't matter anymore, as he is going to resolve everything himself. Here he remembers the time when he asked our protagonist to use him, and also the fact that he was actually saved by Hansu. He then says that this is the reason he decided to follow the same path that Hansu is taking, so that he can help him whenever he needs it. But the key lies in whether he is able to keep up with him. And the reason Hansu is not looking for his help. He is in the red zone because he is lacking somewhere. But then someone yells Sang's name from far away, saying they need to go now. Then he walks away, thanking Johan for telling him everything. He is about to say that if he sees Hansu again, but then stops. He then says that he will do it himself, as Hansu would do the same. He is now saying that he needs to put in some effort, as he is far behind Hansu. Moreover, he is thinking that he is sure Hansu is fighting somewhere fiercely. On the other side, Hansu is fighting with the monsters and is thinking that he is supplying himself with the magic power using the fragment of the divine stone. So it means he needs to focus on the powers instead of the durability. Commander Liu and his members are standing behind him, and he is thinking that impossible for him to be this strong because he just got here. And it's impossible for someone to get this strong in such a short time. But then Hansu starts saying to him that he is just letting him know that the way back holds nothing for him but just a waterfall of poisonous water. So he then wishes them good luck, and he enters the place, saying he is going ahead and the rest can follow him according to their will. Sophia and Mikhail are also running behind Hansu, so one of the clan members says to Liu that he is the only one who knows the way out, so it's better to follow him. So even Commander Liu says that if they want to survive, then they must follow him, so he orders his members to hurry up and starts following him. Meanwhile, in the place where the disgorging root and the plant are present, someone is saying that it's almost complete. It is a creation that is made by perfectly implanting the innate powers of the plant. The disgorging root has created someone, which it named Alpha. It is now ordering Alpha to wake up, as it is the life force that is going to maintain the red zone. Disgorging Root then asks Alpha to follow its orders. It then orders him to eliminate all the intruders. But Alpha says that one of his stature doesn't have any reason to take the orders from something like a Disgorging Root. But it gets furious and starts yelling at him that it is the one who created him. Disgorging Root also says that he is nothing but just a replica it created. But Alpha gets very furious and asks how it dares to claim to be his creator. He then attacks the Disgorging Root and asks the Root to hand him the key to the armory. But the Disgorging Root becomes furious at him. It is asking him how he dared to attack his own master. Here, Alpha calls the Root a fool and advises it to ponder on the situation as it is continuously pumping out the monster to defend itself. And due to this reason, it is not able to restore the plant. Moreover, this is the reason he is asking it to hand over the keys, as he is the one who can fight with them. Meanwhile, Disgorging Root is thinking that although it was shocked by the sudden attacks, it seems like he is still following its orders. So Disgorging Root opens up the place where the key is present within the Divine Stone. Then Alpha reaches his hand to pick the key, but all of a sudden he starts pulling the Divine Stone. Here, Disgorging Root realizes what he is actually doing and starts yelling at him. But after a while, he snatches the Divine Stone out of the Disgorging Root, and the Root dies on the spot, as the Divine Stone was the main source of energy. Here Alpha says that he is going to keep his promise and will surely resolve the matter. On the other side, Hansu and others are fighting with the monsters. Mikhail is asking people to not stop and keep on fighting, as he thinks there must be an end to all these monsters. But then all of a sudden, plenty of tentacles start sticking out of the floor while tearing it apart. They are now growing large and are also attacking all the travelers. So people are yelling at each other to watch out for them, while our protagonist is running from one place to another in order to cut the tentacles as much as he can. Even the monsters are also attacking him simultaneously. Meanwhile, Hansu is thinking that this internal defense system is quite weaker than the Calamity Fish's defense system. And even the monsters are weak here. And above all, they are becoming weaker and weaker as they keep growing. On the other hand, Liu and other people are fighting with the monsters, so Hansu is thinking that he should leave these monsters to them and keep moving forward towards his main objective. But suddenly all the tentacles start lying on the floor, deadly, and people are wondering what just happened to them. On the other side, Hansu is also thinking of the reason while looking upward, but suddenly he starts running. Meanwhile, Sophia is calling for him. He is now entering the part where the Disgorging Root and the plant are present. He is now standing on a cliff and is wondering what happened to the plant, as it is powered off. But suddenly someone calls for him to come down the cliff. Hansu realizes someone is present down the cliff, so he jumps from the cliff while thinking that the plant is powered off because someone actually took the Divine Stone, and maybe this person is the one who took the fragment of the Divine Stone. Moreover, he is also wondering who that person could be because no one has actually reached the center of the Disgorging Root besides them. He then lands on the floor and is now standing with his back towards Alpha. He then starts saying to Hansu, while holding the Divine Stone in his hand, that he is actually smarter than the other bugs. Hansu is now looking at him with the corner of his eyes, and Alpha is still talking about how he is using that key accurately despite the fact that he doesn't even belong to their race. Alpha is now showing him the Divine Stone and asks our protagonist whether they can talk about the key our protagonist has. Key is the true name of the 5 relics that the 5 generals possess. And the reason they are called the key is simple. Because if one gathers all the relics, they can easily gain full authority to control the world tree. While Hansu is still thinking about how he referred relic as a key, those people of Elfenheim that he had met in the Abyss said this. He also thinks that there is only one reason they are referring to relics as a key, but it's impossible for them to be here right now. Suddenly our protagonist realizes something and says to Alpha that it means he is actually a replica. Meanwhile, Alpha says that our protagonist is actually something, as he not only possesses the key but also knows the originals. But Hansu only says that he heard a bit about them, and then he asks him to talk away whatever he wants to say to him. So Alpha asks him to give all the keys he has to him because a bug like him doesn't deserve it. But here Hansu says that he also wants to make an offer. Then he says instead to give the fragment of Divine Stone he has to him, because a replica like him doesn't actually deserve it. Our protagonist then points the Forgotten Blade at him, but Alpha starts laughing and asks Hansu if he should know his real place, because a mere bug like our protagonist can't kill him. Alpha then raises his arm in the air and says that he is going to kill him, as Hansu doesn't leave him any other choice. Then suddenly a sword appears in his hand while Hansu is looking at him doing all this. Meanwhile, he is also wondering if Alpha is actually capable of storing enough to arm hundreds of thousands of men. Alpha is now holding an armory and says that he is going to show him his real place. He then throws multiple orbs at Hansu with all his powers, and our protagonist is fighting with the help of 5 generals' orbs. Meanwhile, Alpha is getting furious at the fact his 7 sacred orbs are losing against the 5 generals' weapon. But then he thinks of attacking Hansu in a different way. He then attacks Hansu using the orbs from all sides. While Hansu is now looking at the orbs coming towards him and is thinking that each orb individually is quite weak, but together they are enough to kill hundreds of men, suddenly he jumps from the floor and is now hanging on a branch of a tree coming out of the cliff. Alpha then again attacks Hansu, and Hansu realizes that this clone is actually using a reproduced weapon, and then he also needs to use another method. And suddenly Alpha realizes he can't control the orbs anymore, and thinks that it may be because the armory is not functioning properly, and also the magic power he should be channeling into the 7 sacred orbs is actually dispersing of its own. He is now yelling that it can't be possible. Then Hansu says that, as he told him before, he heard a bit about them before, so he also knows the magic code while he is remembering his past when he met the real general. He is now saying to Alpha that he is surprised by the fact that even though he is a clone, he is still able to summon the armory, but it's also a fact that a good weapon only shows its worth in the hands of a skilled user. Hansu then jumps towards Alpha while holding his sword to attack Alpha while saying, if this is all that he has got. He is now about to kill Alpha with his forgotten blade, while the clone is thinking that this is his end now. But suddenly he dodges our protagonist's attack and is now about to attack back on Hansu. But our protagonist attacks his face using his elbow, and when Alpha is yelling due to the pain, Hansu attacks his neck using his weapon and he starts bleeding. Then he again attacks him using the 5 Generals' weapon while saying that he is not going to let him go as Alpha is running away from him. Due to our protagonist's attack, Divine Stone falls out of the clone's hand, and he tries to catch it but can't, so he is now running away without the fragment, and is also thinking about our protagonist, that he is quite good at controlling the magic, and also wondering how someone like him is actually controlling the key so perfectly without any risks. Because even if he is using the fragments of the Divine Stone, it is still quite impossible, and it feels like he has decades of experience in controlling the magic powers. Alpha also thinks that if they calculate the magic to control them, it feels like Hansu is actually on his level, and then he suddenly realizes that no, Hansu is actually a lot better than him. He is now getting very scared because he thinks that Hansu is going to kill him any moment, as he is stronger than him. He is now remembering his past life, and then says that he is not going to fail this time. Moreover, Alpha asks himself if he must survive this time to complete his goal, while Hansu is coming towards him again to attack. But as soon as Hansu attacks Alpha, his body becomes invisible, and our protagonist's attacks do nothing to him. It is solo numbering 6, which is Heavenly Soldier armor, and it is an invincible set of armor that consumes armaments to grow, and it displays impenetrable resistance to any weapons it consumes. Now our boy is saying to Alpha that he has another reason now to take him down. Hansu is now attacking him again and again, but his attacks aren't doing anything to him, and our protagonist is getting annoyed due to it. Meanwhile, Alpha is thinking that this solo numbering is not able to absorb all the force, but it's still guarding his life, and losing the situation is quite tricky, as he is not able to use the armory now. Because if he can use it together with the Heavenly Soldier armor, then he can win easily. Moreover, if he doesn't do anything now, then it's just a matter of time before Hansu succeeds in killing him. But then he realizes he can actually use the weapons in the armory because the armory is disabled due to the magic power code while the weapons still exist in the armory. He is now thinking to concentrate all the weapons in the Heavenly Soldier, while Hansu is running towards him, saying he is not able to use the armament production now. But then all the weapons start coming out of the armory, and Hansu realizes that this is actually Weapon Eater. Alpha is now laughing while saying that it is too late for him to realize it, as he is going to show him the true powers of armament production now. Here our protagonist is thinking that he is not able to withstand this attack with his current state, while the clone is also thinking the same. Hansu also says that he doesn't have any time to deal with him now. Here Alpha holds Hansu using his powers and says that he is going to transfer the authority to control the Heavenly Soldier to him. Meanwhile, Alpha is saying that it's actually pointless, because the chances of him dying from gaining the authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor are actually 9-1. It's not plausible in the beginning, but soon after having all the Heavenly Soldier armor and all the weapons inside the armory, the succession test becomes more difficult. Meanwhile, the clone is also thinking that Hansu would have been consumed by the Heavenly Soldier armor by now, but he is rather holding out pretty well. Alpha is now thinking that he is not going to be able to use Heavenly Soldier armor after the protagonist dies, so he should just leave him here and go to the World Tree first. Meanwhile, Hansu is struggling to fight with the powers within him, which are actually trying to kill him. Then Alpha says to Hansu that he will come back once he is dead. On the other side, Hansu realizes that he transferred the authority to him because he knows that a human body will not handle it. Our protagonist is now thinking that this is very dangerous for him, as he will die even with one mistake. He is now thinking of a plan, which is if he raises his Dragon QI arts to the maximum, but it is also dangerous for his life. But this isn't the time to think about such things. He is now actually using the dragon arts to overcome it, and after a while he finally succeeds in overcoming the power. And as the pressure of utilizing the dragon QI arts was very high for his body, he is bleeding from his mouth now. Our protagonist is now looking at the blood on his hands and is thinking, even if he used it for a brief moment, the burden was still very high for his body, and moreover, he is actually not at a level where he can freely use these powers, so he must seal the powers for the time being. He is now looking for Alpha and realizes he is not here while he is also looking at the divine stone, which is lying on the floor. He then picks up the divine stone while saying that he must leave the place by teleportation because he wouldn't leave the divine stone behind. He is now able to use the Heavenly Soldier's armor and is thinking that he likes this power as it moves according to his will. Heavenly Soldier armor has another great effect other than its weapon-eating ability, and it displays even greater defensive capabilities against weapons that are the same kind of whatever it consumed before. Hansu is now looking at the armor around him and is saying that the Heavenly Soldier armor has already undergone red evolution. And also, maybe it is because that Alpha actually fed all the weapons to the armory, so this armory is not going to need any feed for a time being. On the other side, monsters are not coming out of the hole anymore, and other travelers are wondering about it. Moreover, they are also looking for Kang Hansu. Sophia is telling them that she actually saw him getting out of here, but then Liu interrupts her by saying that he actually abandoned her and others. And moreover, he was the one who asked others to follow him. But then Mikhail says to him that they also must consider that Beacon has been following the same Hansu all this time. So Liu becomes annoyed and says that they didn't have any other option than this, because this is also Hansu's fault. If he hadn't submerged them in the seawater, they would have been able to leave this place, as Beacon wanted to withdraw from the start. Then Commander Liu asks them to say something if they think he is wrong in this. He is now again asking them about Hansu, but all of a sudden our protagonist appears from behind him, so Liu gets flustered and starts asking him when he got back and where he actually was. Hansu tells him that he was out to take down the main body. Mikhail asks him if he succeeds in it, so Hansu says that the main body is dead, as someone has already killed it before him. He is now asking them to follow him so they all can go towards the surface now. He is now looking at Liu and saying that they all have their free will if they want to listen to him or not, because he never gave any orders to anyone, and also that he hopes they are not going to make him repeat his words. Here, Mikhail is teasing Liu by making the face he made before when Hansu appeared from his back. Liu is getting furious at Mikhail, while Hansu is thinking that the main one has already been taken down, and he also succeeds in obtaining the fragment of Divine Stone. But that clone is still bothering him because he looked like he was able to wield all the king's authority, and moreover, if he is able to do this, then things are going to get worse. He is now thinking about Alpha, and it feels like he is headed directly towards the flower. On the other side, Alpha has actually reached the flower and is saying that it was worth it to sacrifice the Heavenly Soldier armor, as he can easily possess all of the king's authority now. But he is now yelling at the flower that it is still sleeping as the world tree has already withered and Elfenheim is no more. And then he says, "Are humans really going to replace them?" Moreover, he must correct the errors he made in the past. To revive his kin all for the Acheron, he must correct the mistakes now. He is now walking away from the flower, saying to his king that he is so cowardly that he failed to save the kin and even failed to save the Elfenheim. And at the end he even lost himself, and he also says that he is going to everyone. He is now thinking of Hansu, that his first step is to get the key he possesses, and he also must recover the Galadrian's sword, Echidran's beads, and Fabian's bracelet from Hansu. As Fabian and Echidran existed as two yet one, so he must possess both of their belongings, and after recovering the administrator's authority, he must enter the flower. But this process requires great powers, but not tricks. He is now thinking that he should use Ouroboros. Alpha is now getting down a big tree, jumping from one branch to another. As he reaches the floor, ants looking like monsters are now standing in front of him, but then he can order them to move away as he is their creator. He is now looking at these monsters while thinking that the original failed miserably at the end. And moreover, the original also lost its kin, so it lost the authority too. And as for now, he is the original. Then he starts laughing and says that from now on he is going to be the real Techeron. Now the Hansu and others have come out of the demon's mouth. Now other travelers are helping them as they are seriously injured while saying that they thought they had died while fighting and are not going to come back alive. On the other side, Sophia is just lost in her thoughts, so Mikhail asks her about what she is thinking while standing behind her. She then turns back to look at him, but then he says that he is sure they are thinking the same thing, so asking her is actually pointless. He then starts talking about Hansu, that he is the one who killed the disgorging root and calamity fish, and a lot of things have changed in the red zone since he has arrived. He then said that, honestly, he wanted to give up, And moreover, the person superior to him also said the same thing, because everyone thought that no one was actually able to kill the calamity fish. But at the end, he succeeds in killing it and proves everyone wrong. Moreover, he did it alone. He then says that the person who is superior to him will surely like Hansu. Moreover, our protagonist is going to cross over the orange zone just fine as well. While Sophia is thinking that the red zone is going to be a safe place from now on, which means the people coming from the tutorial zone are going to survive. If things happen the way she is thinking, then her siblings might also succeed in surviving in the red zone too. She then remembers when she met Hansu for the first time, and also when he said that he was going to save 1 billion lives, so Sophia becomes happy and starts laughing. On seeing her, Mikhail is asking her the reason for her laugh. She then says, while smiling, that she felt like something ridiculous might come true. All of a sudden, a lot of monsters start coming towards the travelers, and they are now running away to save their lives. But suddenly, a man falls on the floor and is yelling for help from others. But then the ant attacks him from behind and is now sucking his soul. Alpha is actually the one who ordered them to stop the humans until he gains his control over the Ouroboros. So he asks them to make sure no human leaves the place. Alpha actually ordered the ants to stop the humans from crossing over the orange zone. He also ordered them that they must kill Hansu and Sophia. All the people are now scared and are saying that a parasitic locust is coming towards them. While an old lady is yelling at people to prepare themselves, they must stop them, because if they reach here, then this is going to be the end of the red zone. So it's up to them to protect their place. She is now ordering them to hold these monsters until help from other clans arrives, but travelers are saying that it's impossible to stop these monsters. On the other side, people sent the carrier pigeons to Mikhail, and he is now reporting to Hansu and Sophia that all the parasitic locusts in Ouroboros have come out, which are actually more than 100 million. Meanwhile, travelers are saying that they aren't able to handle these monsters even if they gather all the clans. While our protagonist is thinking that it's impossible for the parasitic locust to advance this quickly, as they only protect the interior of Ouroboros. Moreover, they are gatekeepers and only protect whatever breaks through their Ouroboros scale, so they don't simply attack without any reason. And also the Ouroboros, which is the only being that can control them, is currently focused on drinking the poison water, so it doesn't have any reason to give them these orders. Also, this has never happened in the past 500 years, and not even in his past life, which means it must be Alpha, as all the things have become quite a hassle since he has come to life again. Meanwhile, someone yells his name from behind. He is Liu, and is getting furious at our protagonist because he thinks all the parasitic locusts are going wild because of him. Because if he didn't kill the calamity, then things would have never become like this. He is now asking Hansu to take all the responsibility. But then Mikhail asks him to stop saying anything, because there is no relationship between calamity and the parasitic locusts. Hansu is asking Sophia to use her librarian skills to see how long it is going to take for them to get down. She asks him whether he is asking about the time parasitic locusts take to get down, but then Hansu points out the Ouroboros and says that he is asking for the time Ouroboros take to get down. Sophia and Mikhail are looking at him in shock. Meanwhile, he is thinking that things aren't going to end with the locusts, as that clone possesses the king's authority to a certain degree. As he can order the locusts to move, it means he can surely control the Ouroboros as well. But it is surely going to take him a long time to control them, as it is one of the 4 great calamities. But once he gets his control over them, he is going to send them down to the surface. So the most important thing is to figure out how much time he is going to take to control the Ouroboros. He is asking Sophia to hurry up, as the longer the Ouroboros takes to come down, the more time they have to make all the preparations. Sophia says that Ouroboros are going to take about 2 weeks to come down. On listening to this, even Liu is thinking that it's over now, and moreover, the order to bring Hansu doesn't matter anymore. He then yells at his clan that the red zone is dangerous. Then he orders the first and second squads to report it to Sir Miyamoto, and the rest of the members follow him. But Sophia is asking him not to go anywhere, as they must stop him together. But Liu says that they don't have any reason to do this. Sophia is telling them that the mirror is going to open up soon, and all of them can escape at that time. Mirror is a great lake that is present between the 6 grand columns, and it's the path to the next area, but it only opens once a month. When the surface of the lake appears like a mirror, they can step inside it, but those who are unqualified can't enter it while others can. Sophia is thinking this is very obvious, as all the clan members are high-level travelers, so they are bound to successfully enter the mirror. Here Liu is asking her if she really means that all the clan members can escape when the mirror opens. He then says that they are not going to die here for sure, but she starts yelling at him that he must think about Sir Eris's and Sir Miyamoto's orders. But Commander Liu says it is very obvious that they are going to die at the hands of parasitic locusts, or they will simply die due to Ouroboros. Moreover, he doesn't care about the order given to him 20 years ago, Sophia is looking at him fiercely, but he asks her not to look at him like this, because other clan members are also thinking the same. Moreover, things would be very different if the order was established, and things were secure because people escaped justice in heaven, not in hell. She is now thinking that at this rate all the remaining survivors will die, and they need to be careful as the seal may come undone as well. But Hansu assures her not to worry, as 2 weeks is plenty of time for him, and if they just ascertain the conditions, then taking down the Ouroboros isn't going to be very difficult. But Sophia says if he is thinking the same about the time with the calamity fish and the disgorging root, then it's impossible. And Mikhail says that all the parasitic locusts are descending even though they are speaking. And if the gatekeepers aren't doing their duty, it means it is completely shielding itself. So using the same method as before is quite impossible. So Hansu says that they must fulfill certain conditions. The first one is gathering all the clan members to fight against the locusts. And the second condition is getting help from the strongest figures of the red zone, which is 7 phantoms. And this is how they are going to take down the Ouroboros. Mikhail asks him if he really meant that when he said he wants to unite all the clans to fight against the locusts, despite the fact the Ouroboros are going towards descent and soon to destroy everything here. He says they're gathering all the clans is actually impossible. While Sophia is saying that she has been following his ideas all this time, even the things she thought were impossible, and even now she trusts him, she then says that he must be aware that they, the phantoms, can't leave their posts, and even if they want to come, they still can't. Hansu says that he is aware of it. That's why he is going to resolve it too, as he is going to eradicate the main reason because of which all the phantoms are tied. Sophia asks him what he is going to do, but he ignores her, saying first they need to unite the clans so they can stop the parasitic locusts, as they don't have time. Ouroboros are central nervous systems. On the other side, people are fighting against the locusts, while Alpha is looking at him while sitting inside the Ouroboros. He says that they are holding out better than he actually thought, but it's actually meaningless, as the locusts are high in number, and suppressing the humans is only a matter of time, as he himself can't afford to kill these many humans. Even if every one of them is actually a valuable resource, he still needs quite a population to remain. He then realizes some vermin are actually trying to escape the red zone. Alpha says that they aren't good, as they are trying to kill their kin in order to survive, and he is now going to give them a divine punishment. Meanwhile, Liu and his members are standing in front of the lake, which is actually the portal for the next zone. He is now looking at the people who came here with them, who are folks from the Celestial Association, 6 unaffiliated, and even the Chimera clan's monarch. So he realizes that except for the Valkyrie clan, which is fighting to hold out the locusts, all others are now here. He is thinking his judgment was correct all the time, as even the strongest people are here to run away. He is now ordering them to find a spot nearby so they can depart as soon as the mirror opens up. His clan members are now running according to his orders. Meanwhile, Jeokums, who is the Hecarim clan's leader, is mocking Liu by calling him a man who stole the dead Klarsmoren's seat, and is asking him whether that person gave him the permission to leave this place. But Liu says that he doesn't have any reason to tell him about this. But Jokma says that he thought he would have been able to see them for one last time, as they have been so busy that he doesn't even remember what they look like now. Liu is murmuring that this clan leader is performing a great duty unlike others, so it's natural, but suddenly he becomes silent, as Hansu appears in front of them, saying it's great that all 6 clans are here, but Liu is fiercely asking him why he is coming in his way again. But our protagonist says he is not here to do this. Instead, he is here to share his plan, which is actually very simple. The plan is these 6 clans are going to stop the parasitic locusts. Meanwhile, he will stop the Ouroboros. Meanwhile, the members are murmuring if he is really asking them to stop the locusts while he can take down the Ouroboros. They are wondering if he has gone crazy, but Mikhail puts his hand on Hansu's shoulder, saying they aren't going to follow his plan. Here Sophia steps forward, saying everyone is so irresponsible here, as they are meant to protect the roots and red zone, as this is the will of Lord Erez and Lord Miyamoto. Here they realize they have been referring to Miyamoto all this time, as he is already dead in the abyss, but until his death he helped a lot of people. But here Liu asks phantoms to not cross the line. He asks Sophia if it doesn't matter even if she is also one of the 7 phantoms. She still can't use the person's name. But Mikhail and Hansu are thinking that he ignored that same person's words by trying to run away. But here, Jokma is referring to Hansu, saying that he is quite crazy, and he also says that he wants to give him one advice. Jokma says that he heard about him as he is the one who killed the calamity fish. And also, this is actually a shame that he is not fighting, but a clan actually acts for its own benefit. He then says they would fight at a loss, as they only need to hold them out for 2 days, and then they can go to the orange zone, and as every person can only save itself, so let's not come in each other's way. But then Hansu says he already knew that he wouldn't be able to get through him, as they are coming, so it's better for him to experience how harsh the world actually is. The group then starts shaking, and people are getting terrified. But Gyeokma asks them not to be scared. They only need to hold out the locusts for 2 days, and they can go toward the next zone. But Hansu says this is exactly not what they are thinking, as the movement is quite strong. He is saying that there is only one thing that can cause such movements on the routes, which is Ouroboros. It means they are now moving. The Ouroboros are now attacking, and Liu is yelling about what is actually happening, as they were supposed to come down in 2 weeks. But Sophia says this is now the Ouroboros, which is coming, but it's only moving the tail. People are getting scared by the fact that the ground is moving to this extent only when the Ouroboros is moving its tail. Then what will happen if it actually comes down? Hansu says that the Ouroboros are trying to block the mirror. People are now running around as the Ouroboros is moving its tail back and forth. On the other side, Sophia is making a shield above her, Hansu and Mikhail, while Hansu says that he has another request, so Sophia asks him to speak away. Now the tail has fully covered the mirror, and as for now, they can't even go to the next zone. As they are still thinking about this, someone yells, "Commander Liu, the parasitic locusts are now coming towards them." He is ordering his members to retreat, and they must run away as fast as they can. Other clan monarchs are also ordering their members to move quickly, while Gyeokma members are asking him to give them orders. While he is thinking that the Ouroboros' tail has already blocked off the mirror, an infinite number of parasitic locusts are coming down to attack them. And if they want to go to the next zone, then they must kill all of them first. However, it's impossible considering their numbers, but they have no other options. His members are now asking him whether he is trying to get them killed. Meanwhile, Sophia is making a large crystal so they can't run away and instead fight with the locusts. Liu is yelling at her to stop doing this, but she says there is no point in running away, and they must stop the locusts if they want to stay alive. But he says they are going to die anyway 2 weeks later when Ouroboros descends. But then one of the members yells they have an emergency now as the locusts are quite near to them. Then Hansu appears in front of them, killing the locusts, and asks all the clans to follow his plan because they can only survive like this. But Liu says that they are absolutely insane. He also says that they aren't some hero, so doing it is not actually going to do anything. Liu is saying to Hansu that he has been talking about taking down the Ouroboros, but must know that Ouroboros are on another level than other calamities. So Hansu asks him if he is planning to run away with the tail tucked between his legs. Although doing all is the only possible way for survival. The mirror is going to open in 2 days, but they don't have any choice but to wait for 2 weeks, as the Ouroboros' tail is completely covering the mirror. He then asks them to choose between uniting to take down the calamity or dying due to their own selfishness and being buried in the ground. The locusts are coming towards them, and Gyeokma's clan members are yelling at him to give them some orders. So Gyeokma says that he likes what Hansu just said. He then orders his members that from this moment make sure that all the parasitic locusts that ran over the lake will not remain able to move anywhere else. He is now ordering them to take their weapons and start the war with the locusts. While one of his members asks him if he is really going to fight with the locusts until he slays the Ouroboros. But he says that they aren't going to do this, although they are going to fight. But he also orders them to prepare for retreat too, so they can at the moment once they need it. Because it's going to be very beneficial for the 6 great clans to fight together with them. Moreover, if Hansu can't succeed in stopping the Ouroboros, then they will not be able to head toward the Orange Zone, so all 6 clans must be aware of this. So if things go wrong, then he will hold him accountable for them. As he said, he can take down the Ouroboros along with 7 phantoms, so he says there is nothing for them to lose anyway. Now all the clans are taking part in fighting with the locusts, except Liu and his clan. So his members are saying that they should also take part to kill these locusts. But they realize Commander Liu is not there. On the other side, Liu is running alone somewhere to hide while thinking if he knew things were going to turn out like this, then he would have done a better job, and he is thinking that all of them have lost their minds as they are thinking that they can stop these endless locusts and can also stop the Ouroboros, which is actually impossible. He says that their plans are not going to work out, but then he remembers Hansu and thinks that maybe he can do this. But again he starts saying that it is impossible for this plan to work out. He is now running back to the person, and is thinking that he will just say it took him a while to learn more about Kang Hansu. On the other side, Mikhail is looking somewhere, so Sophia asks him whether he saw something there, but he says no, he saw nothing there. Hansu is fighting with the locusts, and Mikhail is telling Sophia that after the Hecarim clan, all the other clans also started following the plan, and that's how they actually managed to delay the parasitic locusts' descent. Here Hansu says that he is going to leave everything on him now as he needs to go and win over the 7 phantoms. While he says that the time has arrived to meet Miyamoto now, here Mikhail asks him if he is asking him to stay back by leaving the rear to him. So Hansu says that he is the one who offered to help him last time. Then Hansu and Sophia leave the place, saying he is going to leave everything behind on him. Meanwhile, in the Beacon's headquarters, the members are discussing it. As someone is reporting them, what is happening outside is that locusts have blocked the mirror, and 6 great clans are now fighting with them. Moreover, the Valkyrie clan has completely eradicated the first wave of locusts, and now they are moving towards the mirror. So they must decide something now, which is whether they avoid the battle against locusts while hiding and waiting for the path to open, or they continue to protect the seal, as the phantoms must protect the seal after all. Here, 4th Phantom Mariant Arc suggests hiding near the seal and waiting for everything to pass, because the situation isn't very dangerous. While the 3rd Phantom Beak, Jansang, says that he also supports hiding the seal so locusts and Ouroboros wouldn't be able to enter it. They don't have any way to deal with Ouroboros. The 6th Phantom, Tina Charlize, says that what will happen to the remaining travelers if they hide. But the 2nd Phantom Kyle Cooper Day, he is against it, as although protecting the seal is their duty, it's actually for the sake of protecting more lives. Now they all are arguing about it, as some are suggesting protecting the travelers, and some are suggesting protecting their lives. But then the 1st Phantom, who is Miyamoto Junichi, advises them not to fight with each other. He says it is quite good to discuss, but they shouldn't argue about it. All of the other Phantoms apologize to him. He says that this is not the time for apologies, and as for the current situation, he says that he completely understands what they are feeling. But as they are Phantoms, they must stay calm. He says that they first need to find the cause of the current situation. In the red zone, but then Liu appears in front of him, and he is breathing heavily, so Miyamoto asks him what is happening. Here Liu says that he has an urgent report, but one of the Phantoms yells at him, saying he is disturbing them between the meeting. But then Miyamoto stands up from this chair and is appreciating him, saying that he is going great as he is filling the vacancy of Carl's Moren. Then he asks him to say whatever he wanted to say before. He says that whatever is happening right now is Hansu's fault, and moreover, he also proposed the ridiculous idea of taking down the Ouroboros. But here Miyamoto asks him why he has gone to the mirror as Liu is thinking to say something, but he says there is no need for him to tell him. He says that this is the proof that he attempted to escape the orange zone. As all the Phantoms are trying to protect the red zone, his actions actually spat in the face of their efforts. Here, Liu says that he simply follows the orders of Miyamoto, so he asks him if he really did that. Then he apologizes to the Miyamoto, but Miyamoto asks him to wait and they can discuss it later. Now they are saying that it's a shame he tried to run away, but Miyamoto says, considering the fact that such a massive Ouroboros is descending, his actions are quite understandable. So one of the Phantoms says that Man Hansu is creating a lot of fuss, but still she wants to meet him once. But Miyamoto says they don't know if he could be a sensible man who is going to be a great help for the red zone. But then someone reports to Miyamoto from behind that Kang Hansu is here to meet him. Hansu is now introducing him to the Miyamoto and other Phantoms. And even Miyamoto also introduces himself, saying he is the current leader of the Beacon clan and he also protects the red zone. Then our protagonist says, due to the current situation, he is just going to cut to the chase. He then asks them to help him in taking down the Ouroboros. But all the Phantoms start saying that he doesn't deserve to talk with them like this. Here Miyamoto appreciates him by saying that he is a very honest man, but they can't help him. Even if he says that he is able to take down the Ouroboros, they still can't leave this place. Here Hansu talks about Akuma, who is going to take his place, and strikes him down, so he asks them to release his seal. Now all the Phantoms are pointing their weapons at Hansu while Miyamoto is asking him how he knows about Akuma. There are 4 calamities. In the red zone, which travelers are aware of, are Disgorging Root, Ouroboros, King Bee, and Calamity Fish. But deep within the trunk of the World Tree, there exists another calamity that is hidden from the travelers. It is the 5th one, which is the Sealed Calamity, which is Akuma. And the moment it was discovered, people realized that he must be kept sealed away because it was clear that he could bring the red zone to ruin. So Akuma's existence was hidden, and only Miyamoto knows about it and 7 Phantoms who share his will. Miyamoto asks him even after knowing everything he still wanted to open its seal, and Hansu says yes, it's because of the relics he has, which are the chains of Ekin and Karghorn's spear, and in order to take down the Ouroboros, he must need these. Miyamoto is asking Sophia whether she told him everything, but she says that he knew everything before. Miyamoto says that it's very strange, as it hasn't been long since he came here to the red zone, and he even knows about Akuma. While other Phantoms are suggesting to kill him, they think his goal is to take the relics and take down the Akuma. They say that he is full of greed, and that's why he killed the Calamities too. But Sophia says that she believes in him. She says that he is the one who killed the fish and even took down the Disgorging Root all alone. And now if he is saying that he can take down Akuma, then he is right, as he can do it. So Miyamoto asks others to take down their weapons. He is now telling him that Akuma did a lot of destruction in the past. He then asks them to see for themselves that he can actually kill the Akuma, but then one of the phantoms attacks him, saying that he wants to test him first. While fighting, one of the phantoms says that he is definitely stronger than a normal traveler and is worthy of being called a phantom. He is now using the Heavenly Soldier armor and holding the phantoms with it, and says that they are perfect for him to test the Heavenly Soldier armor. He remembers when they were talking about Miyamoto after his death in his past life. As one of the members told him that he was different from others, he led everyone else without showing that he was actually the leader. He had defensive and other skills too. Moreover, when everyone was busy taking over the rewards and chasing the orange zone, he alone stayed in the red zone to guard the Akuma's seal. She then says that if he ever thinks choosing Miyamoto, it would be alright. As phantoms are fighting with Hansu, he is now yelling at them not to waste each other's force, and they will fight with the Ouroboros. He then asks Hansu to put away his weapon eater. He then says that he knows about Hansu's strength, but he still can't condone it, because just even approaching its seal makes someone realize he is so overwhelming. He is now asking Hansu whether he has any plan. Our protagonist says that he has 5 relics of Elfenheim, and 2 of them are being used in the seal, and as for himself, he possesses the other 3. He is now wondering if it is possible to pass Akuma's strength through those relics. Now Miyamoto is thinking that he is very brave, and is ready to put his life in danger without thinking about it, and also that he has never seen such a traveler before in his 20 years of being here. He is now thinking that he resembles Ares, while other phantoms are calling for his name. He says that he wants to ask him some questions, so Hansu agrees. He then says, let's suppose they follow his plan and agree to unseal the Akuma, but what if they fail? Ouroboros is currently doing its movements, and what if Akuma also gets out of their hands? They will destroy the red zone. That's why they can't take this plan, as there are going to be flaws in whatever plan they make. But Hansu says this is the reason he made this plan, which is using the relics in the seal, as if they use these relics, then they can strengthen the seal, and it would be no problem if Ouroboros descends to destroy the red zone. Then the phantoms will move freely, and they can also take care of the locusts that are blocking the mirror. Then they can freely help the travelers, least they can support them while passing through the mirror, and before Ouroboros descends, they can take everyone towards the red zone. Then Miyamoto asks him if this plan is good, as all the phantoms are now appreciating him for coming up with it. Hansu says that this plan is logical, but he refuses, as relics weren't made to be used in this manner, because these relics must be used again elsewhere. So Miyamoto asks him where they can use it again, but Hansu assures them, saying that he can take down the Akuma and they shouldn't worry about it. Miyamoto then gets up from his chair, saying that he is going to put his faith in Hansu, and also telling our protagonist to follow him so he can guide him towards where Akuma is sealed. But first he asks Hansu to change into new clothes, which are Goethe's leather armor, which is very light and reduces air resistance. While Sophia is saying that it's a relief, Miyamoto agrees with him. He is now remembering 20 years ago when a lot of victims fell prey to Akuma and became stone. And even now the energy that was exuding from him still remains here. That time, Ares and others realized that the seal was getting weaker, and they must do something about it. That's when Ares suggests that she can fight with Akuma, but Miyamoto suppressed the seal using Weapon Eater power and thought that it might supplement the existing seal. He is not going to break this seal, but for this, they must stay here to maintain the pressure of the Weapon Eater on the seal. So that's when Miyamoto thought that he should remain in the red zone in order to protect humanity and protect the seal too. Then one of the phantoms calls him from being, and he says that he is just thinking about his past. Hansu then asks him to open the seal as they are running out of time. He is now using his Weapon Eater to open the seal while Hansu is thinking that he must feed a lot of weapons to his Weapon Eater. Then after a while the seal breaks and Akuma comes out of it. He is now standing in front of one of the phantoms while she realizes that she can't move her body due to fear, even though it's only released its killing intent. Yet it feels very dangerous. Akuma is about to attack that phantom, but then Hansu runs forward and starts fighting with him. Our protagonist then asks everyone to ensure their own protection, as he is also going to do the same thing. He is now running towards Akuma while saying that he is going to fight with him alone.